Chapter 221. Here we are. Welcome to Dry Rock. Isak turns to the open area of desolate sandy flat land in front of the Red Mountain Range. Immediately after he speaks these words, I feel the space around me begin to tingle and buzz. The air before my eyes waves and shifts, giving off a rainbow hue, almost like the rippling sensation of a heat wave. But there is definitely some kind of mana-powered illusion at play here. I activate my all-seeing eye and everything becomes clear. Literally, a dome of transparent magic covers an entire city in the middle of the desert. It is nearly 1 kilometer wide, stretching all the way to the base of the mountains and completely hiding over 100 buildings in plain sight. Smaller huts, similar to the ones in the last village we just left line the streets. But there are many taller buildings made from the same color stone as the mountains in the background. There are 3, 4, and even 5-story structures with modern windows and metal frames to them. There are flat stone streets that divide merchants from residential areas. People line the roads, buying and selling goods, while the occasional city guard walks by to keep order. This looks like a much more civilized city than I expected to see. Without my perception skill, this would have been invisible to the naked eye. I shut it off, then look at my teammates. They're all still staring in awe at the twisting rainbow light in front of us. It looks like a portal is opening, but I know that is not the case. The smaller man that Isak talked to before we entered walks in front of us, toward the light as it begins to expand. He taps the source of the illusion with a silver object, and a small gap in the transparent seal opens. The hole gets larger and larger until it stops to make a 5-meter wide gate in the illusion magic to show us the city with our unaided eyes. As we walk through on our camels, the gate monitor speaks up. As the wobbling entrance of Rainbow, tinted magic slowly fades shut. Enjoy your stay at Dry Rock. Hope your business dealings go well. The concealment magic completely closes, but we can still see the man standing outside behind it. He stares forward with a blank expression for a moment, then smiles to himself and turns away, walking back to his small tent like nothing happened. I look at him curiously for a moment, then Isak turns to me. He can't see us now. I raise an eyebrow, but Isak continues before I get a word in. If you were wondering, he can't see us anymore. This barrier is a one-way illusion. It is pretty heavily guarded. I've just known that guard since I was a young kind. He is one of the only exceptions to security. I nod slowly as I hear the camel's feet below me transfer from the soft sand onto a hard road beneath us. I reply while keeping my face hidden under the red clock, looking around the town. That makes sense. I got it. I activate my all-seeing eye again, but the only reading I pick up are the various collections of mana crystals in shops. The massive mana-imbued barrier around the city is the only high-density magic I can sense. I mutter under my breath, squinting at the fire user. There is no breaks anywhere near here. I quickly lock eyes with Abby, but she gives me a shrug while Ari also extends a confused but relaxed expression. The green-haired mage speaks up. Oh, we're definitely in their right place. He didn't lead us astray. There should be breaks here. I scratch my chin as I keep following Isak through the emptier streets of the outer area of the town. Then what happened to them? Eventually, we hit a much busier street. The 5 of us begin leading our ride through one of the open market squares. There are all kinds of items being bought and sold, from level E class to high D and even low C class rated items. They're all mostly protection items and crafting materials. Combat items aren't too common out on these streets, but I still spot a few dozen shields and swords, lush greens and ripe fruit, along with glimmering potions and mana crystals, fill my vision for over 200 meters as we walk through town. Kids playing by their parents' merchant carts look up at us, pausing their games to admire the camels that strut through town. No one has said a word yet, and most people ignore us just like regulars in the streets. There are other groups coming from other directions on Camelback as well, so we're not too far out of place here. The 4 of us keep our heads down and faces covered anyways. Isak leads without covering up. Finally, we come across one of the tallest buildings in the city. Isak waves us down to stop about 1 block away from a 5-story tower. It is made of red bricks and blue glass windows. It looks newly built and of great quality. The base is nearly 20 meters wide. It stands out from all the buildings surrounding it. All right, here is the quest office. Wait for me outside. I'll accept our 2 break quests and be right out in a minute. I grit my teeth and instantly combat his statement. Hey, we're still the ones in charge here. I'd like to see what all of this is about. He rolls his eyes and hops off his ride, tying it to a rock structure on the side of the road. I hop down too, giving Maria the reins and walking over to the fire wielder. He stares me in the eyes and leans in, whispering in a low tone. You know, this building is one of the Dark Continent's unofficial government hubs. It is like the Association, but for the Wall's insiders. Basically, you are walking into enemy territory. It'd be unwise to show your face in here, especially as one of these so-called elites. That is what you are, right? I swallow hard, still staring at him with a stern expression, then begin to lighten up. I close my eyes for about a second, then open them to stare at Isaac with a calmer tone. That makes sense. I pause, then turn to my team. Stay back for a few minutes, out of sight. Isaac and I will return shortly. They all agree without a shred of doubt, but Isaac looks at me like I am crazy. Struggling not to raise his voice, he speaks again through a clenched jaw as I start walking forward towards the quest office. Did you not hear a word I just said? I wave for the fire user to follow. Keeping my head down and activating conceal, I turn my status into what looks like a mid-level D-class swordsman at level 220, taking off all of my stat-boosting items as well, only to leave the red cloak of protection, giving me a 100+ defense boost. I use my special grade concealment attribute to disguise my face. I shift it to a generic tan-skinned, brown eyes, middle-aged, black-haired man. I look like I could be any villager picked off the street. The only thing I won't change is my voice, but I don't plan on doing much talking. I respond to Isaac with my head still down. Yeah, I heard you the first time. You make an excellent point. It'll be fine. I have a plan. The fire user catches up to me in silence. Then we turn to face the front side of the tall building. He begins to say something to me, but is cut off by one of the workers standing by the front door. He is a tall, very skinny, dark-skinned man in a professional-looking black suit. I see a bright smile from him as he speaks up, looking right past me. Welcome back, Isaac. We haven't seen you here in Dry Rock in quite a while. Are you looking to pick up some new quests? The grunt straightens his posture and takes a step back from me to greet this worker. Oh, good to see you too. Long time no see. I was just passing through. I thought it'd be a good idea to check out the guest guild. Old habits die hard. He laughs, shaking the worker's hand and continuing, now in a much more confident tone. You know this is where I got my start. It is always nice to come back and see how much the place has grown. Are there any good new quests up for grabs? I am looking for some tough ones before I leave in the morning. The tall man grins and nods slowly. Of course, we always have new quests available. He turns to me. And who might you be? He stretched out his right hand, looking me in the eye. I stare tight back using inspect and appraisal. I only glance at his level and skills before shaking his hand with a firm hold. Underscore, 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 297. Active skills. Inspect special grade body hardening. Special grade underscore 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 re underscore 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 underscore. I clench my jaw and squeeze his hand a bit harder than I mean to when I see he has a special grade inspect skill. The guard winces, and I reply as we both step back from each other. Sorry about that. I can't control my own excitement sometimes. Just looking forward to some quests, that is all. He lets out a nervous laugh then, stands up straight with a smile, flustered at my strength. No problem at all. Quite a firm handshake for a D class. You must have an extremely high natural strength aptitude. I am impressed. He turns back to Isaac, giving him a firm nod, then opening the heavy brown wooden front door. Well, I see why you were heading off for some quests. I can't keep a man from his business for too long. Please don't let me keep you waiting. Isak smirks, walking past the guard. Yup, appreciate it. Good to see ya. I follow quietly, speaking to the man in a suit in a low voice before Ether Dorshits behind me. Nice to meet you. He waves us through, not saying another word. I gulp. That was awkward. Click. The door shuts and I step inside onto a smooth white floor. Immediately, the sound of abundant chatter fills my ears. There are hunters, businessmen, workers, and casual villagers going about their daily business. I lift my gaze, shifting my eyes left and right. There are quests on the walls, just like the Mercenary Guild. The ones here just seem to be a bit more ordered and much easier to read. There are basic mana crystal quests, various magic crafting items, escort missions, hunting gear, and even food and water requests. All of the prices are a bit more stable, not varying as much as the smaller town's erratic pricing. I continue to scan the room, then my eyes land on a troubling sight. There is one bulletin board near the entrance that makes my stomach drop. It is a wall with large newspapers showing the faces of familiar-looking association hunters. Some look very old, like they've been on the wall for years, but sticking out like a sore thumb. I see 4 brand new papers. It is the newest Vice Region Association Elite Squad in bold letters with all 4 of our mugshots posted and bounties labeled underneath them. It looks like our dealings in Dry Rock are not going to be as easy as I thought they'd be. Chapter 222. It is the newest Vice Region Association Elite Squad in bold letters with all 4 of our mugshots posted and bounties labeled underneath them. Our time in Dry Rock is not going to be as easy as I thought it'd be. I turn to Isak, now peeking my disguised face out from my hood. Hey, I need to check these out. He stares for a second, but recognized my voice. The fire wielder looks me up and down, then mutters under his breath. You really are full of surprises. I turn left to walk over to the wall with our posted bounties to take a closer look. Next to our pictures, there are notes and prices for our heads. Underscore, 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 Abigail Sotoro. 10 gold dead or alive. Known association associate. New Vice Region Elite Squad member. Healer and Earth Magic user. Maria Cortez. 7 gold dead or alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad member. Ice Magic user Jay Soju. 7 gold dead or alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad members Swordsman, Dagger Wielder, and Fire Magic user Airy. 8 gold only alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad member Bow Dagger Wielder underscore 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 re-underscore underscore. I get a chuckle out of Abby's full name. Sometimes I forget she is usually referred to as Abigail in more professional settings, but it must have slipped my mind. She is the most wanted because she has been with the association the longest. Maria and I have lower rates and only have basic details that are noted in the association system. Most likely these are what have been publicly shared. Considering we're the new elites, I should get around to reading the paper again. It is a habit I broke once I started hunting more. Aries' poster stands out as well. He is marked down for 1 more gold than Maria and I. Plus, he is only wanted alive. The rest of us have no preference marked down. I scan the posters back and forth, taking in as much information as possible. Then, I hear the fire user gulp behind me. He whispers in a low tone, "Can all your friends do that same trick with their faces? Because it looks like the bunch of you are going to need it." I pause, then finally look away from the posters and back to Isak. They can't. It is a special item. I only have one. We'll just have to lay low and hope no one's examining us too carefully. I let out a sigh, knowing this is far from optimal in a time like this, but I'll just have to think of a better plan before we have to meet any people face to face. I get a nervous look from the grunt, but he just nods, then turns to the back of the room. Well, figure it out soon. This is getting way too complicated for me. Come on, let's accept the quests and get out of here. He starts to walk over and I follow. We approach a long wooden counter at the back of the room, polished beautifully, with 3 quest office workers standing behind it about 2 meters apart from each other. They're all smiling and keeping a professional aura about them. Then the one on the far right raises his hand. I can help the 2 of you over here. I let Isak take the lead, keeping myself right behind him to let the man more used to this place do the talking. It'd be pretty obvious I am new to town if I tried to ask for the quests myself. So, I decide not to say a word. Immediately, they begin to talk. The 2 of them babble on about some changes in the capital, then switch to that same language I am unfamiliar with before the man behind the counter pulls out 2 sheets of paper. I peer over the counter as Isak signs the bottoms and takes them folding each in half before throwing them in his item box. Midtown Break, 7 gold Red Mountain Break, 15 gold. Each of the papers has crossed out numbers for their rewards. Each of them started out at 1 and 2 gold respectively, but it seems they've been raising the number over and over. My wandering eyes move back to the floor as the 2 of them continue talking. Isak switches back to the language I can understand. Thanks. We'll head out tomorrow and clear 'em both. The quest office employee gives him a thin smile but replies professionally. Best of luck, Isak. We hope to see you soon. Both of us leave the office building immediately. I can see a look of concern on the fire user's face, but don't say anything until we walk out the door and make our way around the corner out of sight. The sun is starting to set, and the orange light from the sky is shining down on us. So, we got the quests. What is with the look? What else did that guy say? His eyes shift back and forth, still not saying a word as we walk. I gulp and go along with his odd behavior. Both of us have quick, steady footsteps and controlled breathing. The taps of our boots on the stone road are all I hear as I ponder what exactly they talked about. He speaks up as my 3 teammates finally come into sight. He said, many hunters from surrounding towns have been trying to clear these breaks all week. That is why the reward for the quests has gone up so much. No one can clear them. I nod slowly. All right, that is good, right? More money for you. He pauses, and the silent footsteps continue for a few seconds. He also mentioned a group of 2 elite hunters that came by a few days ago. A white-haired ice mage and a blue-haired water wielder. Apparently, they're fairly new elites. I raise an eyebrow as Isak continues. They showed their faces here before heading off in the direction of Solara without clearing a single break. They caused a ruckus in town, though. Those 2 your friends? I think for a moment, but he cuts me off before I can even begin to respond. Either way, it doesn't matter. All the hunters in town are on high alert for more association lackeys. The bounty rewards are sky high. I give Isak a stern look as sweat rolls off his forehead. We have a deal, he replies. Hey, I know. I won't run. I am sure. I couldn't even if I tried on your watch. It is just be extra cautious. All right. I nod as we come within 10 meters of my teammates. Got it. Appreciate the warning. Maria is the first to spot us, throwing her hands up in the air. I deactivate my conceal skill as we approach, but keep my head down. Nothing has changed. We planned on not being seen at all in the first place. I am just feeling a bit more paranoid now than before. There are dozens of posters up on the walls, and the Vice region is one of the furthest from the Dark Continent. So, it is doubtful anyone has our faces completely memorized. At the same time, it is not impossible. Both of us quickly walk over and hop back on our rides. Isak starts to leave immediately, and I motion for us to follow. We swiftly follow in silence. Ari whispers under his breath as we head toward the outskirts of town in the opposite direction we just came. What is with the change of tone? Did everything go okay? I give him a thumbs up, tightening my lips, then responding in a hushed voice, it is fine. Business as usual. Just, they have our faces from the newspaper plastered all over. Each of us has a bounty. The archer's eyes widen and Abby clicks her tongue, cursing under her breath. Maria holds me tighter from behind, and I explain all the details in a low whisper as we ride through a new part of town. I relay everything that happened inside and enlighten them on their bounty prices and details. The larger buildings, merchant stands, and storefronts are getting less and less common as we continue forward off to the far side of town. The sun sets more and the natural light fades away too. Smaller homes and poorly built residential areas made of less modern materials become more abundant. Most passers-by seem friendly enough, but it is certainly a different vibe than the city center we just left. People are minding their own business even more out here, looking to the ground and staying out of trouble. I speak up to Isaac guiding the way. "Hey, where are you taking us?" He points straight ahead, then turns to respond. "We're almost there. Don't worry. I know a quiet place for us to crash for the night. Coincidentally, it is right near the break." Well, that is what the quest office worker told me at least. "We're headed to Midtown." I immediately respond. "The break's nearby? How? There would be monsters everywhere." "No." Isak shrugs and turns forward again. "Your guess is as good as mine. All we can do is head over and find out." Chapter 223. Your guess is as good as mine. All we can do is head over and find out. This is the response I get after asking Isak how the dungeon break could possibly be nearby when there are no monsters in sight. I can't sense any mana disturbances at all. I am pretty positive the barrier around this city isn't interfering with my senses either. It is a high-level D-class spell at best. There is no way it is messing with my mind. We continue through the underdeveloped section of town and I murmur to myself, while watching the sun completely set over the horizon. Impossible. This break is a mid-tier C-class break, minimum. The association wouldn't have sent us out here if it was any lower, and someone from the town would have surely taken it out themselves by now. So many things aren't adding up. The fatigue of our long travels today is catching up to me too. My mind is getting a bit foggy, and my body is more tired than usual. I scratch my chin, thinking about it, but become distracted as troches begin to light our way, and the buildings around us get much larger and shinier again. There are 2, 3, and even 4-story shops and guild centers that start to pop up, and the road beneath our camels' feet has a much more sturdy feel to it as we walk through this portion of the city. It has only been a few minutes, and there is already a drastic change in architecture and neighborhood layouts. We approach a wide open square with many people out on the streets, continuing to go about their nights trading, cooking, laughing, and sharing conversation with one another. From what I can piece together in my fractured view of the city's layout, there are 3 sections to this 1-kilometer-wide circular city. The main square, where we entered today, that is the portion of the city with a high-density area of merchant shops, guilds, government buildings, and housing for those that work there. The portion of the city we just walked through seems to be a lower-income area. Not quite the slums, but much more independent housing and rogue hunters that make their money elsewhere or off a black market of sorts. That is my guess anyways. Now, lastly, the 3rd sector of this city is the one we've just entered. It looks much smaller than the other 2, but very clean, well-built, higher income, and there is not as much worry in these streets as the ones we just left. Buildings are mostly rectangular, made from either the same red brick that the office building in the main part of town was, or a lighter-colored stone similar to the hue of the desert sand. Most of the cloth and clothing used for decorations and clothing are the same red as the cloaks we're wearing. My gaze shifts back and forth, taking in the view of the small town as Isaac takes us on a sharp right turn instead of walking through the center square. I catch a glimpse of a crowd, but can't make out what they're surrounding in the center of the courtyard like town center. He turns around as we make our way down a more narrow, but well-lit back road. This is Midtown. Believe it or not, I lived here for a few years back in the day. Come on, the inn I usually stay at is right over here. At this point in the day, my eyes are practically closing. The thought of a nice warm bed is slowly becoming much more important in my mind than the fact that there's a near B-class level threat somewhere nearby. We come across a generic red-bricked residential building with a man standing outside that takes our camels to the back of the inn. He hands us a small black token to fetch our rides whenever we'd like. They'll feed, water, and take care of them in our absence. I give Isak a handful of silver to check us in using his name, and we all go to our rooms and pass out without much delay. Today was a long day. We took out an entire dungeon break, traveled tens of kilometers across the desert, and successfully infiltrated a town that we're wanted criminals in. The woman at the front desk pays us no mind and accepts the silver with a smile. She offers us a meal at the bar in the back. I decline and head off to my room as soon as Isak tosses me a key. I am too tired to even eat. Most of my teammates share the same thought and say no to the woman's kind offer for food and drinks. All 5 of us agree to meet each other in the lobby first thing in the morning, right as the sun comes up. I make my way to my room, don't bother turning on a light, and drift off to sleep with a million things on my mind slowly fading away into peaceful darkness. Time passes and the night turns into day. The hot morning sun wakes me up, causing the once cozy bed I am lying in to make me break a sweat. I jump out of bed and throw my cloak back on to meet the others in the lobby. We decide to eat breakfast on the way from the supplies I've brought, not wanting to take any extra steps or human interactions. As we walk out the front door, Isak takes a sharp left turn back to the center of Midtown, in the direction of the square we didn't get to face last night. Come on, let's walk. No need for those rides if you 4 are going into the break, right? I bite my bottom lip as I follow, not responding, just thinking to myself. This break in town is worth 7 gold, but the one out in the mountains is supposedly 15. It is probably much more powerful, hence the price difference. I'd like to head straight for the tougher break. If this one we face is anything like the others, there is a good chance I won't have a fun fight. I want a new skill or new information, or another mana control breakthrough. That is why I came to the Dark Continent anyways, to find opponents that wouldn't be possible to find elsewhere, also. Of course, to appease the director and buy more time while I build my strength. There is no point in disagreeing with power magnitudes above mine. For now, I must continue training. Then I'll have more options. I mutter under my breath, gritting my teeth while thinking of Brutus's face. I need to get stronger. Isak turns around. What was that? I look up to him with an unnecessarily stern look on my face. Nothing. I am just ready to fight. He nods as we walk out of the small back road, and the main town square comes into view. Great. It should be right. About. As the fire welder looks around, I do the same, and my teammates follow my gaze. In the middle of the sandy, crowded square, there is a large metal box with 4 guards all standing around it. The chatter of nearly 100 villagers fills my ears as I try to concentrate. After a quick inspection, I find that the guards are all over level 275 and have decent basic combat skills. These men are all the equivalent of basic low-level C-class hunters. I use my all-seeing eye on the massive mysterious box, but nothing can be found. Nothing at all. There is an absence of space inside the box entirely. I didn't notice it yesterday because I wasn't fixated on it like I am now. I stare further, burning through a few hundred MP to boost my skill's performance. Then, the hint of a dense mana signature deep within the box fills my mind's eye. I whisper under my breath. The break is in there, Isak responds without looking back. That is what the quest office worker told me. He said, just walk to the center of Midtown, and you'll see it. I guess this is it. We walk forward with our cloaks covering our faces, and Isak taking the lead. To make us a bit less suspicious, I activate Conceal and edit my status to that of a higher-than-average C-class swordsman, about level 350. My disguise of the middle-aged, tan-skinned hunter returns as we walk up towards the supposed break. People move out of the way as we near to the massive silver box. The closer we get, the less crowded the square filled with merchants, hunters, and villagers gets. Seconds later, we're no more than 5 meters away, meeting the gaze of the nearest guard. He places a hand up in the air. Hey now, this is Dry Rock guarded property. Move along before you get yourselves hurt. Isaac rolls his eyes and reaches into his cloak pocket to pull out the signed bounty offer for the Midtown break. The guard's eyes tighten as he reads the paper, then looks up at both Isak and me. You sure? We've had 4 casualties this week already. What level are you 2? He peers behind me to see the three figures covering their faces. And who are they? Isak gulps and turns to me then. I quickly respond. Hired help. I am just trying to get paid and save my village from a drought. I heard there were some bounties for breaks out here. It is either this or we starve. I show him a saddened stare, then end with a more light-hearted statement. Wanted to see if I could snag a fight with an elite while I was at it. Looks like I just missed him. I let out a fake laugh and a grin, but it seems rather convincing to me. The guard smirks, giving me a chuckle. Yeah, right? Those two elites walked through town without any fear. Guards that got close were blown away by some weird barrier. You wouldn't have stood a chance. I roll my eyes playfully. I am kidding. Just a fantasy of mine. Then pause before continuing. Well, at least let us give this dungeon a shot. I hope to clear the one out in the mountains, too. The guard crosses his arms, staring me in the eyes. A confident one, aren't ya? He sighs and gives me a nod, then calls out to the guard on his right side protecting another wall of the silver cube. Hey, let's let him in. We have some new break challengers today. Chapter 224. Hey, let's let him in. We have some new break challengers today. The second guard peeks his head around the corner of the box with a goofy grin across his face, making eye contact with me. This man is heavier set and has a body-hardening skill. He is most likely a tank. Is that right? Are you all facing the Midtown break or the mountain break? His silly grin turns into a more serious look as he walks from his post to stand by the other guard's side. I raise an eyebrow and respond. Well, what is the difference? All I know is one's worth more than double the gold to clear than the other. Both of the guards turn to each other and can't help themselves from bursting into laughter. Eventually, they stop and the larger guard speaks up again. Let me see your status. I don't feel comfortable sending you off on a death mission. You better be over level 300. I nod slowly, turning my concealed status towards the guard. It shows a level 351 swordsman with various stat-boosting rings, but none of my actual powers. His eyes widen as he reads everything aloud. Both of the guards become much more serious. Then I reply, See, I am not just messing around here. My teammates here are all at similar levels. Tell me about these breaks. We can handle it. Also, I am smart enough to run away if I can't. The guard that read my status aloud replies, You know what? You may be the kind of guy we need for that mountain break. His partner elbows him in the ribs, cutting him off. The mountain break is where those 4 casualties came from that I mentioned earlier. There is also only been 4 challengers. No one that enters that break makes it out alive. We don't have much info on it. The other guard speaks, after clearing his throat from being elbowed in the gut. Yeah, sorry. You just wanted info on both breaks. I can't tell you much about that one. The one we're guarding here is an old Griffin dungeon. It used to be the perfect training ground for our higher level 200S hunters to break into the 300s after farming the boss, but now it has gone way out of control. He lets out a long sigh. No one has dared to face the mutant boss. Our teams of 5 have trouble with the regular dungeon-spawned mutants. They have some nasty wind magic. According to a few of the break experts, the boss is rumored to be almost level 400. An audible gulp comes from the other guard as he agrees. I nod slowly, thinking this information over my head for a few seconds, then respond. I'd like to talk this over with my partners for a moment. I turn to Isak, motioning for him to come back over to my 3 teammates. They're still standing together with their faces covered. Maria is the first to make a comment once I get closer. You want to go off and face that mountain break by yourself, don't you? I let out a chuckle. You read my mind. I turned to look at the mountain range made of orange-red stone towering over the village for a moment, then back to my team. You 3 handle this break, I want the one in the mountains. With a record of 4 attempts and 4 casualties, there is something fishy going on, and I want to figure out exactly what it is. I get a firm nod from Ari as he responds, Finally, I'll get to solo a mutant boss. Abby slaps him on the shoulder. Hey, I'll be the one to take it out. Just watch. Maria looks at me with a serious stare. Meet back at the inn in 4 hours. If either of us doesn't show up, go in to help the other with their break, deal? Deal. Isak butts in. Hey, so what if, well, you don't come out? Then he turns to me. And you are facing the mountain break by yourself. Are you deaf? I cut him off. It'll be fine. I turn away from my team and relay the news to the guards standing by. These three are going to handle this break. I'd like to take a crack at the one up in the mountains. Where is it? Not expecting these words to come out of my month, the tank chokes on his own breath before responding. You are not serious, are you? We were joking. Do you even have a signed bounty for it? A level 350 soloing the mountain break, are you crazy? That is suicide. I roll my eyes and turn to Isaac. He understands and shows them the signed paper with a worried look on his face. The fire user holds a second sheet of very small paper under the signed bounty. The guard takes both of them, reads them carefully, then hands the bounty paper back to Isaac. The nervous gaze from Isaac now transfers to the guard. The one on my right gulps, then points to the highest mountain peak. Your paperwork checks out. See that middle mountain? I shift my feet to face the mountain and cross my arms. The corners of my lips begin to curl upwards. Yeah, I see it, he continues. There is a path all the way up to the top. You should see it about 3/4 of the way up. It is impossible to miss the break. I stare up at the peak, then reply. All right, then how do I get inside? Are there more guards like you up there? And another one of these shielding contraptions? He looks over at Isaac, then back at me. All of the guards were called down after yesterday's challengers didn't make it out. It is basically just left up to whoever wants an earlier death sentence. He pauses. As I said, there is no info on that break still. It shouldn't be anywhere near as dangerous as it is. We lost a level 385 rogue the other day that attempted to challenge it. He is known for taking about the toughest breaks. I didn't even know that man could bleed. I raise an eyebrow. Oh yeah, he didn't make it out. What kind of dungeon is this anyway? Isaac throws an arm around my shoulder and begins turning me away while whispering in my ear. Enough talking. You sound like an outsider more and more every second you keep running your mouth. You'll blow your cover. I yell out. Hey! Isaac cuts me off, but I can sense some urgency in his tone now. He must be serious. I shift my gaze to see some wandering eyes and ears listening in, then shut my mouth. The fire user asks me another question. Your friends can handle themselves fine, I reply. Yeah, a griffin break. They'll be fine. While turning away, I see Maria's lips mouth 4 hours. I say, 4 hours back, confirming our deal, and wave the others off. I think to myself as both Isaac and I walk through the crowd of people in the Midtown Village Square. This break shouldn't be much harder than the one we just defeated. The three of them are more than competent enough to face a break on their own. If for whatever reason they're not up to the challenge, I'll be back in 4 hours to help. I'd be very surprised if they don't clear this dungeon without me, Isaac responds, breaking my train of thought. Whatever you say, the faster you clear these breaks, the faster I get paid and can leave you crazies. I'll be set for years off this payout. He murmurs under his breath as we make it through the crowd and head off toward the mountains. This will all be worth it in the end. The two of us walk in near silence again, for what seems like a very long time. We make our way to the edge of town, step off the stone road, and begin walking on a much more sandy, rugged one. As we stray from town, the wavering, transparent barrier is easy to walk through without any resistance. When I look back, the town is completely gone. I let out a light gasp at the sight, but Isaac assures me we'll be able to get back in without a problem. The twisting, sandy road winds up the side of the mountain, and after half an hour of walking, I wish we brought those camels along. I can see it in the fire user's face, too. He regrets leaving our rides behind. The hot sun is beating down on us overhead. Even though it is still very early in the morning, there is a slight breeze that comes through every few minutes, giving us a hint of cool air, but fading away before I am fully satisfied every time. We're about halfway up the middle mountain, and I already see a glimmer of something up ahead on the trail. I squint my eyes and activate my all-seeing eye at the same time. To my surprise, I pick up a faint mana reading, then activate it even further and pick up the traces of an entire dungeon portal. The pulsing was too weak to sense from the town, but now that I am focused on it, there is definitely something here. We trek upwards until it comes into full view. I see a light red glowing dungeon portal sitting up on a high rocky ledge. It is calmly swirling and completely unguarded. The entrance to my next break is about 200 meters away on the path ahead. I whisper under my breath. This all seems way too easy. Something doesn't feel right. Chapter 225. But something feels off. As the two of us make our way up the narrow, sandy path up the mountainside, a light red glowing portal comes into full view. It gives off minuscule amounts of mana radiation compared to what I was expecting to see. The closer we get, the more I prepare for a wave of intense energy to come pulsing out, but it never comes. The two of us approach the portal in silence, then I finally speak up. This is giving off the mana signature of an E-class dungeon at best. Isak responds as we come to a halt about 10 meters away from the light red spinning portal. Well, once you enter, I'll be waiting out here. You heard what that guard said. Not a single person has walked into that dungeon and made it out alive. There is no way it is an E-class. I tighten my gaze and burn through a few hundred MP to examine every millimeter of this calmly swirling break. I don't find anything different than the last time I scanned it. Nothing. It is just a normal E-class break. With a sigh, I begin walking straight toward the break while continuing to speak in a low tone. I'll be back in a few hours at most. See you soon. As I turn away, I catch a glimpse of his nervous expression turns into a slick grin. I don't think much of it as I am mesmerized by the odd portal in front of me, but shake myself from its trance before going into full battle mode. I turn to the grunt, looking him straight in the eyes to watch sweat roll off his forehead in streams. Don't try anything stupid while I am gone. I light the tip of my finger with a dark flame, then grab it with my other hand, putting it out in an instant. We have a deal, but I won't hesitate to make you disappear if you do anything to harm my teammates or put my mission at risk. Don't mess up this life-changing payout for yourself. He gulps, then shows me a slight bow, stuttering a reply. Oh, of course. I'll be right here when you return. He steps back. I reply to his bow with a firm nod, then face the portal again. Great! Now on to more important things. The light red mass of mana spins slowly and silently just above the rocky desert floor. It is almost eerie how little energy it is giving off. There is not much use in thinking about it anymore. I'll just need to jump through and figure out what the problem is from the inside. With a grin forming across my face, I jump through without a hint of hesitation. Instantly, white transfer magic brings me into the dungeon. My eyes open wide for a moment, then tighten and shift back and forth as I question what exactly is going on here. There is tall green grass, occasional patches of rocks, and small trees, a bright blue sky with white clouds, and a cool breeze that pushes my hair up as I step into this new world. A goblin dungeon? Blinking a few times, I activate my enemy detection and inspect skills as I see 3 small green creatures come running towards me with their small black daggers held tight in their grips. 20 MLV 16, LV 13, LV 12. I squint more, unable to truly believe what I am seeing in front of my eyes. Goblins? Really? They're higher levels than normal goblins, but still, these are double-digit level mobs. I must have entered the wrong break. Maybe there is another one nearby that I missed on the way up. Or it is further up the mountain. I rack my brain for ideas as the 3 goblins continue to come charging my way. The group attacks, but I kick them to the side and incinerate the group with a small fireball from my right hand as I continue to ponder my predicament. The guard's description of the dungeon break matches the location of this one exactly. So what am I missing? I am pretty frustrated, but decide to begin my trek forward into the dungeon anyways. It is still a break after all. Someone has to clear it. I open up my item storage and let Ember fly out. It has been a while since we've had some peace and quiet alone in a dungeon. The elegant, glimmering black wings of my battle partner come out of my white twisting item storage portal. Then the crimson eyes of the large monster show themselves next. Instantly, I feel our telepathic link open up. We're a long way from home, and I've gained a few levels. It seems you've been busy. I smile and watch the magnificent beast flap its wings and fly up into the open sky of the dungeon. I air step upwards to climb on his back and respond. I have. You haven't missed any exciting fights yet. I am hoping we'll come across one soon. Ember begins to fly his wings harder, bringing us higher up into the sky, then responds. Maybe we'll get one here. What a peculiar break. I raise an eyebrow, activating my all-seeing eye and looking down from above. I am not sure what you... Oh. I sense something odd on the far side of the dungeon that was definitely not there when I scanned for enemies upon entry. This is new. Just as I catch on to the odd disturbance in mana that is lurking back by what can only be the boss room portal, it disappears from my mind's eye. It is gone. Ember pauses for a moment before responding. Seems like it is. My guess is a dungeon intruder. Something with a teleport skill. I nod slowly, continuing to extend my perception skills range, but coming back with nothing at all over and over again. I did feel it. There was something there. It was strong too, very strong. Ember and I continue to soar through the sky for another 30 minutes. I catch him up on the whole Dark Continent situation, but the dragon doesn't seem to care much for our human issues. He is more focused on the breaks themselves, hoping to snag more levels wherever he can. We're only 75 away from his next rank up, so it seems like this is still the only thing on the forefront of his mind. It gives me more motivation to focus too. Leveling up and improving my skills is the only thing that matters. Let's find this intruder. The moment I speak these words, its presence comes backing my mind's eye. Ember seems to notice a disturbance in the mana around us too, and immediately changes directions, beginning our descent. Whatever is down there is giving off mana levels, similar to the salamander boss in full battle mode that I fought just yesterday. There is also an odd shielding around it, blocking me from reading into its full potential. As we plummet down toward the floor at blinding speed, I begin to activate my other detection skills. Then, the presence vanishes again. It is completely gone. Again, I grit my teeth as we break through the cloud line, and the light gray spinning boss room portal comes into view below us in the middle of a wide open meadow of tall green grass. Both of us land to the ground with a thud, and I hop off Ember's back with my hands at my sides, looking around with both curiosity and frustration. The portal slowly spins and gives off a light gray tint. Even for a dungeon break, it is hardly dark at all. The portal doesn't buzz one bit, and there aren't any goblin or hobgoblin mobs in sight. There is usually some kind of portal guardian or something. Nothing seems to be popping up. I reach into my item storage to cautiously take out my sword. It is way too silent. My eyes continue to dart back and forth, waiting for an ambush, but it never comes. Minutes pass, and nothing happens. That dense mana source that has appeared twice isn't showing its face. I don't understand why. Letting out a sigh, I walk back over to Ember, who has now made himself comfortable laying down in the soft green grass. Leaning against his cool black glossy scales, I open our link. Looks like it ran away. Whatever was here is definitely not here anymore. Ember replies. What a shame. I thought we'd get to meet a real archdemon. Ember's voice stops mid-sentence and the air pressure shifts. The dense mana readings begin to pop up on my radar again out of nowhere. I grip my sword and turn around to see the source of the energy. An unexpected guest has arrived. Chapter 226. I turn to see what the source of this overwhelming power is, and my jaw drops at the sight of a full-blown demon with red horns, white eyes, dark skin, and pointed white teeth staring at me curiously. Dense white mana shielding covers its bulging muscles, and I see the thin black line on its forearm stretch, all the way up its nice shoulder, and curl onto its chest, just like mine. The monster doesn't have any armor or gear on other than tight black pants that hug its overly muscular legs. It looks very similar to the greater demon I faced in the past. The only difference is this monster looks much more compact, more muscular, and possesses the ability to control mana at a much higher level. Its skin is such a dark red color. It almost looks jet black. The creature's white eyes wander back and forth from me to Ember, to the dungeon behind us, then back to me. Then, it speaks, breaking through my telepathic link's defenses immediately. I hear the deep voice of the 3-meter-tall entity invade my mind. A demon and a dragon. What a lucky surprise. Its eyes tighten on me like it is looking straight through my body. I gulp as the monster continues. Now, how did the two of you get all the way out here? I don't say a word, cautiously, gripping my sword tight by my side and activating inspect and appraisal. Underscore, 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 LV 450, active items, none, active skills, telepathy, legendary grade. Body double special grade dungeon walker underscore 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 no items, and it has a skill I've never seen before. The other two are common demon skills, but there is no core. Where is the archdemon's core? Ember stands up and begins to flicker with dark flames behind me. I put my left hand in the air as the dragon stares down the demon in front of us. Wait! Wait! Doesn't something feel off? Ember nods, but keeps his eyes locked on the potential enemy. The demon smirks and continues to talk through our link like nothing has changed. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I haven't had anyone to talk to face in years. I abandoned my labyrinth too. Can't you tell? The demon takes a step forward, showing off its pearly white teeth, and stares deep into my eyes while continuing to speak through our link. You are an odd one, aren't you? A shape-shifting perk? Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever helps you blend in while outside the dungeons is none of my business. I look at the demon with a slightly confused look on my face, but pay close attention as it continues. I want to ask a million questions, but I am better off just letting this monster continue doing the talking uninterrupted before it realizes what I really am. It takes another step forward. I really have been getting tired of guarding that place. Only in this recent surge have I been able to open my links to the dungeons that were formed during my creation. I squint my eyes as the monster continues its long strides, making the ground sink beneath its heavy feet with every slow step it takes in the tall green grass. You know, if neither of us reports each other to the king, we can each go our separate ways like this never happened. I stare forward with half pure astonishment and half mind-bending curiosity. The words that this demon says as it continues to walk toward me without changing its emotionless calm expression, one bit, are keeping me on the edge of my seat. A shape-shifting perk. It abandoned its labyrinth. Report to the king? So many things make my mind buzz with new thoughts. The shielding around its body is still glowing in the vision of my perception skill on full power. It is spewing unnecessary amounts of MP into the air. If anything, its defenses are getting stronger with every step closer it takes. My shielding isn't active at all, and Ember is hardly producing any flames. Either this demon is oddly confident that we're already allies, or it believes the two of us are so inexperienced that this is the peak of our power. It speaks up again, now less than 5 meters away. I heard there was a premature labyrinth collapse recently on one of the newer spawns. In a place humans called the Vice region, I believe. We were informed that you had perished in the defeat, but it seems this isn't the case. I know your core signature very well. You've gone rogue. I nod slowly, remembering back to the labyrinth that I collapsed following the C-class exams. It seems I've really been mistaken for a demon again. All these monsters see is my core and my dragon companion and believe everything they see. I let out a sigh and go along with its game. If it believes I am its ally, this may be a positive. That is right. We've been laying low, looking for others to team with. The demon takes another step, then its demeanor changes entirely in an instant. The calm eyes turn fierce. Its kind grin shifts to a devious smirk, and it begins to swing its left hand of sharp claws directly at my neck without hesitating for a moment. I hear it say a final line. Too bad you've decided to betray us. I'll make this quick. I activate my mana manipulation to create a bright pink barrier of energy between my neck and the demon's incoming clawed fingers. I use nearly half my MP stores on the shielding while activating my stat boosting skills simultaneously. I am not taking any chances. It forms fractions of a second before impact, and I watch the crimson-red claws fracture into dozens of pieces on my dense shielding. The demon's eyes widen with fear, and a spinning black and purple portal opens up behind it. I lift my sword, instantly charge it with 1000 MP, and swiftly slice the monster's head clean off before it can take a step backward to blip away using its teleportation magic. I expected it to counter or fight back in some way, but the battle is over in an instant. As the head of the demon slides off its body, the portal behind it fades and a few final words come into my telepathic link. How interesting! Its eyes close and the head drops toward the ground. The demon's body falls backward. It whispers out a final line through our link before hitting the grassy floor. "Come see me in Solara. I'll be waiting for you." "Ha," thudded. Its head and body hit the ground at the same time. Then the entire dungeon falls silent. I look up at the gray spinning portal in front of me, then turn back to Ember, then finally back at the corpse on the ground. In just mere seconds, its body dissolves into thin air, not leaving a single thing behind. A body double. That skill I'd never seen before. This is the only explanation. I turn to Ember again. He speaks up before I can get another word in. "That was far too easy to be the real thing. You're thinking I'm most likely correct. A body double skill, possibly similar to your advanced mana manipulation perk. Archdemons aren't easily fooled." I nod. "So it probably knew I was a human all along? Or maybe it was just testing my strength? And how does it know all of these city names from outside the dungeons?" "It wants me to meet it in Solara." I gulp. Then my facial expression slowly morphs into a grin. That means there is a labyrinth in the capital, right? Or maybe it is just in another dungeon like this. I scratch my chin, looking up at Ember while standing in place and thinking about our new situation for quite a while. So many things just got much more complicated than they were just a few hours ago. I'll deal with this threat once I get to Solara. For now, one thing at a time. Let's clear this break. I open up my item storage to let Ember hop back inside. The last thing I need is to have Isaac see my 7-meter-long fire-breathing companion when I leave the dungeon. That grunt already knows one too many things about me. After entering the boss room, a mutant hobgoblin appears at level 41. I take it out in a single swing of my sword and wait for the white transfer magic to take me back out to the surface. Putting away my weapons and powering down my skills, the white light takes over and the break is cleared. I mutter to myself as I feel the earth under my feet shift from soft grass to hard, smooth flooring that does not feel like the rocky desert. That went well. Easy enough. Wait. While transporting back to the real world, I begin to feel a very odd humming sensation. As my vision comes back, I see white walls surround me on all sides, and the buzzing sound of man-made mana shielding fills my ears. I am in a box. It seems to be about the same size as the metal contraption I saw in the village square earlier this morning. Activating my all-seeing eye reveals that it is, in fact, exactly the same as the box from Dryrock. What have I gotten myself into this time? Chapter 227, What have I gotten myself into this time? There are 6 white walls, including the ceiling and floor all around me buzzing with the strong sensation of high-grade mana shielding in the air. My perception skills reveal the level of shielding to be more than enough to keep most C-class monsters at bay. It seems as though the outside is made of a strong metal alloy, while the inside is coated in dense white mana shielding. It is similar to the kind used in the Vice City Capital training rooms. Well, the public ones? How did I manage to get stuck inside one of these? I walk over to one of the walls and begin banging on it with a fisted hand. "Hey, hello? Anybody there? I am kind of stuck inside here." The pounding sounds of my fist against the impenetrable shielding fade, instantly not even leaving me with an echo. "These are some hard walls." No one replies. I can't hear anything but the low hum of mana now that I think about it. I gulp, then begin to pace around the small white room in circles, thinking about my options here. It makes no sense as to why I am in a box like this. It has only been 2 hours at most since I left the city. Maybe it was some kind of weird linked dungeon that brought me back to the town center. Or was I set up? Is this some kind of trap? I activate my plunderer skill and begin sucking the MP out of the floor beneath my feet while fully activating my all-seeing eye to look through the walls around me. The moment I do, I catch on to the faint sensation of magic items in my near vicinity. Not many and not strong ones, but there is definitely some mana-imbued gear lingering nearby. A few cloaks, swords, and item boxes are moving slowly in the open area all around me. I activate enemy detection too, and find that all of the people around are between levels 275 and 330. I mutter under my breath. Guards! This was a setup. All signs only point toward one person. I roll my eyes and reach into my item box to pull out my sword. Using the excess mana from the shielding I am standing on, I power up my own version of shielding using mana manipulation. I cover my entire blade in a thick pink layer of mana while coating my body in a thinner layer of it as well. This may be overkill. If my calculations are correct, none of the guards outside have a clue what mana control even is. But there is one that I'd like to teach a lesson. One of their levels matches Isak's exactly. After activating appraisal and doing a full sweep, his fire magic confirms his position as well. He is cowering behind them. I grit my teeth and swing the mana-shielded blade at the dense white walls. It slices through like butter, not even making a sound, leaving the full wall entirely intact. I hear the chatter of guards come through the white walls the instant the shielding is fractured. A raspy voice fills my ears. It is only us four. We're the only ones that know about this elite. The bounty on his head is all ours. We'll kill him the second we get a chance. He is a crafty one, too. He can change his face to look like anyone. So don't let that fool ya. Another guard responds, yeah, and he wields 2 elements, fire and earth. This box better hold him. Ready when you are to set off the trap. There is a pause. 3, 2, 1. Without wanting to know what exactly will happen at the end of this countdown, I kick the triangular sliced metal shielding in to open the hole, just large enough for me to hop through onto the rocky mountain path, overlooking the city. The 4 rougher-looking men in guards' uniforms stop counting down and stare at me wide-eyed with shields, swords, and daggers pointed straight ahead. One of them, in the back, speaks up. Hey, how'd he get out of there? Tet shielding is graded for up to level 400 monsters. I thought you said he was a level 351. The guard turns to a nearby rock pile, and I follow his gaze to see the back of Isak's head running away down the path without saying a word to reply. My eyes shift back to the 4 guards as they begin to run at me with their weapons, raised yelling death threats and bearing angry expressions. The world around me seems to slow down. I take a deep breath in, then let it out, watching the sand beneath the backs of Isak's feet fly up in the air and the shining silver weapons of the guards before me slowly close in on my location. I think to myself, it is a shame you ratted me out. Once a crook, always a crook, I guess. I haven't killed anyone in a while. Unfortunately, today I'll break my clean streak. I am not mad about it, just disappointed. Disappointed that even with common interests in mind, and what I thought was some mutual respect, it still wasn't enough to tame human greed, including my own. This will be quick. I lift my sword, still covered in a layer of pink mana, and run forward while charging its core with fire-imbued MP. In the blink of an eye, I slice through every last one of them. All 4 guards freeze in place, unable to comprehend what is happening. I run through them without batting an eye, slicing while keeping my eyes focused on the man that revealed my secrets to these 4 grunts. Isak calls out, begging for something, but I don't give him the time of day to say a single word. The backstabber is finished before he can even meet my gaze. I fly past him with a swift swing of my sword, then come to a halt using a hint of wind magic to stop my feet from sliding down the trail any further. My perception of reality speeds back up to normal. Then the 5 astonished men all burst into balls of hot black flames. In less than a second, upon leaving that mana-shielded box, every last one of them has been completely incinerated. One of the rare cool mountain breezes comes through, making the black flames waver on all of my targets for a moment. There is a slight whistle in the air. I am left in near silence. All that remains now are piles of sizzling ash and the inconsistent buzzing of a broken metal mana shielding contraption. I curse under my breath, realizing the seriousness of what I've just done. But don't regret it for a moment. They were going to kill me if I gave them the chance, and letting them run free would have endangered me even more in the future. That was the right thing to do. Well, that is all I can tell myself now. What is done is done. After looking over both my shoulders, confirming there are no other wandering eyes, I throw all of their low-level gear into my item storage. Using my earth summoning skill, their blackened remains are mixed into the sandy dirt below my feet. Then I stare at the massive metal contraption with a triangle-shaped hole in the side of it. Now, how did they even manage to get this thing up here? It is enormous. There is no way I am moving this thing in one piece. With a few swift swings of my mana-shielded sword, the metal box is sliced into 8 smaller pieces that conveniently fit in my item storage without a problem. Each fragment buzzes and vibrates, giving off absurd and uneven amounts of mana. They rattle and shake the ground if not handled with my telekinesis skill. Even while flowing in the air, they aren't very easy to hold. It won't be containing any monsters or people any time in the near future. But I am sure these parts will come in handy at some point in the future. I let out a long sigh, confirming that all of the evidence has been scrubbed. Looking down at the city below, my heart skips a beat as I remember my teammates clearing the break in the town center. I wonder if more guards have set up a similar trap while waiting for their return. Chapter 228. I stare down at the city below, wondering how my teammates are faring against a potential ambush. Remembering back to when we showed the guards in the middle of town our bounty to clear the break, Isaac slipped him a second piece of paper. I grit my teeth and curse under my breath again. How could I have been so careless? Well, trusting is a better word. How could I have been so trusting of a grunt that would turn his back on his own town's people for some gold? Of course, he'd turn his back on me once he got a better offer. I swallow hard, rolling my eyes, then tighten the grip on my blade for reassurance while staring down the mountain trail that leads back to the town. Think, it has been a little over 2 hours. Even if the 3 of them ran the whole, there's a low chance they've defeated the entire break already. I still have time to scope out the center of town and prepare for what happens next. Thinking back to what the guards that attacked me said, they were the only ones that knew of my whereabouts and hidden abilities, hidden in a much more private setting. They were going to cash out on my bounty alone. My teammates will reappear in a much more populated area. It'll be much harder to keep a secret, so I can only assume they have a lot more guards on the job. No one else has to die. If I can just get us out of the city quickly and quietly, that would be the best case scenario here. I am sure, given enough time, they'll figure out where their missing guards went. However, our immediate concern is to escape this city. All 4 of us have a bounty on our heads. I begin walking down the mountain at a quick pace while reactivating Conceal and throwing on a new generic villager disguise while covering my face with my long red robe just to make sure no one identifies me. It takes nearly half an hour to get down the mountain. The sun has risen higher in the sky, making its hot rays much stronger, pulling moisture from my skin with every step. The city is still invisible to me too. The odd magic barrier shields any visuals from making it through. Maybe that is it. I walk up to the invisible magical wall. Using my all-seeing eye, it appears as a rainbow pink tinted wavering wall of light-imbued magic. In the silence of the desert, I look over both my shoulders, but see no one to my left, right, or back. There isn't even anyone from the village past the wall looking at me. It is a more unpopulated portion of town with residential buildings facing away from the open desert. I slowly bring my finger forward and tap the wall of glimmering transparent magic 2 times. To my surprise, it sends rippling waves all throughout the barrier and actually stops my finger from pushing through it. Well, this is unexpected. I tap it again with my outstretched pointer finger, but the vibrations just show up in my mind's eye and flow throughout the entire town-sized curved dome. The waves look like the result of throwing a rock into a pond. So odd. There is a good chance that if I hit it hard enough, This barrier will most likely break. As I gauged it before, it is a high-grade D-class spell. I am sure it does well at keeping most intruders out. I am not exactly sure how it is maintained or operated, so I don't really want to break it beyond repair if the caster isn't in town to fix it. I activate my mana manipulation skill and coat my finger in a layer of pink shielding, then try my tapping again. To my amusement, my finger slips right through. Tiny fragments of clear shimmering energy fly off of the area my finger touches and dissolve into thin air. It looks like paper-thin glass being shattered. It only affects a small area that is touched with mana and disappears within seconds. The ripples don't carry throughout the entire barrier like before. With a smirk, I coat the rest of my body in mana and take a few steps forward to walk all the way through. More small rainbow, shimmering, transparent fragments burst from the spell as I slip through and dissolve into the air. I do a final scan once I get to the other side, making sure that I've left the wall completely unharmed and remained totally unscathed myself. Powering down my perception skill, the city is visible to me without any outside aid. I made it back inside. Immediately, I head toward the inn we stayed at last night while using my special grade conceal perk to shift my appearance around to something that'd help me out a bit more at a time like this. With long, black, slicked back hair, a beefier build, and a smug look on my face, I take on the appearance of the fire-wielding grunt that crossed me and head for the camel stand at the back of the town. Without even batting an eye, the kind old man taking care of the animals in the back gives me the reins for 2 of the 3 camels he was taking care of. I mention if we're not back by nightfall. The third one, Isak's old ride, is his to keep. A token of my gratification. It may be better off with this caretaker anyway. He looks at me with an astonished stare, but graciously accepts as I walk off with our 2 rides toward the town square. My heart beats faster and faster as I walk through the narrow alleyways holding the reins of both camels tight, leading them behind me. There is a cool shade near the walls of the buildings that line both sides of the street. Every step forward I take makes me more jittery about the sight I am about to see. Finally, making it to an opening that leads out into the bustling crowds of people, I tie the 2 camels up in the last bit of shade and slowly walk forward into the mass of people going about their everyday lives. The top of the massive metal box is visible, reflecting the midday sun right back at me, still in full disguise, looking exactly like the fire-using thug that tried to have our heads sold off to the highest bidder. I wade through dozens of people, making my way closer and closer to the metal box. The laughter and conversations all around me fade away. All I can hear is my own breathing and my slow footsteps on the hard ground. The mana-shielding contraptions gets closer while the crowd of villagers gets thinner. I activate my all-seeing eye and stay hidden by the horde of people all around me and begin to walk around the open courtyard in slow circles while examining the mana in my close vicinity. There are tons of mana crystals and mana-imbued items being traded all around. Some wear item boxes, while others are holding goods on their person. The 4 guards that stand around the large metal box are all stacked up with lower-level C-grade gear. There are another 8 guards stationed, all around the square, armed with similar gear. I continue to walk around in a slow circle, stopping at random shops and switching directions every once and a while with the crowd's natural flow for a full 10 minutes, keeping my head down and out of sight. Only using my perception skill, I completely blend in with every other merchant and villager that passes through. It has been just over 3 hours now, so my teammates still have plenty of time before our decided meeting time, but I would have guessed that they beat this break by now. My breathing slows, and my eyes grow sharp as I continue to watch the box from all angles and wait. Finally, I feel something. The strong magic within the portal ceases to spin, and I feel an intense wave of familiar earth and ice magic hit my mind's eye seeping through the heavily shielded metal box. One of the guards takes out a glowing silver contraption from his pocket and yells out with a fearful tone to the guard next to them. "They're here! Get into positions!" Just like before, moments prior to when I cut through the magic box up on the mountainside, I hear one of the nearby guards counting down. 3. The 4 guards scatter, running away from the box while yelling at villagers in the crowd to stay back. One of the other guards continues to yell. It is a break. Get back. Everybody get back. The containment is failing. My eyes dart back and forth while I watch everything go down in real time. The men are clearly lying. They're collapsing the box from the outside. At least they're getting the innocent citizens away. That is good. The surrounding 8 guards begin to walk closer from all sides. 2. The villagers and merchants all around me start to scream, and smaller children in the streets cry in fear. But I run forward, making my way straight at the metal box. I pass one of the guards on my way through, locking eyes with him for a moment to see that it is the same one that Iasak handed the small piece of paper off to this morning. I get a surprised look from him, but pay it no mind. I am still in full disguise. 1. I lunge forward, then the countdown hits its final number, 0. There is a loud bang, and everything glows bright white. Chapter 229. 3, 2, 1. I hear a nearby guard count these numbers down as I run toward the metal box in the middle of the square. All of the villagers and merchants run in the opposite direction, following the orders of the screaming guards that are lying to them all about a collapse in their containment tech. In reality, whatever is about to happen is all they're doing. It was triggered by that small silver contraption in the hands of one of the escaping guards. 0! The countdown hits 0. I am close to taking out my sword and slicing through the metal box myself, but I feel energy building up inside it. The district dense mana for Ares' bow, Maria's new royal blue ice, and I feel the ground begin to shake and ripple, sending waves of earth magic all throughout the courtyard. I grin and tuck my sword back into storage, realizing they have this all under control. There is an incredibly loud bang that is quickly overpowered by the humming and buzzing sounds of excess mana shielding flying out into the air. A bright white flash of white light engulfs the entire square. To anyone without extreme perception awareness like mine, it'd be impossible to tell what is going on. So, in other words, I am the only one that has a clue of what is going on for the next 1 to 2 seconds. Metal fragments from the contraptions begin to burst out in all directions, and my 3 team members jump out of the mana-spewing box with angry expressions on their faces. They've busted out at the last minute without my help. Ares' arrow blew a hole right through the shielding, and Maria's ice took advantage by freezing the whole box solid in fractions of a second. Abby finished the job by forcing the desert floor beneath the box to shoot spears of rock into the brittle outside layer, shattering it into thousands of pieces. This chain of events releases massive amounts of built-up energy into the atmosphere. I summon walls of rock to shield the innocent townspeople that may be caught in the blast radius. Massive 5-meter tall walls of stone make a 20-meter wide circle around the inner part of the town square. While doing so, I activate my telepathy skill and aim it directly at my teammates. It has been used on intelligent monsters before, but never on other humans. In theory, it should work just fine. Can you hear me? About a second passes. Shards of metal and broken mana shielding collide with my walls of stone, blocking them from hitting the villagers. But I conveniently let a few pass in the direction of the 12 guards, now all running away in fear of the blast. Maria's voice echoes in my mind. JJ? How? Then Abby cuts her off with a confused, echoing voice. Hello? Ari is the last to talk through my telepathic link as Abby's voice fades off. He is more calm and collected. What happened? I reply, while shooting a dark ball of fire in the air, heading off in the direction of the camels I parked in the shadows of the narrow alley. The black-crimson ball of flames shines through all of the dust and mana, imbued white and silver-colored debris. It was all a setup. Isak betrayed us. Follow the flames, we're getting out of here. Abby butts in with a sarcastic tone. Who would have thought? Isak betrayed us? I cut her off with a serious reply. Tease me later, for now. Our only goal is to leave this square. I activate stealth to zip through and hop over the crowd with ease as the dust begins to settle all around. The display of earth magic and metal fragments is revealed. The bow wielder, blonde, and green-haired mages follow close behind me. I deactivate my concealment and stealth skill and hop on one of the camels while unhooking them from where I previously tied them up. My other 3 teammates hop on, and we ride away through the empty alley way before the screaming crowd can escape the square. We leave the village center in shambles, With bloodied guards cursing the elites they let slip through their fingers and yelling out words about the association. We're leaving this town just like the other two hunters from a few days earlier. Although, the turned-up earth and a completely destroyed mana-shielding contraption, this is a surefire way to get our bounties raised. We probably left a bigger impression on this city than we should have. I can't help but to laugh at the chaos all around. A few small fires start in the confusion, but hunters and guards put them out before they spread too far. Clouds of smoke fill the air behind us. We twist and turn through the back roads until finally making it to the outer edge of town. Then we go straight through the shimmering invisible wall without hesitating for a moment. Camels are surprisingly fast when pushed to run. I thought they were just lazy, slow-moving creatures all this time. Learned something new. These animals are quick. The four of us, on 2 rides, make our way straight for the mountains in the direction I just came from. Abby is the first to yell out. Ho! Now that is how you leave in style. She turns to me and changes her tone. So, you finally got rid of that fire user, I take it? I nod, staring forward. Yeah, he is gone. A few guards were taken out in the crossfire too. Deserved. Just wish I got a skill or something out of it. I'll sift through the gear another time. Oh, what about you all? How'd the actual break go? Eri replies. It was a good boss fight. The 3 of us nearly had to go all out. Maria, want to show what we got? She nods and reaches into her item box behind me, pulling out a few random items. The only one that stands out is a long, curved white talon with a 70% mental strength buff. I look at it curiously for a moment, then feel a buzzing sensation come from Maria's lap, followed by a white glowing light. Her eyes open wide, and she reaches down to pick up the transmission tablet that came out of her item box and is now vibrating like crazy. With a tap of one of the crystals, we all hear a loud voice come out. It is the director. I've been trying to reach the lot of you for almost a full day now. What are you doing out there? Give me a full mission status report right now. Just hearing his voice makes me sick. I am not sure why. Maria chuckles and responds while my stomach drops to the floor. Oh, we just cleared the 4th break. Only 2 more to go. There is a pause on the other end of the transmission tablet, as Maria's cheerful voice echoes in my mind, and the clomping sounds of Camel's footsteps fill my ears while we begin to enter an alcove between 2 mountains. Instead of climbing up the path from earlier, we head off to the right side of the middle mountain. Red walls of rock line a narrow valley, like path cutting straight through the 2 mountains. A cool breeze even drifts through, whistling past the tall rock cliffs on both sides as we continue forward. Finally, the director's voice returns as we all wait in anticipation. Good. So you didn't run into any trouble. This has gone much more smoothly than I expected. So you'll be staying the night in Dry Rock before heading off to Solara, I'd assume. Maria giggles again. Well, actually, Eri reaches over to grab the tablet. We'll be heading off to Solara soon. Yes. Why? There was no mention of giving mission updates until we finished the job. What has come up? Cut to the chase here. Why are you calling? There is another long pause. Maria is a bit annoyed that she didn't get to finish her sentence, but stares at the glowing tablet waiting for a response just like the rest of us, not saying a word. The director replies, You have less than 2 days to clear the final break in Solara. If by any chance you fail, there will be a major catastrophe. Chapter 230. You have less than 2 days to clear the final break in Solara. If by any chance you fail, there will be a major catastrophe. The sick feeling in my stomach slowly fades as the conversation carries out, turning into pure anger rather than dread. I stare at the glowing transmission tablet in Eri's hand and clench my jaw tight. I want to give the director a piece of my mind, but there is no use. It'd only be detrimental to this mission, and there is no clear reason for why I am really that mad at him. It would be pointless to antagonize that man right now. I want to face the stronger dungeons to come, and he wants us to clear them. Even if we want the same job done for different reasons, there is no use in sabotaging him or myself. Ari replies as I take a deep breath and stare forward, still not saying a word. You are going to need to give us a few more details than that. At the rate we're traveling, 2 days should be just enough time to take it to the big city. Even without calling, we would have made it in time. So don't worry, Director. We'll be well on our way soon. There is a pause. The four of us travel further into the shade-filled valley between two mountains. The sudden lack of direct sunlight cools my skin, making it a bit easier for me to think straight. The director's voice rings out from the tablet again. Instead of his slow and stone-cold usual self, he speaks fast with a hint of emotion in every word. My apologies for being rash. There was just a minor delay. The scouting party we sent out 3 days before you gave us details of the final break. It seems to be a multi-level dungeon break. A labyrinth with over 20 floors, actually. There hasn't been a break like this in Section 4 in years, and one to this magnitude would be devastating. There will be C and possibly B-class monsters scattered across the continent. Worst case scenario, we'd have to create another abyss to contain them. There is another click, and the transmitter goes silent. Abby, Maria, and I are all left confused by his final line. Another abyss. Even with that, I can't help but think about what the director said beforehand. A multi-level dungeon break. Aries' eyes go wide, then tighten immediately on the small silver box in his hand. He stays silent. I finally speak up. A labyrinth break. I didn't know that was even possible. How do we go about clearing one of those? We all sit in silence waiting for a response as the camels continue to make their way forward at a much slower pace through the sandy valley. Any traces of the city we just left are completely out of sight, and from what I can tell, no one is following us. A light chuckle comes through the glowing tablet before hearing a response. Good to hear you are going all right, Jay. I assume you are looking forward to a good fight in the capital? I wish I could say I planned this, but that isn't the case. You may meet your training partner while you are there. Fisher is the one who called and asked for backup after all. There is another pause, and I begin to think about all the details in the news he just dumped on us. Fisher called for backup, meaning he wasn't able to beat the labyrinth's final floor. Then again, once you enter boss rooms, there is no way out unless you die or defeat the opponent. So the fact that Fisher called for help probably means he didn't even try to face the boss himself yet. Now that it has been mentioned, a labyrinth being in Solara does make total sense. This must be where that body double demon is residing. One thing doesn't make sense, though. I grit my teeth and speak up again. Then why'd you send us? Our party is much weaker than that seasoned elite. If he can't beat it, then why would you put your faith in us? This makes no sense. Ari butts in and speaks before there is any response. Hey, understood, Director. It doesn't matter. If it is vital to collapse this break before it decimates Solara, we'll do everything in our power to stop it. Abby sighs and Maria nods happily. I was going to agree anyways, and it seems like Ari knows something I don't. So I just shrug. Brutus's voice rings out again, this time in an even softer tone. We've sent a team of B-class elites your way from Section 3. They're finishing up a series of their own urgent breaks in the meantime. We didn't intend for you all to be facing a labyrinth mission at the start of this outing. This is just the way things turned out. As stated before, doubled credit rewards will be provided, and you may keep all drops from the labyrinth. No questions asked. I think to myself for a moment. It does all seem very out of the blue, and he wouldn't ask for us to try this near-impossible task unless very desperate. Usually, interactions with this man end in me being forced to do something I don't want to, or him trying to pry some info out of me that I don't want to tell. Neither of these are happening right now. Something else may be amiss, but it doesn't concern me much. This seems like a great place to end the conversation. I speak up in a positive tone. Great. The pay rise and item drops are perfect. We're on it. That fifth break will be taken out on our way, and the four of us will face the labyrinth break as soon as we get to Solara. After a final pause, he responds, Very good. I'll let them know you are on your way. Remember, 2 days remain. If it is not cleared, millions may die. Best of luck. Click. The tablet stops glowing, and there is no way to respond back. Our transmission has ended. He left us on an unnecessarily ominous line there. Abby pulls out the map from her item box and speaks up. Well, this doesn't change any of our plans. I'd assume we're not exactly welcome back into Dry Rock anytime soon, and I don't want to go back to check. The only towns nearby are way out of the way. It'd only make our journey to Solara even longer. Maria responds. Agreed. We were headed this way anyways. Now we just get an extra reward, Eri replies while turning backward to look at the map. Yeah, but now we have a reason to step on it. He wouldn't have called if it wasn't serious. Looks like the fifth break is in this mountain range anyways. There is no point in taking any other path. We may have to camp out overnight in the desert. I nod, remembering the map earlier this week, but not being able to picture this mountain range. I wasn't sure if all of those tiny, poorly drawn triangles were an exaggeration for this mountain range or not. As we begin to walk out from the small valley area and re-enter the rays of the scorching hot sun, I see the vast mountain range before us that stretches off as far as the eye can see. There have to be hundreds of them, for as far as the eye can see stretching out into the deep blue sky in front of us, sandy paths twist and turn throughout the Rocky Mountains, guiding us onward. Eri speaks again. If we travel nonstop, we may be able to find this fifth break by nightfall. I've heard of a powerful dungeon out in this mountain range, but never had the chance to face it myself. They're rumored to be blue ogres. Chapter 231. They're rumored to be blue ogres. Eri turns to me. Maybe they'll put up a good fight for ya. Huh? I nod slowly while thinking about what these new monsters could really be like. The director didn't feel it necessary to mention them, confident that we'd clear it without a problem on our way to Solara, so I'll just have to wait and see. Before I can even look up to respond, Eri continues. Oh right, how was the dungeon breakout here in the mountains? Seems like you cleared it pretty quickly. I never asked you how it went. Catching me a bit off guard with this question, I look up to the sky before answering. The Dunagon break I cleared was so quick because, well, I stopped myself from continuing for a moment. There is no reason to lie to my team here, but it may be for their own good. I've faced a floor boss on the 20th floor of a perfectly stable labyrinth and had to use every dirty trick in my book to beat it. I believe in my team, but there are some things I just know are impossible right now. It is best that they don't get involved with my future dealings involving that archdemon. I gulp. It was nothing, really. I didn't even get any drops. The strongest monster in there was about as powerful as the salamander boss we faced yesterday. Someone must have marked that thing wrong, I am. Not sure what all the fuss was about. There is a pause from my teammates for a moment. Abby finally cuts through the silence. Well, I don't care if you don't want to spill the details. As long as the break is cleared, that is all that really matters. We'll just have to keep moving forward. I give her a firm nod, then turn away and grip the reins of my camel tighter. She lets out a sigh, poking Eri in the back. Blue Orges. I read about a potential monster type like this in the Association Advanced Quest text a few months back. They were described to use strong energy shielding and possess strength and defense buffs. Maria responds, So what? They're just super strong ogres. What is the big deal about these things? Abby shrugs, then smirks. I believe on occasion they drop very rare crafting items. There aren't any of these dungeons in the Vice region. The only mention of it I've seen in the files has been extraction missions to this exact mountain range every time there is a surge. I turn my head back to her, now interested. Really? Just here? And what kind of crafting items? Like element stones? Or, Abby clicks her tongue. Ah, it was a while ago when I read all of these details. Plus, they send extraction teams out to a lot of dungeons. It may not be that special. I don't believe they wield any elemental magic. We'll just have to fight them and see what they actually drop. This is the extent of my knowledge. On that note, we continue to venture off into the desert, switching the topic of conversation to what is for dinner instead of the life-threatening battles ahead. The further we travel forward, the more spread out the mountains all begin to be. The tight, rocky mountain range is now a wide open desert plain with mountains becoming much further apart in valleys that dip much deeper than before. The earthy sand beneath our feet gets denser with stones and green shrubbery. The occasional small desert tree pops up, and the hint of water nearby seems more and more real. Although we're stocked up on more than enough water for our travels, it's always nice to have a more lively ecosystem around. We head further north for over 6 hours at a very steady pace. Intermittently, I activate my enemy detection and inspect skills to see if anyone is tracking us from the town we left in shambles. After a few hours, a few parties of level 250 to 300 hunters are sent out, but they don't make it very far into the mountains before turning back. It seems they're just making sure we're gone rather than trying to catch us. I am sure they know what happened with the missing 4 guards up on the hill by now. The one guard in the village that saw my face while disgusted as Ayasak may have even conjured up some wacky story by now, too. If anything, it may seem like they were double-crossed. Whatever works. I am just glad we've left. Out of habit, I continue to check our surroundings in a few kilometer radius every 20 minutes or so, just in case any stragglers or oddities pop up. As the sun begins to set, an oddly high level pops up about 3 kilometers ahead of us on the mountain trail. I use appraisal and inspect. Underscore, 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 LV 440, active items, Blue Ogre's armor set, 1400 defense, Blue Ogre's club, 1250 strength active skills, body hardening extreme strength, underscore, 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 unders. Core underscore 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 underscore. The orange rays of sunlight are beginning to disappear over the horizon behind the rising and falling mountains off in the distance. No one has said a word for at least an hour now. We've all gotten used to the footsteps of our rides and are just now enjoying the cool air that has started to fill the valley. But there is a boss-level monster up ahead. Our moment of peace needs to be interrupted. I let out a sigh and speak up in a low tone. Sorry to ruin the mood, but we have company up ahead. Everyone begins to perk up, and I turn to Airy. You were right. Looks like we made it to the Blue Ogre dungeon by nightfall. The archer sits up straight, taking his bow out of the item box around his waist, and looks forward with a focused stare, moving his eyes left and right before responding. How far out? I can't see a thing. I point straight ahead. At this rate, 20 to 30 minutes until we face the first one. It is level 440. An ogre outside the dungeon is higher than some of the bosses we've faced so far this trip. My blank stare forward twists into the sliver of an excited grin. Their mana output is off the charts. Maria chimes in. Oh yeah, just 20 minutes? Is it really that strong? What does it look like? I chuckle. I don't know everything. We'll just have to go face it and find out. I don't sense any others in the area, or even a portal nearby, so this may just be a lone stray. It is a good start, though. Abby takes out her map and looks it up and down in the remaining sunlight. Yep, checks out. Considering our pace, we should be nearby the portal within an hour or so. We continue forward, now more on guard. Everything around us is silent. As we get closer, I continue steering us in the right direction. The mana this beast we're approaching only gets stronger in my mind's eye with every minute that passes. It feels dense and cool. Certain high-level creatures give off emotions with their mana auras. This one seems to be in a very calm state. We twist and turn through open plains and narrow valleys until we're less than 500 meters away. Still, there is no sound. All of my skills show that it is just standing in one place. The monster isn't moving at all. Before we know it, the final turn is made, and we see it right in front of our eyes. A 5-meter-tall beast with pale blue skin. Its overgrown teeth stick out of its mouth like white tusks, leaning against its massive wooden mana-imbued club. The monster stands facing a massive red rock wall, swinging its body back and forth, slowly biding its time. The curved rock wall stretches out to make a circular flat area about 100 meters wide. There are small piles of rock scattered about, and partial areas of rock wall that dip lower than others, letting in more of the final rays of the sun. There is a slight shimmer of silver armor on the beast's arms and legs, reflecting light from its armor. This gives my teammates a clear visual of the ogre, activating my all-seeing eye from a distance. Its power is incredible. There is mana shielding activated around its whole body already. Thin, dense, and bright white, a strong shield of energy swirls around every millimeter of this beast. There isn't a single weak point. I am certain it hasn't sensed our presence, but for some reason, it is already prepared for battle. I speak up in a hushed tone while putting a hand in the air to stop my teammates from saying a word or moving forward. It hasn't noticed us yet. Let's take it out before it does. We tie up the camels on a small nearby tree with thick, twisting branches. The sun is almost completely set now. It is cool and dark in the desert, but a tiny golden-orange hint of sun lights up our battlefield, threatening to flicker out any minute now. The four of us split up, planning to surround the monster. Maria takes the right side while both Abby and Ari take the left. I take out my sword, activate stealth, and run straight ahead. Chapter 232. Activating stealth and gripping my sword, I run straight toward the light blue monster that is less than 200 meters away now. My teammates have spread out on both sides of the circular sandy battlefield. High red stone walls surround the makeshift desert arena. Fragments of golden sunlight glimmer off my fellow hunters' weapons as they charge forward. I watch the swaying monster before glowing blue and white with an ominous, slightly confusing aura. It stares straight ahead at the red rocky wall with its back facing me. Each step closer I take, the cool and collected mana radiating off the beast invades my perception skill. At under 100 meters away, I can finally hear the ground shift under its feet as it moves back and forth. Still, the monster hasn't noticed us at all. Its shielding feels much different than anything I've faced before. Not strength-wise, though. That is not what perplexes me. Usually, the shielding around monsters is thin and solid, like a skin-tight bodysuit, fractions of a millimeter above their body's surface. This monster's aura twists and swirls around, protruding multiple centimeters outwards on some portions of its body. Even so, there isn't a single area that I can detect a weakness. The swirling energy makes for a much greater volume of shielding, but the amount of MP stored in it is incredibly high. Astronomically high, actually. To put a rough estimate on it, over 50k MP is somehow swirling around this beast's body. This makes the density on par with the thinner shielding of other monsters I've faced at its equivalent level. It is odd, but this is not the most important detail for me. I am almost positive I can take its head off in a single blow. I am more curious about how my teammates would fare against it. This will be a solid test monster. What the trials ahead. I'll let each of them land a hit before I go in for the kill. I watch the three of them veer in from my left and right side, beginning to glow with their respective skills. We're less than 30 meters away now, and the monster hasn't changed its movement patterns at all. It really hasn't noticed us. Aries' bow glows bright white while Maria and Abby glow blue and green with their weapons at the ready. The archer is the first to release his shot. A thin white spirit arrow glides towards the backside of the light blue ogre's head, timing the trajectory of the slowly swaying movements. It actually didn't notice. The arrow pierces the outer layer of swirling mana, shielding with ease. Then everything changes. On impact, the shielding beings to waver and ripple. I even see the white and blue edgy react with the sensation of a miniature splash. It pushes out a shockwave of light blue mana, followed by an impressive explosion of light. For the fraction of a second that we're blinded, I feel the odd wave of energy pass through me. Then hear a ferocious roar. It doesn't hurt, but it is a very familiar sensation, one that I haven't felt in quite a while. It feels like my all-see-eye. The wave of dense mana expands outwards in a dome shape, surrounding the entire arena for 50 meters in all directions with a light blue tint. This monster is using some kind of mana pulsing ability. For a makeshift perception skill, I grin through a clenched jaw and keep running forward. Now charging my sword up and watching Maria and Abby both release their attacks. 2 green crescents of energy come out of Abby's daggers, while a royal blue shimmering light comes from Maria's sword. The Orge is mid-turn as it is hit at point-blank range with these 3 attacks. There is another loud bang and flash of white, blue, and green light as another dome-like shockwave is forced through all of us. I run forward to make my move. The shelling around the monster is still vibrating and rippling from its last barrage. It seems all 3 of my teammates' attacks made it through, but this monster recovers its footing quickly, I see a chunk of flesh missing in the back of its head from Ares' arrow and multiple gash wounds in its torso from the mages. Not bad, but not good enough. It would take another 5 or so attacks from each of them to take this monster out. Those were cheap shots too, totally unguarded. The monster is in full battle mode now, but its level of shielding hasn't changed at all. It seems it's always on full blast. The blue ogre begins to raise its heavy club as I run forward, still using my stealth ability. I watch its eyes dart back and forth quickly, then lock onto my exact location. The massive monster lifts its club to block even before I release my attack. I charge up 1500 MP and let a dense wave of fire fly straight for its neck. Even with this odd perception ability, it is a bit too slow. The black crescent of mana glides just half a meter over the rising club and approaches its unguarded neck. On impact with its shielding, instead of gliding straight through, it ripples like water, sending out another shockwave. I hear a sharp and concise buzz as the blade moves all the way through its body. As it comes out the other side, I hear a familiar ringing in my inner ear. Level up, instant kill. Just like that. It is dead. All 4 of us land to the ground, and the dust settles. We're left in the silence of night, and the sun finally falls below the horizon, like it was waiting for us to finish. That wasn't a hard fight, but there are a lot of unanswered questions I'd like to figure out once we enter the real break. What is with that thick shielding and the shockwaves? Maybe I'll have an easier time examining it once I face more. This was just the first one outside the dungeon. It is better to kill the first few quickly to make sure they don't have any more hidden moves or special lethal abilities. In mid-thought, the corpse of the massive blue ogre falls backward with a thud and its head rolls to my feet. Maria is the first to shout out, staring to me. I didn't know that thing was so strong. Let me face one alone next round. Will ya? I place my sword into my storage and cross my arms. As a team, there'll be no problem. Solo, they will be tougher, but worth it for the levels and data we can collect. I am really curious about these beasts. To be honest, I'd like to see each of you fight one. Eri nods and butts in. Yeah, that monster took a direct hit the other back of the head from me and survived. I'd like to watch them in action to find a weak spot too. Abby powers down her skills. Yeah, but we should face them in the dungeon. The more of these we can actually get item drops from, the better. Those rare crafting items I read about. The association paid multiple gold for every one of them. They must be really valuable. I'd like to see what exactly they are. I nod. Me too. So, let's conserve our energy for the real fights in the break. We'll avoid any that are lurking in the mountains. There aren't any villages out here to protect, so it doesn't really matter if they roam free. All of them will dissolve once we take out the boss. There is a unanimous agreement, and we leave the dead ogre corpse to rot out in the desert. It'll also dissolve instantly once the break is taken care of, so there is no point in lugging it around if we don't have to. The 4 of us get back on our camels and continue into the night. I keep a small flame ignited to light up the night as we move forward, and Eri points a half-charged arrow to light up the path before him as well. The stars are beginning to shine from the black sky, and the moon lets off a low white glow. But extra light is more comfortable for our travels right now. I expand my all-seeing eye out to a much greater range to find exactly what we're looking for. The further into this portion of mountains we travel, the more common these blue ogres become. They are rather spread out, though. Over the next few kilometers, only half a dozen of them show up. Each one of them is level 435 to 445. So, either these are all mutants, or this break is much higher level than any of us first expected it to be. Every mob we pass is calmly minding their own business in the cool night, swaying back and forth while emanating an odd blue glow. About 45 more minutes of quick-paced riding passes, and we successfully weave our way through a portion of mountains to avoid every monster. Using my perception and enemy detection skills, I locate the final mountain we've been looking for. Pointing forward with a flaming hand, I speak up. The dungeon is less than a kilometer ahead now. It is just up this last mountain path. We have a clear shot. There is no monsters in sight. It may sound too good to be true, but we've made it to the break. Chapter 233. We venture up the nearest mountain, following the large mana reading focused on a single area I am picking up on my perception skill. All of the enemy blue ogres that we pass don't seem to care much for us at all. They don't turn our way when we get nearby and hardly make a sound. My first guess is it is night. Possibly, they're sensitive to the changes in light, so they become inactive when it is dark out. Then again, there is no difference between night and day in a dungeon, so this theory doesn't add up. It must have something to do with its peculiar shielding. But we'll have to enter the break and see for ourselves. After a final 20-minute trek up this rocky mountainside, with the dim light of black flames and a white arrow to guide our way, we finally make it. Up on a flat, sandy rock ledge, a violently spinning crimson-red portal spews mana out in all directions. The low-pitched hum can be heard from about 100 meters away, and the vibrations it is sending through the air can be felt from almost 3 times that distance. It is similar to the salamander break that Maria and I faced in the cave system. The break is spitting out dungeon mass from within it. Light blue energy flickers out and dissolves into the open air escaping the blood-red portal. We tie our camels to a nearby tree, and I leave food by their feet in case we're gone for too long. The 4 of us walk toward the portal and draw our weapons. I take off the red cloak and switch it with my armor set from my item storage. I am not sure what we'll face in this break. I am sure I can handle it, but there is no reason to take any unnecessary chances. Moments later, after a short walk, we all jump through. After being teleported into this new break, the bright white light of transfer magic fades. When I open my eyes, everything is tinted light blue. There are small shrubs and light green trees on the rising and falling high rocky walls, and curving natural pathways, mountains, and valleys are all made of incredibly light-colored stone. The trickling sound of water fills my ears, and I see a gentle waterfall on my left side. The rock color underneath the crystal clear water is so light, it may even be white. I can't tell for sure with this odd blue tint skewing my vision. There is a deep canyon off to my right side and tall mountains straight ahead. They're all made of the same white rock, like all the pigment has been sucked out of it. The humming noise from the portal we jumped through hasn't gone away. It feels like everything in this dungeon is slightly vibrating. The mana density in the air is astronomically high. But it doesn't seem threatening at all. I am getting the same cool and calm feeling from the surrounding mana particle in the air as I do when passing the ogres outside. We all stare at our surrounding for a few seconds. Then, we're interrupted by a loud roar and stomping sounds approaching from a nearby downward-facing slope on our right side. I activate enemy detection and inspect to pick up a level 441 and level 440 enemy coming towards us less than 300 meters away. Eri turns to me. Looks like they're a little more lively in here. I point my sword down into a canyon of white stone, then see the outlines of 2 blue ogres coming straight at us. Yeah, that was fast. 2 of them, about the same level as the one we faced outside. Who wants to fight them first? Abby and Maria both light up with magic, but the green-haired earth wielder speaks up. We'll handle these 2. Only step in if absolutely necessary. Our fight will be a good gauge for their actual power. I nod. I was thinking the same thing. Maria and Abby run forward, down the wide sloping canyon towards the 25-meter-tall monsters approaching. Eri and I follow close behind. I active my all-seeing eye and curiously watch the battle commence. Both of the blue ogres carry large wooden clubs covered in mana shielding, just like the previous one did. They're identical in appearance, but their shielding is much different. Instead of being completely contained to a few centimeter barrier, like the monster outside, the white and blue energy that surrounds these ogres extends outwards a few meters. My eyes dart back and forth at both of the creatures as they come closer and closer, trying to figure out what exactly is so unique about them. The mages let off 3 high-powered attacks. 2 green blades from Abby's daggers head toward the ogre to my left, while one ice-imbued crescent heads straight at the ogre to my right. The blue-tinted light around us wavers slightly as the mana attacks slice through it. I whisper under my breath, watching the air react with their attacks. It really slices through it. I tighten my gaze, watching the energy slashes collide with the outer layer of shielding on their intended targets, only to be struck with an even more confusing sight. The monsters don't even try to block the incoming strikes with their clubs, they just let them hit, point blank in the chest. Instead of sending out a pulsing shockwave like expected, the shielding around these monsters compresses towards the ogres' bodies as the attacks get closer. They're compressing inwards at the same rate as the incoming mana blades. I can't believe my eyes at first. It seems like an incredibly intricate technique. The humming twang of mana fills the air and a bright white light flashes. To my teammates, it is unknown what really happened, but I saw the whole thing and mutter to myself with a smirk, I need to learn how to do that. My eyes stay locked on the beautiful sight in front of me. The closer the slashes got to their flesh, the denser these creatures made their mana shielding, using the minimum amount of energy necessary to whittle down the incoming blows to the maximum amount they could. Some of the attacks still made its way through, but hardly enough to amount to any real damage. The mana residue and white light of a reaction clear to reveal barely noticeable slashes across each of the Orge's torsos. At this rate, it'd take 40 slashes to do any fatal damage. The ogres don't slow down for a moment, swinging their clubs at Abby and Maria as they jump out of the way wide-eyed, but already charging up more attacks. Maria calls out to Abby, "We'll go full power again, as many times as it takes." Ari and I jump backward and let the two of them handle it. Their attacks don't do much damage, but it is as clear as day the two mages have nearly double the speed and agility of these meatheads. Another flash of light blinds us, and I hear the grunts of now partially annoyed ogres sporting a new scar across their chests. Maria and Abby both drink an MP potion and weave around the attacking beasts to release another attack. I track all of their movements from a distance with Ari by my side. Every time attacks are thrown at these monsters, they prepare their shielding as the attacks come at them from multiple meters out. It is like the blue-tinted energy all around us is part of their mana supplies. It is much denser around them, but the air is definitely directly connected to their shielding. How? I don't see any hidden abilities or special skills on their appraised status, so it must be some kind of mana control technique that I am not aware of just yet. Both Abby and Maria are letting out very powerful attacks, using MP potions every 2 or so strikes. It is no wonder these monsters were rumored to be so powerful. Ari was right. The girls keep weaving in and out of the monsters, releasing attacks, and the ogres get increasingly agitated. Blood begins to drip from their wounds, and their movements get slower and slower, making it easier for vital point hits. The battle is over in less than 3 minutes. It takes 9 MP potions each. So I am not sure how profitable money-wise this hunting session will be. But the level-ups will be very good. At this rate, all of us will reach level 440 before we clear the dungeon. It may take a lot of wasted MP potions to do so, but it will be worth it. As I am thinking this, Abby and Maria both send out a final blow on the mutilated creatures. The ogres both fall to the ground with loud thuds, and I hear Maria shout out, "I gained 2 levels? All right." Abby spins her daggers around, then checks her status, nodding. "Me too, not bad." She puts both daggers into her item box, then starts glowing bright green and places both of her open palms on her upper chest. Abby closes her eyes, then glows bright white and green, exerting hundreds of MP in an instant. This looks like her restore skill. I don't remember her ever getting hit during this battle, so I am unsure why she is healing. I turn to Ari, then back to the girls, and shrug. We walk over as the corpses begin to dissolve. The moment we make it to the group, I hear the sound of something very light hitting the stone. 2 small white gems giving off blue energy fall onto the ground at Maria and Abby's feet. Those aren't mana crystals. Chapter 234. 2 gems, no more than 3 centimeters wide, fall to the floor where the massive blue ogres were defeated. They're both pale white, semi-transparent, with a glossy finish, and radiate with light blue energy, just like the mana shielding from the monsters that were just killed. Instantly, I activate appraisal to see what these odd-looking gems are. I've never seen anything like this. Underscore, 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 under, hey, den dauk. Score, underscore, 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 blue ogre's essence. Shard, blue ogre's essence. Shard, underscore, 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 under. Score, underscore, 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 underscore. I look closer and activate my all-seeing eye. The eye icon shows up next to each shard on their appraisal text. I open the new information tab as all my teammates stand around the two crystals, not daring to touch them just yet. Underscore, 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 underscore blue ogre's essence. Shard info. A shard of the blue ogre's essence. Excess mana from a blue ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form. Class, CE type. Consumable durability MP output, 50.2k, 50.2k, underscore, 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 score, underscore, 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 underscore blue ogre's essence. Shard info. A shard of the blue ogre's essence. Excess mana from a blue ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form. Class CI type. Consumable durability imp output 49.7. K-tide 49.7k. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore my eyes dart over the text that hovers above the two small white crystals. Then I read every line out for my teammates to hear as well. Abby gulps, then picks one of the shards up in the air, keeping the glossy white gem at eye level. So, they're mana-based consumables, basically overpowered and uncontrollable MP potions. So, 50k MP means they're 20 times stronger than a C-class mana potion. She smirks, then turns to Maria. The blonde-haired hunter lifts the other white gem and stares down at it in her open palm. I speak up, so we can potentially use them for mana control training. Ari comes over with his arms crossed. That is exactly what I was thinking. If it takes Abby and Maria under 10 potions each to farm these gems, that is a 2 times MP profit multiplier. It'll most likely take me less, and Jay near 0, I'd assume. If we stock up, we could have enough for months' worth of training after this mission. Maria's eyes widen as she continues to look down at the white gem. But 50,000 MP, won't that be painful? Or dangerous? The recovery time for using that much mana so quickly would take days. No, maybe weeks. I nod slowly, but don't say a word yet. Maria is right. These shards must work similarly to the strengthening fragments I've harvested from Titans. Although, by the sound of it, these shards are much less intense. A strengthening fragment allows the user to release as much MP as possible from an endless void of energy. In my experience, the more it is used, the more it releases until an unknown timer finishes. Without an incredibly high mana tolerance, strengthening fragments can easily be fatal for the wrong user. I have a feeling these shards work in a similar fashion, but cap out at around 50k MP before I get a chance to voice my point. Abby does in my place, making eye contact with each of us, then looking back down at the shard. I'll try one. Ari and Maria look at her with surprised expressions. I keep a blank face while trying to figure out why she'd say such a thing. Abby continues to talk while rubbing the small white gem between her thumb and index finger. 50,000 MP will be a lot, but I can handle it. I have my restore skill if anything goes wrong. Maria replies, "Are you sure that is a good idea? We should focus on collecting more shards before we do any tests, and more importantly, clear this break while we're all at full strength. You could put yourself out of commission for a long time by exerting mana like that. Didn't your elite guide teach you about these things last week?" Abby nods slowly. Yeah, I learned a lot. especially about my newly upgraded legendary restore skill. None of us answer as the green-haired woman looks down at the small white crystal in her palm with a grin. The light trickle of water fills my ears from the small streams behind us, and the low buzzing sensation of the blue-tinted mana all around us still flows through me. Other than that, all I am focused on is my heart beating slowly, while watching Abby raise the small white gem to her eye level. She speaks up again. On average, I am able to comfortably consume about 100k worth of MP per Dalton Y in training. I can push myself to use closer to 200k, but the fatigue that follows after passing the 100k mark is very detrimental to the days that follow. Maria turns to her. Hey, but we used up over 15k in that ogre battle alone, and probably close to 50k each in the Griffin dungeon earlier today. If you use that now, you'll already be nearing your upper limit. Will you be able to keep fighting today? Or tomorrow? Are you thinking straight? She nods. I'll be fine. Trust me. If this works, we're all getting a lot more powerful than we could have ever imagined. Then right in front of all of us, without a hint of hesitation, the green-haired healer throws the small white gem into her mouth and shallows it whole. I immediately reactivate my all-seeing eye. Abby isn't stupid. She definitely has some kind of plan here. But I am not sure what it is. Maria, Ari, and I all quickly jump back as the gem disappears from sight. Almost immediately, my perception skill begins to pick up increased mana output. In the center of Abby's chest, a bright white glow starts to leak out excess MP, just like a strengthening fragment would. It is happening much slower, and the mana looks pure white instead of the black swirling abyss of unstable energy I am used to seeing with consumables. Over the next 10 seconds, the white glow in her chest grows to take over her whole midsection and starts creeping down her arms. Abby is just standing upright with her eyes closed, breathing heavily, and holding a very stable stance. More and more mana is radiating outwards. After 10 more seconds pass, the outline of her full body is completely white. It is blinding to the naked eye. Instead of staying completely contained, mana particles start leaving in the same slow and controlled fashion. The white energy around the healer begins to fade and is completely gone after another 10 seconds pass. Just half a minute, and it is already over. She didn't even let out a single attack. The mana just flowed right through her body. Abby falls to her knees, sweating and breathing heavier than I've ever seen her before. Her skin looks pale, and her MP remaining is nearly non-existent to my perception skill. Maria runs over with a wavering tone in her voice. Abby, why? Why do you do this? The green-haired hunter reaches into her item box with a shaky hand to pull out an MP potion, while slowly standing to her feet. Before Maria can reach her, she is already drinking the potion and using her restore skill just like after the battle against the ogres. Green and white lights flash, outlining her body with mana for a split second once again. Once the energy fades, she looks as good as new, still covered in sweat, but her breathing is normal and her skin is back to its tan-healthy coloring. I blink a few times, then realize what she just did. My eyes go wide as Abby speaks. My restore skill is able to erase the effects of mana fatigue. As long as we have MP to continue training, I believe I can heal us indefinitely. Maria stops in place just a few meters in front of Abby. That is great, but you could have told us that first. Ari lets out a laugh. I was wondering what kind of upgrade that skill got. Legendary upgrades are no joke. I would know. Maria pouts as I walk over, mumbling something under her breath. I wish I had a legendary skill, Ari continues. It looks like we have another secret to keep between the four of us. I make it over to the group after this line, and we all nod in unison. I reply. This also means we have a lot more farming to do before we clear this break. We've stumbled into a gold mine, and we're not going to waste this opportunity for a minute. Chapter 235. We've stumbled into a gold mine, and we're not going to waste this opportunity for a minute. We really have. After witnessing Abby restore her exhaustion in a matter of seconds with her new legendary skill, I can't help but feel obligated to continue training as soon as possible. This whole mission to the Dark Continent has been interesting so far, but I haven't made any real progress. This ability to restore mana fatigue indefinitely sounds like a dream come true. My past training in the Titan's domain was very useful, but takes a toll on my sanity and wears my body out a lot. If I can do the same action quickly and efficiently outside the dungeon, this could lead to a very intense power-up in the near future. Not just for me. This is an opportunity for my entire team to get much stronger. It is not definite just yet. We'll need to do more testing to confirm its limits. Either way, there is potential for all of us to become multiple times stronger than we already are in just a matter of hours. Maria looks down at the glowing white shard in her hand as light blue energy seeps from it, then lifts her gaze to meet Abby's. I'll try it too. I can handle 50 kmp. I'll just need a full restore immediately afterward. Abby nods and grins. Let's do this. I turn to Aerie, and we both shrug while jumping backward again, letting her give it a shot. Maria nervously tosses the white gem into her mouth and swallows it whole in a quick and concise movement. Then, widens her stance and braces for the reaction to take place. The four of us are silent for a full 2 seconds, staring at the blonde-haired mage with her eyes shut. Finally, the bright white light from the shard appears in her chest, just like before. Just under 30 seconds go by as the light expands to cover her entire body. Then, the bright white mana disperses out into the open dungeon air. Maria falls to the ground covered in sweat, with pale skin, and breathing heavily just like Abby did before. She has a thin smile across her face as she catches herself from hitting the ground with an open palm. The green-haired healer runs over, placing both hands on Maria's back and activating her restore skill. Another flash of green and white light appears, fading quickly to reveal both of the girls standing upright and giggling to each other less than a second later. Maria is completely healed. After a sigh of relief, I whisper under my breath. Incredible. Abby stretches her arms and speaks directly to Maria. So how do you feel? Maria looks down at her hands then, back up at all of us before replying. It is like I've slept a full night after a good day of training. I am fully healed, and if anything feel even stronger? I nod slowly, confirming to myself that the mana output of the shards does, in fact, move through the user's body, adding to their overall mana control capabilities. Aerie speaks up. All right, so what are we waiting for? We need to go farm as many of these beasts as possible. At this rate, we could get a year's worth of mana control training done in just a few hours. I nod in agreement. If we split up and head in opposite directions, we can cover more ground. Eventually, I'll be able to teleport us to each new target so we can spawn kill these ogres. Abby replies, taking out her daggers and twirling them around her fingers. I say we forget about sleeping tonight. This whole mission is on a time crunch. We need to get to Solara in under 2 days, so we need to make every hour count. Aerie looks up at the light blue-tinted sky, thinking to himself for a moment. From here, the capital is still over 18 hours away if I remember correctly. We have time. We'll just need to take turns, resting on the way over. It'll be close, but this will be worth I smirk, taking my sword out and letting a small black flame flicker on the tip of it. Perfect! Let's get to work! Without wasting any more time, I activate my enemy detection skill and locate 6 ogres between 900m and 1300m away deeper into the canyon. Turning to my left, I sense another 3 wandering up on a nearby portion of the mountain we passed earlier, about 1500m away. Up the rocky ledge covered in streams of crystal clear water, I sense an opponent much different than the rest. Actually, the more I search, the more peculiar readings pop up on my radar further into the dungeon. I turn back to the canyon and point my sword down the wide stone trail. There are 6 more, at similar levels, all within about 1 kilometer straight ahead. You take those out, and I'll take care of a few up on the mountain. I turn to point at the towering white and green peak, then continue. I'll get it done quickly and meet down there once you finish those monsters off. By then, I'll have some teleport points set up for my skill to make farming a lot faster. It is the perfect plan. Everyone agrees, and we immediately part ways. I activate my wind magic and start air-stepping into the sky towards the 3 blue ogres up on the mountaintop, while my teammates turn to face their fights down below. Less than 10 minutes pass as I fly through the light shrubbery and jagged rock walls to make my way up the mountainside. Before I know it, a large natural pool of shallow water appears in my vision below as I float carefree through the cool dungeon air. There is a flat portion of a mountainside that opens up to a nature-dense clearing, including a crystal-clear pond. 25-meter-tall blue ogres carrying heavy clubs just happen to be standing in the middle of this beautiful sight. Both of them stare at me with bright blue glowing eyes, ankle-deep in the still water. Everything changes the moment I air-step into range, splashing water around them and grunting aggressively. While keeping their eyes locked on me, the two monsters begin to mindlessly run toward me. Dense mana shielding leaks off of both of them. Swirling blue and white patterns of energy trail the beasts, as one makes its way in front of the other. I begin to make my ascent, while charging my sword and inspecting them both. 442, LV 439, with a 1500 MP Street Reich at the ready. I release it just before landing on the ground with a thud. It glides forward in silence and hits the first ogres at point-blank range in the chest. The swirling shielding around it wavers and reacts, but there is nothing it can do. The slightest buzz can be heard as the densest part of its defenses scrapes the outer layer of my energy blade, but does little to slow it down. Without any clear visual resistance, the black blade of flame slices both ogres in half in an instant. Loud splashes and thuds follow as their bodies fall into the shallow pond, staining the water bright red. Level up. Level up. I let out a sigh, then slowly walk over to the two dissolving bodies, igniting my lower body with flames to evaporate the water around my feet before every step. Well, that was easy. I find two identical white gems and use appraisal before placing them in the item box around my waist. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Underscore, 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 under. Score blue ogre's essence, shard, blue ogre's essence, shard underscore 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 score underscore 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 underscore. They're both 50k MP shards. But these two base level mobs aren't the reason for coming all the way up here in such a hurry. I turn further up the rocky mountainside while activating my inspect, appraisal, and enemy detection skills. Underscore, 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 underscore 450M, LV 478. Active items. Blue Ogre's armor set, 1800 defense. Blue Ogre's axe, 1550 strength active skills. Body hardening extreme strength. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. The mutant up ahead is what I came to see. Chapter 236. Underscore, 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 score, underscore, 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 450M, LV, 478, active items. Blue Ogre's armor set, 1800 defense. Blue Ogre's axe, 1550 strengths active skills. Body hardening extreme strength, underscore, 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 the mutant up ahead is what I came to see. Activating my all-seeing eye, the mana radiating off this new monster is almost double that of the ones that were just defeated. I air-step faster and faster up the mountainside, whizzing past small trees and pools of water clearing rock faces in a matter of seconds. I accelerate upwards, even faster through the thick mana-dense air until reaching another clearing, now over halfway up the entire mountain. The creature I am searching for is already in mid-sprint, running at me with a glistening silver axe between both of its hands and thick armor to match it. This ogre seems to be almost exactly the same size as the previous ones I faced, but with a few major differences. Firstly, it is color. The blue skin covering the mutant's body is incredibly dark. From a distance, it almost looks black. The mana swirling around its body is much brighter white, and using my perception skill, I can tell the shielding that is layering this monster is on a level magnitudes above the base mobs. Its shining metallic axe reflects the blue glow from its eyes while running at me on a flat section of the mountain trail. I glide down to the ground and grip my sword. The white stone and green shrubbery beneath its feet fly off to the sides, uprooting small trees and causing craters to be left behind after every step. Thin wisps of blue magic residue are left in its tracks. The air pressure around me shifts, and I burst into flames, activating all of my buffs and creating a thin pink layer of mana shielding around my body and sword, realizing that this opponent is definitely a class above the rest. I haven't even let out a strike yet, but I don't think a single hit will be all it takes to defeat the mutant before me. Both my feet hit the hard rocky surface, and I start ruining at the approaching monster with a grin plastered across my face. There are less than 30 meters between us, and all I can see or think about is the fight that is about to take place. It lets out a roar, swinging its axe downward, while swirling blue and white magic flows from its arms to cover the silver blade. I do the same, shifting some of my bright pink MP to cover my sword while jumping up and swinging my blade. I charge the center with 1500 MP worth of dark black flames. Both of our weapons stop in midair, less than a meter away from each other, as the dense blue and pink layers of mana collide. An ear-shattering twang is released that echoes all the way down the mountainside, sending a light purple shockwave through my body and the ogre's. Fractions of a second later, there is a bright white flash of light, and I feel my sword make contact with the monster's axe. I let out a loud laugh, then grip my teeth as the monster roars back at me. My eyes meet its stone-cold gaze. I feel my muscles straining to hold my sword steady. Digging deeper, activating my plunderer skill, I use the blue mana all around me to charge up more of my own. More and more black fire leaks from my blade. It starts to cover the axe that I push against, air stepping forward for more force, clenching my jaw and pushing the massive metal axe backward 1 millimeter at a time. Victory is right before my eyes. As I begin to get the upper hand, the blue ogre starts to glow with a gold tint and pushes its axe back down toward me. I am losing ground all of a sudden because of its extreme strength skill. Our level gap isn't that large. This monster must have some insanely high natural strength stats. At this revelation, I jump back, air stepping up into the air to take in the sight before me. The monster carries through, thrusting the massive axe into the ground below where I previously stood. Rock breaks and fragments of light blue aura fly around the scene, leaving residue on everything it touches. Almost immediately, the monster turns back toward me to show off its white overgrown fangs and keeps its gaze laser focused upwards, waiting for me to fall. I nod slowly. Not bad. It was a pretty strong clash and felt good to actually be countered by a monster for once. Unfortunately, I'll still have to wait a bit longer for a fight that really pushes my limits. It may be strong, but the monster's speed and agility are horribly low. Dungeon Walker! Using its own plundered mana, I concentrate nearly my full MP Bart into a concise attack, channeling all of my energy into the tip of my sword, then teleport down to the backside of the ogre to thrust my sword deep into the gap in its armor right above the neck. There is an explosion of white and blue light, followed by red and black flames erupting from the beast's body that finishes with an agonizing roar. As the monster turns in anger, swinging its axe around to swat me away, but I teleport out of its range to drink an MP potion and wait for the fiery debris to clear. As it does, I see a furious flaming ogre with blood gushing down its armored body with blue eyes glowing brighter and brighter. It mimics the style of mana control I just used on it, moving the swirling energy around its legs, torso, and arms into its axe. This leaves its body exposed, but creates a weapon of mass destruction. I can hear the loud buzz of dense energy coming my way and estimate that there is over 70 kmp being wielded carelessly in its blade. The rest swirls around its body in weak spirals, with crimson liquid draining from its neck at an alarming rate. The ogre makes an effort to take me out without wasting any more time. I respect its attempt, but it is going to need to be a bit more intelligent to pull a feat like this off. Dungeon Walker, I blip behind the charging monster and let over 2,000 MP worth of mana, imbued flames, into the back of the bleeding monster's already injured point to finish it off once and for all. Fire, flesh, and swirling magic fill the air as I teleport backward again to get clear of the impact zone. A final cry from the mutant can be heard until it is snuffed out and interrupted by the ringing sound in my ears. Level up. Level up. I grin, deactivating my skills while barely watching the massive cloud of debris settle to the dungeon floor. All of my strength buffs and 2 nearly full power strikes to take it out. If this monster was any smarter, it probably would have taken a lot more. I walk over as the pieces of scattered flesh disappear from the white rock, small pools of blood-stained water, and lush green plants. Then, right in front of me, less than 10 meters away, another white gem sits on the dungeon floor. It feels just like the other 2 shards I collected from the ogres on the mountainside opening below, but it is almost twice the weight. It glows brighter white, and the blue magic that seeps from it is much darker. Underscore, 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 underscore blue ogre's essence. Shard underscore 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 under se ice core underscore 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 blue ogre's essence. Shard info. A shard of the blue ogre's essence. Excess mana from a blue ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form. Class B type. Consumable durability imp output 99.4k. 99.4k underscore 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 underscore. I expected as much. But it is still surprising to see such an increase in the MP output in a single crystal. This one is getting on borderline dangerous levels, and may not be safe for consumption just yet. I throw it into my item storage for safekeeping, though. It could possibly be used for some kind of crafting recipe in the future. That is what Abby's intel from the association said before we got here. It could have just been a cover-up in the report to keep anyone snooping from coming out here, but I'd like to check with an experienced crafter to make sure. I shrug, then turn back to the canyon down below me. Activating my enemy detection skill, I can see that my teammates are just about to meet their targets. I have a bit more time? Perfect. Air stepping away. I make my way up to the top of the mountain to set more valid teleport points for my Dungeon Walker skill to travel. Over the next 15 minutes, I take out 2 more sets of base-level blue ogres while making my way down the other side of the mountain, collecting their 4 shards and placing them in my item box. The new XP I gain from these new fights brings me up to level 432, with 6 shards ready for consumption and 1 mutant shard in my storage. I teleport back to the edge of the canyon to start flying down the smooth, sloping path. My teammates are waiting for me down below, and their enemies have all been defeated. We have less than 2 days to make it to the capital. It is time to make the most of our time left. This farming session is about to get serious. Chapter 237. I run down the canyon's stone path using wind magic to accelerate my movements. High white stone walls fly by on my sides, and the reading on my enemy detection skill of my teammates nearby gets closer and closer. Soon, I see the three of them waiting beneath a small stone overhang on a very flat section of rocky ground. Each of them holds two glowing crystals in their open palms. I wave while making my way over, then take the 6 base-level gems from my item box as well. Ari is the first to speak as I glide to a halt. Anything interesting out there? I shake my head, handing each of them a shard, to make it even for all of us to have 3. One mutant, but it wasn't an issue. I have its shard saved in my storage. It's a bit more powerful than the others. Then I pause. Well, it may be an issue. If any of you want to be able to face one of those, I think you'll need to consume at least. I look up at the sky doing a few calculations. Well, you'll have to each consume at least 300 of these shards. Ari nods, replying almost immediately without a shred of doubt. That is what I was thinking as well. If they're much more powerful than these base levels, I'd have to agree. 300 shards equals about 15 million MP. If I consume that much, my control will nearly double. Abby speaks up. If I take in 15 million more MP, I'll be over 3 times as powerful than I am now. Maria chimes in last. Samey, 3 times for me too. I nod slowly, thinking to myself about my past training sessions in the Titan's domain. On my last trial, I gained over 25 million MP, bringing my own controlled accumulated MP to around 50 million. For me to add 15 million, it would be a nice boost, but not a 2-3 times addition like my teammates. There must be a way to get more. I speak up. Well, let's see how much we can handle. 1 shard at a time until we know for sure there is no side effects. Plus, we have to see if Abby can actually use her skill indefinitely. There has to be a limit, right? We all nod in agreement. Then look down at the glowing white gems in our hands. I turn to the archer. Well, I think it is our turn. How about it? He smirks, placing 2 gems in an item box and tossing the other in his mouth without hesitating for a second. After a gulp, he responds while taking a step back. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Maria and Abby jump backward as I laugh, throwing 2 of my gems into my item box and swallowing 1 whole while stepping away from all 3 of them as well. Now, let's see what these can really do. A few seconds pass then. A warm feeling starts to form in my chest. A white glow grows in its place and begins to shine brighter and brighter. It is not nearly as erratic and violent as a strengthening fragment. I was expecting much worse. All of the mana from this tiny gem is filling my chest with smooth and controlled pure light. It begins to flow into my shoulder and down my arms like trickles of water. The slow drip of mana falls down my legs as well. Over 10 seconds pass, and the flowing mana grows more and more until the slow drips turn into fast-moving streams of steady magic coursing through my veins. My entire body lights up, making a bright white silhouette in the blue-tinted dungeon. I can feel every individual particle of the warm magic flowing through me, mixing with my own dormant MP supplies, and now beginning to drift out of my body at a constant rate. It feels like I am using my mana manipulation skill to create shielding. Instead of holding it like a barrier, it just flies off to be free. An odd sensation to say the least. Not painful at all, but the wasted MP just flowing out into the open dungeon is an uncomfortable sensation. Usually, when exerting this much mana, there is a purpose behind it. Now, I am being forced to use mana for the sake of using it. After just under 30 seconds pass, I can tell the process is coming to an end. My body feels like it is being sucked dry of energy. Every last drop of pure white mana is flowing out into the open dungeon air until the MP bar hits 0, to avoid the lightheaded, unmotivating feeling of having an empty MP bar. I activate Plunderer and begin taking in energy from the swirling dense air around us. I haven't tried this method of MP restoration in a dungeon for a while, but the dense mana-filled air around me makes it feel like just the right time. It works. Slowly and inefficiently, but it works. My Plunderer skill brings in about 100 MP over the next few seconds as I steady my stance and let my eyes adjust back to the atmosphere around me. To my left, Ari is kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily. Abby runs over to start healing him with Restore. A bright green and white light fills half my vision as I peer down at my empty hands, still a bit flustered. It sure feels like I just used 50 KMP. My body tingles a bit, and the sensation of mana overuse fatigue is beginning to set in. This is how I feel when I release too many MP-imbued attacks in a row too quickly. The after effects are just like a strengthening fragment, but a bit less extreme. A quick self-regeneration would heal me up almost all the way up back to full, letting me continue my training. I am able to handle nearly 1,000,000 MP in a single day if I really push the limits. But that is not the point of all this. This is about Abby's power. It could help me surpass my limits. I nod firmly at the ground, then raise my head to meet the green-haired healer's gaze as she begins to walk over to me. Ari stands up, looking refreshed, while taking an MP potion out of his item box and drinking it before coming to watch. Abby speaks up. Looks like you are able to handle the shards a bit more efficiently than the rest of us. She comes around my back and places both hands firmly on my shoulders. I begin to feel another warm sensation. This time, the energy entering my body feels like it belongs to me. It is much different than the shard from a moment ago that felt like a foreign mana source leaving. Abby's green and white mana is welcoming and cozy, seeping into my entire body and becoming one with the skin, bones, and muscles. Seconds later, the light stops, and I let out a refreshing gasp. Opening my eyes wide, I am completely healed. I move my arms around and hop around, not sensing any sign of fatigue or minor pain. None remains. With a grin ear to ear, I turn to meet Abby's green eyes and speak. There is really no downside for you to use this skill. We can just heal over and over again as long as we have the MP, she shrugs. So far, that seems to be the case. You three are the only one that knows about this. I only unlocked this legendary grade rank recently. She pauses, looking around at the others, then back to me. Other than the few minor tests I did alone with some MP potions in the Capital's training rooms last week, I don't have any other data. Whatever we figure out today is all new to me too. Maria jumps in, disregarding our conversation and grabbing Abby's hand. Our turn. Let's go. Ari joins in, taking out his other 2 gems and lifting them in the air. Let's take turns and consume these as fast as possible. He turns to me. Then, we'll have to farm a lot more. On that note, Maria and Abby both start their next shard consumption processes. Just 30 seconds later, Ari and I go for it again. A few minutes pass and each of us has grown a little stronger just from a few flashes of light. Abby heals each of us with ease, and there is no sign of fatigue on her end or ours. This is going to work. I activate my enemy detection skill and being searching the dungeon for more ogres within my teleportation range. I've cast a wide net all the way around the largest mountain in the dungeon. It is a perfect place for new monsters to respawn and wander in from the surrounding land. The twisting tunnels and paths of the canyon we're in are filled with new monsters as well. I can sense 4 more nearby and another 6 deep in the mountains. We hash out a plan and all take out our weapons, preparing to fight. They all grab a hold of me and we begin Dungeon Walker. Over the next 3 hours, we blip back and forth from the canyon below to high up in the mountains and even back to the waterfall-covered region near the dungeon's start point. I leave each of them with opponents they're able to handle and come back once they've collected the shard to teleport them to another. In my downtime, while waiting for my teammates to kill their targets, I explore the dungeon further to keep expanding my teleportation range. There are incredible rivers and valleys or crystal clear water, enormous waterfalls, and hidden alcoves. Everything is tinted light blue by the dungeon's magic. The longer we fight, the denser and darker the blue tint becomes. It is only just slightly, but there is a difference. I can't tell if we're just heading deeper into the dungeon and it is a natural phenomenon, or if the excess mana released by us farming is changing the environment. We fight 188 ogres in total, and surprisingly, I only find 2 more mutants. They both drop larger shards, but no other new gear just yet. The base mobs, on the other hand, drop 3 large clubs. A 2% drop rate is low, but the item has a 1250 plus strength buff. It is one of the highest I've ever seen, so it must go for an excellent price. Abby holds onto the gear for now. I make it to level 445, and my teammates share a similar success. Each of us consumes over 2.3 million mana, and we're refreshed, good as new by Abby's skill. This is more than double the output I've ever consumed in a single day, and it feels like I am just waking on a freshly healed body after every restore. At this rate, we'll be able to hit our goal of 15 million each within 24 hours. It'll give us just enough time to make it to Solara, assuming all goes as planned. Chapter 238. The four of us stand in a small circle after consuming our last batch of ogre shards, concluding the first 3 hours of our training session. Over 2.3 million MP each has been consumed, and I feel more energized and ready to battle than when we started. Abby's skill has always been a bit odd to me. It says restore rather than heal, like many of the other healers. It may be a unique skill. Maria hops around, glowing bright blue after we've all fully rested. I feel incredible, guys. This is more mana than I've ever consumed. It is like months of training in a couple hours. Eri chimes in. You are right. I can already feel a difference. If we keep improving at this rate, we'll be able to take the ogres out even faster every hour. Abby is the last to talk, but she has a worried look on her face. How many MP potions do each of you have left? At the rate I am using mine, I won't be able to continue healing you all and fight ogres much longer. Possibly 3 more hours at most. Maria stops hopping up and down, matching the healer's concerned look, then starts shuffling through her item box. I've run through about half my supply already, too. I only have to use half as much to defeat an ogre now, but it still won't last more than 6 hours. I nod, considering the fact that the association loaded me up with 1 million MP worth of potions last week. They must have given my teammates a similar amount. Eri crosses his arms, speaking up. I have plenty. My skill didn't need an upgrade, so the director never handed me one of those fancy crystals. I was just given extra MP potions to go along with my training. He takes the item box off of his waist and pours out an absurd amount of small glass corked bottles with glowing pink liquid inside them. Take as much as you need. Although, by the time the sun rises tomorrow, I don't think MP potions will be much of a problem. We may be able to defeat these monsters in a single hit. My supplies are getting lower, but it is nothing to worry about. Having potions is not a necessity for me. Even if they hit 0, it wouldn't be a problem. Plundering MP from my opponent is always an option. Abby and Maria need these more than me. The two of them restock their supplies while I continue to think to myself, widening my perception skills range. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels different. There is more mana in the air, but I can't tell how much for certain. We're closer to the boss room, and the blue tint around us is almost identical to before, so it is very hard to put a number on it. I shrug, then speak up to my team as they talk amongst themselves, solving their MP potion problem without me. Ready for another run? After a nod of agreement from everyone, we're off to continue our farming. I keep expanding my teleport range little by little, moving closer to the back of the dungeon. I can sense the boss room portal way off in the distance, slowly swirling behind us as we hunt. But it doesn't feel much different than the actual dungeon air. If anything, the ogres that I am fighting give off more MP radiation than the portal. Every 15 to 30 minutes, we all meet together for a quick shard consumption and restore session. Then I blip each party member off so we can get back to work. Over the next 3 hours, we managed to take out a total of 256 more ogres. The further in we travel, the more often groups of 3 or even 4 begin to pop up. I take out 5 mutants, levels 475 to 480 on my own, not wanting my teammates to get involved with this level of creature just yet. Overall, I make it to level 451 myself, and everyone gains 3.2 million MP in control progress. This is a significant increase from our last session. Once this 3-hour period comes to an end, we all take a break near a calm pool of water on top of a smaller mountain behind the first towering peak from earlier. Abby and Mara update us with their potion count. Then we consume the last of the ogre shards before Abby heals us. All 4 of us can sense the pressure of an invisible clock ticking away. On top of that, we're powering up so fast that the only thing on our minds is getting back out there to farm more. Even so, One thing that won't stop itching at the back of my mind is the increasing levels of mana in the air. We are moving closer to the boss room, and the mana density is much noticeably different now. Even when we're sitting alone, just the four of us off by a pond, it feels like an ogre is lurking nearby at all times. The density isn't very even. It is starting to surge through us in wisps of blue and white shimmering clouds. There was nothing like this at all when I first entered the dungeon. I am keeping a close eye on it. But even if it gets out of hand, there is not much I can do. We all continue to venture off further into this odd break. Another 3 hours of farming pass, and we've nearly made it to the back edge of this pocket world. The swirling, drifting sea of magic that fills the air continues to grow thicker the more we hunt. The denser waves of magic are almost becoming more common than the areas of dungeon air without it. We defeat 307 ogres this round, plus 11 additional mutants. This is roughly 3.8 million MP each added to our control totals. Eri asks to fight one of the mutants in the middle of this session, so I bring him to one. The furious mutant ogre that he faces tears up the mountainside for over 200 meters in all directions with a supercharged axe. It sends shockwaves through the rock and makes the air around us waver and bend as it absorbs portions of the swirling clouds to add to its shielding. Even so, the total amount of mana surrounding its body decreases with every large attack it mindlessly throws. Recently, when I fought mutants, I wouldn't let them use their mana-imbued weapons much at all. Eri is fast enough to dodge and time his attacks to hit the monster's weak point from a distance. It gives me the chance to study them for once. With just 8 arrows to the vitals, the mutant blue ogre is slain. A curious thing I noticed when scanning the essence shard after it is dropped. The small white gem only has about 85 KMP inside of it. My only explanation for this would be the extra energy being exerted from its use of the axe when fully charged lowers the total MP stored in its shielding. Mana crystals never worked like this in the past. Even if a monster completely ran out of MP, it would drop the same sized mana crystal. These aren't mana crystals, so the comparison clearly isn't perfectly accurate. After this brawl, and a few of my own run-ins with mutants, I am at level 456. Eri is level 447. Abby and Maria are both level 445. We take another small break on top of a final small mountain. The boss room portal is off in the distance, less than 2 kilometers away now. After a brief food and water break, followed by a quick report of MP potion supplies, we begin our 4th farming run. I am getting closer and closer to the back of the dungeon, and the air is almost completely filled with the dense waves of mana. In the open air, it feels like I am standing less than 20 meters away from an ogre. The humming sound of mana fills my ears. The sensation makes it feel like I am back in that white-walled prison of the Titan's domain. The blue tint is getting so thick that the visibility in the mountain is being affected. It is hard to see more than 200 meters away. Everything is covered with light blue fog. On the bright side, with so much more readily available mana in the air, my plunderer skill allows me to absorb more and more. I don't even need to be near a monster to recharge my MP bar. I can do it out in the open air of the dungeon. We continue to grow stronger, taking out 389 blue ogres in total this run. That raised each of our consumption by almost 4.9 million more MP. In addition to this, 25 mutants appear. Abby and Maria face one together this round, and manage to defeat it with a similar difficulty to the regular blue ogre they faced before this training session started. We've grown a lot. After 3 hours are up, we near our end goal. In total, each of us has consumed just under 15 million MP. It has been about 12 hours since we entered this dungeon, and nearly 24 hours since any of us last slept. The boss room portal is less than 500 meters away. It is hidden deep behind the thick blue fog, but I can feel it slowly swirling awaiting our arrivals. Now it is time for us to decide whether we face the boss and continue our journey to Solara, or keep pushing on with our training for a little longer. Chapter 239. I stare off into the thick blue fog ahead of me as we take our break after finishing the 4th 3-hour farming session. My teammates are all waiting around nearby, eating food and getting ready for what is to come next. I can feel the boss room portal nearby, but there isn't much point in venturing any closer to it right now. We'll take that step once it is time to leave. In that last run, I hit level 460. The improvement in my mana control isn't as drastic as my teammates, but it has become noticeable. A mutant ogre can be taken out in just one hit if I concentrate. After stretching my arms and letting out a long yawn, I turn to my teammates. So how are we feeling? Up for more, or I am cut off by a white glow that appears beside Abby in a pile of food, water, and loot. It is her transmission tablet. The small silver tablet is vibrating against the hard rock she sits on and creates an annoying buzz. Abby looks down at the silver contraption while picking it up, then looks back at me. I have a feeling our decision is about to be made for us. It shakes in her hand, and the white glow gets brighter and brighter. All 4 corner crystals begin to blink and shine until she answers the call. Hello, Director. It is Abby. What is with the urgent news? There is a long pause. I take a step closer to listen. Maria and Air start to walk in closer as well. Then a woman's voice comes out of the metal box. Brutus is out for the time being. I'll be the one updating you from now on. The smooth, familiar voice of the blonde-haired assistant with the lie detector skill comes out of the small silver magic item moments later. I clench my fist at the sound of her voice. Whatever she is calling about, it can't be good, she continues. You are all needed at the Solara Labyrinth in exactly 18 hours. We've organized a raid in the morning with all able C-class hunters or higher hunters in the area. Abby replies with a stern tone. A raid? So there is more people here than just us and those 2 scouts? Who else are we working with? Our last run-in with locals' descent exactly goes smoothly. Another pause follows, then the woman's voice projects from the small silver box again. Indeed, there was word of a small mix-up in Dry Rock, but it shouldn't be an issue. We've arranged to temporarily work with the Solaran government. They'll be sending out some of their top-rated hunters to join us on the raid. I nod hesitantly, thinking to myself, if they couldn't handle it themselves by now, I am not sure just how effective these Solaran top hunters will really be. Also, I am finding it increasingly hard to believe they're just going to let go of the damages done in Dry Rock. Even if it was their fault to begin with, they will most definitely push the blame on us. The female assistant continues. The support teams may not be able to help with the final boss fight, but help in numbers will be very effective on the lower floors. There is another long, awkward pause before she continues. The director has put a lot of faith in the 4 of you. Please, make it to the Section 4 Capital before daybreak tomorrow. There will be a squad waiting to greet you in the lobby of the Tower of Dreams. I hope you'll be able to find it. Ari smirks, then replies. I know exactly where the Tower of Dreams is. Right beside the Tower of Strength and behind the Tower of Light, she replies. Excellent. We've left a restock of MP and HP potions for you if necessary, so don't feel like you need to save any up for the mission. Use whatever is necessary to take out the 5th dungeon break swiftly and be on your way. There is a click and the transmission tablet stops glowing completely. All 4 crystals go dark and the assistant's voice stops coming through. I look around at my teammates to see they're all very visually tired. I think the confirmation that we need to be leaving soon set us all off. My eyes are threatening to shut during breaks and my reaction time during battle is most definitely slowing. There is still an immense power gap between the ogres in the dungeon and myself, so it is not much of a problem, but facing a mutant boss in this state would still be risky. Maria speaks up to all of us. Do we really have to leave? We could get so much stronger here if we just stayed a little longer. It feels like a waste to abandon this dungeon just because the association says so. Ari replies after a long yawn, I agree, but we need to get to Solara by daybreak. By the urgency of these calls, it seems like need all the help they can get. Even if we leave right now and travel at full speed, 18 hours is a tight deadline. Abby begins to speak but bites her lower lip and stares at the floor. We're all thinking the same thing. We want to get stronger, but there is a lot on the line here. I have a plan, but it includes asking Ember for help. So, to keep my teammates out of it, they'll have to be left in the dark a little bit. It is for the better. I have an idea, but it won't make much sense. We can make it to Solara on time and farm the dungeon to its full potential. Abby looks up. What do you mean? What is it? I step closer, scratching my chin. Well, the three of you could start heading over now and I'll farm this dungeon for another half a day. I can bring the remaining shards to Solara before the morning. I have a way to make it there quickly and quietly, but I can't bring anyone else along. The green-haired healer looks at me with a confused yet curious stare. Then, Maria chimes in without any hesitation. That sounds like a good plan to me. If Jay says he can do it, then Jay can do it. Ari speaks next. I know you can travel fast with that wind ability, but do you know the way? Even with a map, the desert isn't always easy to navigate. I reply with a shrug. Just travel north, right? He lets out a laugh. I mean, I guess so. There is a border up north, so you can't really overshoot the capital. You'll just have to walk along the abyss until you find the city. He looks up in the blue-tinted dungeon sky, then uncrosses his arms, putting them on his waist, then turning back to me. Yeah, I guess you can't miss it. I trust you'll find your way. You always do. The archer and Maria both look at Abby, waiting for her response. She tightens her lips and lets out a sigh. If you are positive you can farm a considerable amount of shards and still make it back to us in time, then sure. It works for me too. I am looking forward to getting some sleep, so I am not exactly upset about this arrangement. She shows me an exhausted grin, then walks over and throws a hand on my shoulder. Take us back when you are ready. Although Abby's power heals MP and TP instantly, also negating any mana fatigue, there seems to be one thing it can't restore. Natural sleep. Maria grabs onto my other shoulder. I am ready when you are too. I am looking forward to taking a long rest too. Ari rolls his eyes and walks over, placing one hand on my right arm. Looks like I am taking the first waking shift to make sure we're on course. I'll sleep eventually. Both Maria and Abby laugh as I teleport us back to the dungeon start point to find the exit portal. The moment we make it back, we're all caught off guard by the landscape. It is completely covered in thick blue magical fog, just like where we left. It is almost impossible to see further than 100 meters away. Apparently, my predictions from earlier were correct. The mana in the air wasn't just getting denser because we traveled further into the dungeon. The entire break's atmosphere is changing. I whisper under my breath. I knew it. We don't have much time to farm this break either way. The four of us step out, back into the open desert, and I see the red portal swirling much more violently than it was before. More and more blue dungeon mass is being spewed from the edges of the rings and dissolving into the open air. An audible hum of mana can be heard from the outside, matching the hum of mana that could be heard from within. The break has gotten considerably worse since we entered. The sun is rising, and the hint of day's heat is starting to creep over the horizon. The sandy ground beneath our feet is still cool from the night, but it won't be for long. My team gets situated on their camels, and I wave them off, swearing I'll meet them before they even make it to Solara. Ari takes both of the reins, leading the camels as I watch both Abby and Maria drift off to sleep before they even leave my field of view. I watch them head off into the open desert, then turn back to the blood-red dungeon portal behind me. I re-enter the blue ogre break, then open my item storage to let Ember stretch his wings. Welcome back. We have some work to do. Chapter 240. Welcome back. We have some work to do. The black scaled dragon comes flying out of my swirling white spatial magic portal, immediately opening his telepathic link with me. Good to see you again, Master. What a mana-rich dungeon. Where could this be? A toothy grin forms across Ember's face as he begins to flap his wings to hover higher up in the sky. The majestic creature begins to glow a light red tint, showing that his plunderer skill has been activated. He absorbs a few thousand MP from the air, then continues to speak. This is very pure as well, and our level. We're nearing my next rank up faster than expected. I am pleased with this progress. I nod, struggling to keep my eyes from closing. The fact that I'll soon get a moment to rest is making me more and more tired by the second. Sleep is within sight. I chuckle, then respond. We have grown a bit, and I am exalted from fighting. I'd like for you to farm in this dungeon while I rest. It is not very large, so I trust you'll be able to cover the landscape rather quickly. Ember lifts his head, then replies, This is a rank 3 dungeon. You are aware of this, right? These are very rare to be spawned outside of a labyrinth. Truthfully, a waste of mana. I raise an eyebrow, then shake my head, realizing sleep will have to wait a little longer. Uh, rank 3 dungeon. A waste of mana. What do you mean by all of this exactly? Ember stops glowing red and glides down to the floor. Well, I guess humans would call a rank 3 dungeon a B-class dungeon. It just means the boss monster is over level 500. This indicates that it is ranked up. There is a moment of silence, and the buzzing, swirling mana around us feels like it just grows louder, I reply. All right, so it'll just be a lot stronger. Ember pauses. Something like that. Usually, the rank 3 upgrade is a very noticeable one. An additional hidden ability or skill is awarded to all monsters that hit rank 3. In addition to that, it is very common for rank 3 monsters to wield some level of tier 2 mana control. My eyes open wide with curiosity. Tier 2. The Black Dragon nods. The ability to absorb mana from the surrounding dungeon and wield it as their own. He looks up at the thick blue fog-covered sky. I join in for a moment, trying to picture what tier 2 mana control would look like. Is that what these ogres have been doing in the dungeon? Using some advanced form of mana control to wield the mana in the air? If so, it doesn't seem like they're very good at it. The blue ogres just leave large amounts of mana resting all around their body, not consuming it at a very fast rate at all. Even the mutants need work. Maybe the boss will be different, but I am not too impressed just yet. I shrug, then reply, we'll face that challenge when it comes. For now, I really need to get some rest. We'll be facing the real body of that archdemon soon, right? Ember turns his head from the sky back down to me very quickly with a look of concern. You are not ready. I tighten my gaze. You were excited to face it back in that other dungeon? Why not now? And how did you even know it was a demon in the first place? Ember looks back up at the sky, then starts to glow light red again. Monsters have a distinct scent or mana signature, especially demons and their cores. That is why it is easy to confuse a demon with a human that has absorbed its core. Archdemons give off their own special mana signature that only dungeon monsters can sense. That is why I knew it was near. It seemed to be in a very weakened state when we came across it, so I thought we may have caught a lucky break. I nod as Ember continues. They're known for being extremely intelligent beings. It figures that it'd just be leading you to it. This is an elaborate trap. I am sure you are well aware. I reply. The moment I saw it was a body double, I realized something was up. Trap or not, I want that skill, and I want its core. How powerful could the real body even be? Ember looks back at me, showing me his deep crimson red eyes, more powerful than anything you can comprehend. That floor boss you defeated last week does not even compare. We need to rank up before facing it at full power, no questions. I gulp, but the corners of my lips curl into a smile. Well, that is why we're here. Ember nods. I could tell as much. It seems the monsters here must drop large amounts of compact MP. Are you looking to collect them as you sleep? Where are your teammates and what is the rush? Well, I step up to hop on Ember's back. I'll tell you the whole story. We begin to fly up the dungeon's closest mountain peak while I fill Ember in on all the details of the association's time crunch and the new revelation about Abby's restore skill. Ember takes in all this information and understands exactly what he has to do. Collect as many shards as possible while I sleep. The more he can farm, the better chances we have of being strong enough to face the labyrinth's final archdemon boss. I create shelter in a mountainside, covering the outsides in dense earth magic, making sure to leave small holes for air and dungeon light. I lay out all my old sleeping supplies in my item storage, making the hard rocky ground much more comfortable. The moment I close my eyes, I fall asleep. Time passes as I drift off. I am not exactly sure how much time. But when my eyes finally open, all I can see is the color blue. A loud, horribly annoying buzz fills my ears. Then it is all interrupted by a more familiar ringing. Level up, rubbing my eyes, My status opens to show I've grown to level 481 in my sleep. 21 more levels? I was expecting to gain a few, but this is a lot. Immediately, I open up the shelter I've built using earth magic, but the blue veil covering my eyes doesn't go away. It is all pure mana, and it is very thick. Visibility before I went to sleep was over 100 meters. Now it is less than one. I use my all-seeing eye and let it stretch out to the far edges of the dungeon until I find Ember happily burning through blue ogres in a deep valley. Using my enemy detection skill and inspect, I can see that they're all mutants. There isn't a single base-level mob in sight. I open top my telepathic link and call out into the blue void. Ember, can you hear me? Immediately I sense the dragon stop his battle against half a dozen mutants and fly up into the sky before responding. Yes, Master. How was your sleep? I use Dungeon Walker to teleport nearby, then air step up towards the flaming dragon in the sky before responding. Good. How long was I out? And what is going on here? I can't see a thing. Ember chuckles slowly as I land on his back. Then he flaps his wings, taking us to the closest mountain peak nearby. You've been out for just over 9 hours. I've farmed just over 500 of these monsters. They're quite strong. Our level has increased a lot. The only downside is this dungeon is filling up with excess mana very quickly. I reply, yes, very quickly. What was only a foggy mist before makes it hard to see my hands right in front of my face. Ember continues, I would have absorbed it, but then fewer monsters would have spawned. So I decided to let this rank 3 dungeon run its course. The boss room will be much more rewarding that way. I assumed you would want a good fight. We arrive near the top of a high peak, and I can see a bright white glow coming from below. I begin to answer but stop mid-sentence while mesmerized by the sight before me. The closer we get, the brighter it becomes until we hit the rocky ground with a loud thud. The source of this bright white light reveals itself to me, leaving my mouth wide open. It is the pile of blue ogre shards Ember has farmed all this time. The amount of them isn't what leaves me in shock. Ember told me he farmed just over 500 already. I jump off his back and plunge a hand into the piles of gems, scanning all of them, then turn my head in the direction of the presumably grinning dragon. These are all from mutants. Every last one of them. This break is completely out of control. Ember replies in a cheerful, satisfied tone. Indeed it is. Chapter 241. These are all from mutants. Every last one of them. This break is completely out of control. Ember replies in a cheerful, satisfied tone. Indeed it is. At the moment of his reply, I can feel the ground tremble and sense 10 monsters all over level 470 running our way. Without thinking much of it, I shovel the hundreds of shards off the rocky ground into my item storage, then air step up onto Ember's back. Without my perception skills right now, I'd be as good as blind in this environment. All I can sense are fuzzy mana outlines of the creatures that are coming our way. If I concentrate harder, their inner bodies are easy to picture, although it wouldn't affect me in battle much at all, especially in a dungeon. It is still a little unnerving not being able to see properly. I have to rely solely on my mana senses. Either a being is there or not there. That is the only reading I can pick up. White blobs of varying mana intensities begin to fill my vision as Ember flies up in the air. He speaks through the link. Is this not what you wanted? I can absorb the mana in the surrounding area if you'd like. I take a deep breath in. Even if the air is this dense with energy, the oxygen that fills my lungs is not affected in the slightest. It just feels like there is a slight pressure on my temples. However, I am not sure if that is a natural mana density property or just a side effect from the incredibly loud headache, inducing buzz that fills my ears. I reply through our link while clenching my jaw in both fists. No, this is exactly what I wanted. You did well. A powerful flap of the black-scaled dragon's wings sends us gliding off towards the back of the dungeon now, headed straight towards the boss room. The charging ogre's earth-shaking footsteps are left behind in the blue fog. I take out extra food and water to replenish my body after a long sleep as we glide through the ominous buzzing dungeon's open air. Ember replies once we stop rising in altitude. That is good to hear, Master. While you rested, I had my fun, but the real challenge is still ahead. You are about to face your first rank 3 boss fight. I stare forward into the never-ending blue fog. I know. I am ready. Ember knows more about monsters and mana control than I do by a long shot. The hint of concern in his voice turns to my concern as well. I just still can't wrap my head around a monster being that much stronger than the mobs we've been facing in the dungeon. A ranked-up mutant dungeon boss. I guess time will reveal its true strength. Eventually, we soar into uncharted territory. The last 500 meters of open dungeon before the break that I haven't ventured through just yet. The boss room portal comes into my perception skills radar, and it feels much more powerful than it did before. Almost unimaginably more powerful, actually. More and more mutants show up on my radar below as we fly closer. At first, it is just under a dozen, like the group that started to attack us at the top of the last peak. Then, it turns into much more as groups begin to merge together. By the time we get within 200 meters of the portal, I can sense almost 40 mutants in total waiting around the energy-dense portal below. I speak up while taking in an accurate reading of our surroundings. What is this? Ember responds. Shall we head straight for the boss? I nod, pulling out my sword and imbuing my armor with enough mana to keep it fully charged. This dungeon is so rich with mana that it feels like it is about to burst. Yes, let's head straight for the portal. It is time to clear this break. I begin to power up, activating my stat-boosting skills, and making the blue fog around me reflect crimson gold light as we make our descent. Instead of just sensing the masses of mana below, I begin to hear the grunts and roars of mutant blue ogres, all fighting amongst themselves in the valley down below us. We're less than 50 meters away, and the sensation of enemies nearby puts me on high alert, but also excites me beyond belief. We soar deeper in, closer to the ground, now hearing constant cracks in the rocky ground on both sides as ogres run our way. At the same time, the blue fog in front of my vision quickly begins to get much darker. It is turning black. The dense dungeon mana in front of us starts to twist and swirl, making a whirlpool-like effect in front of us as we soar forward. Instead of seeing all blue, streaks of dark black lines start to form in the air. They twist together in a massive circular pattern with the dark blue fog. It looks like an ocean maelstrom, sucking everything up in sight. The closer we get, the faster it spins, pulling in the air and energy around it. The swirling blue lines of magic in the air fade away and everything turns to black. The sound of ogres nearby fades away. There is an ear-piercing buzz, making it impossible to think of anything but staring straight ahead and bearing it. The reality here is, the boss room portal has grown to over 3 times its normal size. The once 3-meter tall light gray, slowly swirling mass of magic has now turned into a towering 10-meter wide, violently vibrating black hole engulfing any and all dungeon mass that gets near it. The closer we get, the harder it seems to turn away. Luckily, our goal is to fly straight through. I point my sword forward, activate my mana manipulation skill to create a thin layer of shielding around my body, and then Ember flies us through. My vision turns from black for a few seconds, then shifts to bright white. We're transferred into the boss room moments later. I was expecting to fight blind, having to rely on my perception skills to fight a massive mutant ogre or something of that nature. To my surprise, that is not exactly the case. Once I enter the room, a crystal clear mountain sits in front of me with flowing waterfalls, green shrubbery, and beautiful white rock walls. It looks just like the dungeon did when we first entered, but a more majestic version. The mountain is tall, about 1 kilometer high. There is nearly 500 meters of flat ground before it with very little dirt or plant life in sight. Just a wide open plain of flat stone. It is a clear shot, straight to the mountain at the boss room's backside. This is one of the biggest boss rooms I've ever been in. Other than the 20-floor boss, nothing compares. I could have easily mistaken this for an entire dungeon itself. The only difference is the long stream of dense blue magic that trails from behind me, right where I entered, constantly being transported from the outer dungeon. I watch a trail of blue, cloudy mana float up towards the top of the mountain. It materializes out of thin air, coming through the boss room's transfer magic, and slowly rising in a thick cylinder of blue magical fog up toward the top of the beautiful peak above. I'd taken my surroundings in awe for over 10 seconds before finally being interrupted. The ground rumbles, and my moment of peace ceases. Dozens of mutant blue ogres, wielding heavy silver axes, start charging down the mountainside. Clouds of dust and magic residue trail behind them as they lock onto us from over half a kilometer away. This is the first wave before the boss fight. I open up my link with Ember. Let's climb the mountain and face the boss. We soar forward without a hint of hesitation, staying low to the ground. We leave trails of red, black, and golden magic residue behind in our wake while heading straight for the bright blue ogre's stampede. I scan them all as they cross over from the mountain onto the flat plain area. Registering the mutants are all between levels 470 and 480. As I expand my range further up the mountain, then sense where all the mana from the outside dungeon is consolidating into what seems to be a massive ball. There is a single reading in the center of it. The boss underscore 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 re underscore 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 1200 MLV 559. Active items. Heavy armor set of the Blue Ogre King, 95% defense. Dual axes of the Blue Ogre King. C95% strength platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King. 100% mental strength active skills. Extreme strength. Legendary grade. Body hardening. Special grade buffs. Ultimate defense of the Blue Ogre King. Hidden ability King summoning call. Underscore 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 re underscore 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 re underscore underscore chapter 242 underscore 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 under score underscore 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 1200 MLV 559. Active items. Heavy armor set of the Blue Ogre King. 95% defense dual axes of the Blue Ogre King. C95% strength platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King. 100% mental strength active skills. Extreme strength. Legendary grade. Body hardening. Special grade buffs. Ultimate defense of the Blue Ogre King. Hidden ability King's summoning call. Underscore 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 re underscore 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 re underscore underscore I finish scanning my surroundings and pause on the boss's status that waits for us on top of the tower above. Level 559. A sound similar to thunder cracks throughout the boss room, but there isn't a single dark cloud or flash of light in the sky. Its source is the top of the mountain, but even with my perception skill, I can't make out the exact shape or cause of this odd phenomenon. all of the mana that is being transported from the main dungeon is clouding the view. It is all consolidating to make a massive blue ball of energy. The orb is impossible to make sense of from this distance. That isn't my primary concern at the moment. The hordes of blue ogres running towards us are. I charge up MP into my blade and send a shot off in the direction of one of the approaching monsters, while Ember breathes a wave of dark flames straight at another. My recent level ups, along with the nearly 25% increase in my overall mana control consumption, has buffed my abilities a considerable amount. My high power slash slices through the front side of a mutant armor, cutting the beast in half with a single strike, while the plume of black fire desolates the ogre's ember attacks. Earlier today, an attack like that would have taken 2 or 3 hits. Although the opponent above is at a higher level than any monster I've faced before, I am tingling with excitement at the opportunity to try out my new power. Maybe it will drop some interesting loot too. I decide to be as efficient as possible, taking off my Griffin's Talon necklace and throwing on the dark red Salamander King's cloak. It gives me an 80% boost in mental strength, rather than the Talon's 40%. I have a feeling I am going to need every advantage I can get. With all these thoughts racing through my mind, Ember and I continue taking out mutants that stand in our path as we approach the mountain. Their shards are left behind for now. I am focused on defeating the boss, nothing else. I attempt to use my Plunderer skill to absorb MP from the environment, like I did back in the blue-clouded dungeon. But it doesn't work nearly as well. Without the dense atmosphere of available mana, I'll have to rely on my remaining MP potions for now, or the monsters I can directly drain mana from in a physical attack. I manage just fine. It is just a minor inconvenience. There are mutants that run down the mountain straight toward us from all directions. Most are very agile and powerful, but there is occasionally 1 or 2 in such a rush they fall or jump from unreasonably high ledges. This injures them even before making their way towards us. It doesn't seem to matter much. The steady stream of them isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. Easily one-hitting each of them, but not flaming the rewards isn't doing anything very productive. I decide to stop firing off shots. It is best to save my energy for the fight above. Ember, on the other hand, keeps sending off his nearly endless supply of flames down at the roaring blue creatures. We start our ascent, flying past crystal clear water and rocky cliffs. The mountainside gets steeper and steeper. We fly further from the ground, and my eyes are locked on the growing cloud of blue-tinted mana above the whole way up. It seems to all be consolidating in a sphere at the munitions top. Less than a minute later, I see with my own 2 eyes. Over 30 more ogres lose their lives, while the trails of burning rocks and trees left behind from Ember's flames tell the full story of our joinery up the mountain. We finally make it to the peak. It is a classic boss room-style battlefield, with a 100-meter wide shallow bowl shape to the top of the mountain. Possibly the remnants of an old dormant volcano. Near the far side, the massive glowing blue ball of mana can be seen. The orb is dark blue with lighter wisps of dust and pure white mana curling it. A loud ground-shaking buzz fills the air as hordes of ogres run out from it. My eyes open wide and I whisper under my breath, "The King's Summoning Call." This is one of the boss's hidden abilities. Taking in the sight before me, it seems like it is able to summon endless waves of ogres. We fly forward, just over 20 meters above the battlefield. I stare deep into the glowing blue ball of mass, but can't see a thing. Just like before, the boss monster's status stats and level pop up, but I can't see its physical body. I charge up a fairly high-powered strike and send it flying in the direction of the royal blue, slowly spinning. 10-meter wide ball. The moment my strike hits its outer wall, there is a light buzzing sound and a miniature white flash before the black blade of fire completely disappears into the spinning mass of energy. Ember and I glide down, closer to the floor, and begin taking out the mobs that are being spawned and sent our way. Each and every one of them explodes into flames or gets decapitated on sight. They fall to the arena floor behind us as we make our way toward the ominous orb that took one of my attacks without budging one bit. Now that we're closer, I activate my all-seeing eye again and try to peer inside. It is still incredibly thick, possibly almost 2 meters thick actually, made of pure swirling mana. This time, as I look deep into the barrier, there is the faint outline of a monster sitting down with its legs crossed inside. I almost do a double take. The ground beneath it has sunk in half a meter, and even while sitting, it is much taller than the mutants that are continuously spawning out of its spinning, dense mana. It is at least 5 or 6 meters tall while sitting down, so whatever is inside there must be a 10-meter or taller monstrosity. It is hard to make out exactly what it looks like, but the faint glimmer and mana output of its heavy metal armor can be sensed. 2 massive silver axes lay on either side of it as well. I grit my teeth, squint my eyes, and look closer. I have to drink another MP potion just to burn through enough mana to see the creature in its entirety. With eyes closed, legs crossed, a back straight, and the calm smile of a monk in meditation, the mutant blue ogre king sits atop its mountain collecting mana and waiting for a worthy opponent to arrive. My first attack was a complete failure, so I'll have to try something different the second time around. To be honest, I am not sure if the boss even noticed. Ember flies over the slowly spinning blue sphere and we begin circling it. Time to devise a plan. Ember nods. We glide around in a circle 10 meters or so above the dormant king of the mountain. More and more mutants attack as we circle the boss. They're all dispatched in seconds by either dark red flames or a fiery black slash whenever they get too close. The ball of energy doesn't move at all. I am almost at a loss for words. Usually, monsters are the first to make their move. I open up my link with Ember. Is this Tier 2 mana control? Yes. There is a long pause as the wind passes by my face, and long black wings flap on either side of me in a slow rhythmic fashion. But that barrier may not be as impenetrable as it seems. I squint at the loud, buzzing sphere of mana below as Ember points his head toward the blue cylindrical cloud of mana that is still being sucked into the boss's defenses. This ranked-up ogre is definitely using Tier 2 mana control. It wouldn't be able to move mana around and use it for its own so freely without it. I tighten the grip on my sword. So then, where is its weakness? You must have found a break in its barrier, right? The black-scaled dragon lets out a thick, dark crimson plume of flames down at the boss in response. Without a second of doubt, the eruption of flames engulfs the entire dome, creating the illusion of a 10-meter-wide fireball sitting on the mountain's peak as it flows off the sides onto the rocky floor. We rise higher in the air to avoid the residue and debris. Mutants are burned to ash in the process on all sides. But when the flames begin to clear, the barrier is completely unharmed. Well, almost. The monster inside sits still. The outer layer of the blue sphere begins to melt away as the fire dissolves into it. The barrier itself is putting out the flames of Ember's advanced fire magic, but it is using its own mass to do so. I let out a laugh, then begin to charge up my sword to its full power. You are right. The barrier has a weakness. It looks like we have an in. Chapter 243. You are right. It does have a weakness. It looks like we have an in. Ember's dark flames that once engulfed the round blue sphere of mana begin to dissolve inwards. I watch the entire structure shrink. There are small explosions, and it lets off white arcs of light similar to miniature sun flares. It is not much, but it definitely shrinks. We can work that. Again. Fire at it again. My continuous mana output is nowhere near what Ember can produce, so I'll have to leave this part to him. Understood. The glossy, black-scaled majestic dragon flaps its wings, slowly as we glide closer to the boss again. A dense black and red plume of flames shoots down at the dormant monster to cover the entire structure once again. Cries from newly spawned monsters can be heard while waiting for the sea of flames to clear. The outer layer shrinks a minuscule amount, yet again. Blue mana residue takes in the flames, giving off a light buzz and flashes of light that sound like fireworks. The blue and white magic residue disappears into thin air, but the barrier's mass slowly grows back the moment it is destroyed. I smirk as Ember lets another attack go. Again, over and over. We spawn-kill the mutant mobs that come running out from the orb. As they dissolve, dozens of shards begin to pile up on the arena floor. I pay little mind to this, solely focusing on the diameter of the orb that has now shrunk almost half a meter after just a dozen attacks. Still, There is no movement coming from within, and the barrier itself is still being replenished by the cloud of blue mana, imbued fog that flows up the mountain from the original dungeon. Ember glows bright red, slowly plundering MP from the environment around him to fuel his attacks. If I am seeing this right, the moment Ember lets up, this ogre's entire defense will be restored in just a few seconds. We continue to circle the boss, 20 to 30 meters up in the air. Again, I charge up my blade, harnessing the mana residue around me to charge my blade over a full MP bar. There is over 3,000 MP ready to fire off. At this density and newfound power from all my level ups, it will be the most devastating attack I've ever thrown. It takes nearly half a minute, but I am waiting for the perfect time to strike. Black flames continue to rain down, tampering with the ogre's defenses as I take aim for the perfect shot. I can sense that the shield has been weakened now to under half of its normal thickness, so I let my attack fly. With a powerful thrust, the black crescent of flames plummets down toward the mediating Mountain King. There is a loud twang of dispersing mana in the air as my blade cuts a deep hole right through the already damaged blue orbs. As the fiery blade enters the structure, one of the Ogre King's hands twitches, and an eye opens wide, staring through the clouds of mana to look directly at me. It shines a deep blue hue. Time feels like it slows for a moment. Then Ember swoops upwards, avoiding the debris from my strike breaking the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the mutant grabs both of his axes and swings them upwards to block my attack. Its speed and instant readiness are astonishing. With reflexes like those, it may be faster than me. A loud cracking sound echoes throughout the entire dungeon as my attack hits both of its axes. A loud grunt comes from below as it is deflected to the side, but still manages to land a hit on the ogre's upper arm. The fiery crescent then flies out the other side of the dome, trailing with a light drip of crimson blood. It wasn't much, but I landed a hit. A good start. We fly high into the air as the murderous roar of the awakened Mountain King shakes the entire dungeon. The bright blue mana swirling around this beast begins to compact, getting denser and denser until it covers the beast in a blue shimmering bodysuit. The once massive orb of energy now covers a dual axe-wielding giant blue ogre boss. Glistening blue and white, the entire body of the beast is covered head to toe with thick mana. I may have been very lucky to get a shot in before it fully woke up. Two dark blue lights shine from the monster's face, showing me where its eyes are located, but I can't see its actual body. All that stands before us is a glowing blue and white outline of a monstrosity. So much mana! I've never seen or felt so much energy all in one place since I fell into the Titan's domain. This is completely different. That mana was freely floating in an open void. This mana is 100% in control of the monster before us. The air wavers before my eyes, and the buzzing from mana in the air is so loud that everything around me sounds silent. The flaming rock from our previous attacks makes a wall of flames in half. Dying mutants create the perfect contrast to show off the Dungeon Breaks boss in all its glory. The silence ceases, and it lets out another murderous roar, pointing its axes straight up at us in the air. I yell out to Ember through our link. Again, fire! The real battle begins now. Thick flames engulf the 10-meter-tall Blue Ogre King, but it doesn't move a muscle. The monster stays in place and takes the attack. Its outer layer of mana crackles and pops as it eats up the flames and lets white mana disperse into the air. Again! We circle the monster as it calmly stands still, following our flight path with its dark blue gaze taking attack after attack. Meanwhile, I charge my blade up just like before. It takes well over half a minute to use the dungeon air, but just a few seconds with MP potions. I release another 3,000 MP attack straight at the king. I wonder how it'll react this time. This is the same devastating strike that shattered its defenses just moments ago to draw blood. Instead of standing its ground and taking the hit, the massive beast finally lifts its axes again. This time around, they're covered in a thick layer of dense blue mana. On impact, there is a slight pause and reaction of light and twanging sound. But the strike I throw is deflected off deep into the boss room without much effort at all. Then, the mutant finally makes its move. It turns and begins running in our direction. The ground cracks and shakes, leaving high craters behind in its wake. Dense blue mana drips from beneath its feet, leaving pools of blue residue all over the battlefield. The monster gets closer and closer, but we're high in the sky. Ember lets out another attack, covering the ogre in a crimson wave of flames. Instantly, the monster retaliates and swings its axes as the flames dissolve into its armor of mana. We're over 30 meters in the air, so there is no way it can reach us. Even with a jump in the air, I doubt it can leap this far. While thinking this, my eyes open wide at the reality of the situation. As it swings its two axes, dark royal blue mana comes shooting out of them, just like the attack I sent flying at it earlier. In an instant, it spawns mana crescents far larger and denser than my own. Amber senses the danger too, and we dodge instantly, swooping lower to the battlefield. The Ogre King swings its axes again, sending two blue crescents of murderous blue light our way. A swerve to the right takes us out of its line of fire. Just barely! The wind blows by me on both sides with vicious force as we speed up and the seriousness of this battle sets in. I grit my teeth while charging my blade, and we dodge another 2 attacks as it lets out a roar to shake the boss room once again, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. The pools of mana all around the dish, like battlefield, begin to bubble and glow much brighter. Rocks start to breaking, and more ogres' roars start to fill my ears. Dozens of mutants start spawning from the residue pools left behind by the boss's footsteps. We fly around the battlefield as more and more mutants spawn with seemingly no end in sight. Ember blows flames down on them as the boss tracks our movements, sending off more mana-filled attacks. I let off attacks of my own, drinking mana potions to charge my sword, as well as using some residue from the atmosphere to fuel my attacks. Every one of them is blocked with incredible precision, and every step this beast takes spawns more obstacles for us to avoid and take out. Ever since that first unguarded strike that made this ogre bleed, I haven't even gotten past its blades. Not a single strike has hit its shielding yet. The blue fog from above is feeding its defenses even more, nearly negating Ember's fiery attacks. The shielding around its body is growing back at close to the same rate. The fire is burning it down. I have to do something. Dungeon Walker, out of frustration and curiosity, I blip to the monster's opposite side while Ember lets off one of his flaming attacks. I let one of my own soar, right at its back. It can't move in time, and I land a direct hit. A red, black, blue, and white explosion follows, and I see its bright blue armor open up for just a moment to expose its skin. The time it takes for me to bring another mana potion to my lips is more than enough for it to heal the small hole in its barrier and turn my way. I blip back to Ember's back and stare down at the monster as it turns its blue eyes to meet mine. We're completely outmatched. But I have an idea. The rumbling of newly spawned mutants comes running our way, and the boss holds both of its axes steady, covered head to toe in pure blue armor. It charges its blades while I whisper under my breath and open my status screen. It has been a while, but it is time to upgrade another skill. Chapter 244. It has been a while, but it is time to upgrade another skill. While looking down at my status, I check the proficiency points available to me. Underscore, 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 231. Underscore, 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 underscore. We continue to fly around in circles, narrowly dodging the monster's bright blue energy attacks. I need to make it through this monster's defenses and take in enough mana to continue battling at a steady rate. I'll either need to up my mana control drastically or use the points available to me and upgrade a skill. Leaving the dungeon right now isn't an option. I told my teammates I'd clear it, so that is what I am doing. I am less than 20 points away from being able to upgrade my next legendary skill, Absorption. That is the only reason I've been saving them up for so long. It is the skill that has gotten me this far. All thanks to being able to take the powers from monsters I kill, I've been able to defy the odds and get stronger much faster than everyone around me. Though, in a scenario like this, what is absorption good for if I can't defeat the monsters with the skills I am trying to steal? I scroll down my list and choose the logical decision. If it is Tier 2 mana control I have to contend with, then I'll just make my own version of it. Underscore, 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 underscore. Plunderer allows the user to take mana from opponents once physical contact is made. Mana crystals and other magic items may be plundered. The effectiveness of the user's ability to plunder decreases if the average mana control output of their opponent is higher than their own. It is much more efficient to plunder weaker enemies. MP may be consumed in mana-rich dungeon environments, but effectiveness is severely lacking compared to direct contact plundering. Grade. No grade. Upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I click upgrade. As two blue blades shoot by my head, and the rumble of dozens, more freshly spawned, in mutants approach. Underscore, 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 upgrade. 50 PP, no grades, special grades. The special grade Plunderer skill allows the user to plunder opponents up to 50% greater mana control than their own, with equal proficiency to their own level. The special grade Plunderer skill allows the user to absorb MP from dungeons with much higher proficiency. Even when mana is not visible to the naked eye, it may be plundered all the same. Contact with any dungeon mass is also considered a viable link to plunder MP. The special grade Plunderer skill will not affect the dungeon's structural integrity. It will only limit the amount of monsters available to respawn from the source. Underscore, 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 without batting an eye. I click upgrade and immediately feel a difference. I activate my Plunderer skill to charge up an attack and feel every free-floating mana particle in the air begin to move in towards my body, down my arms, and into my sword. It is like breathing in fresher air than I ever knew existed. No MP potions or strengthening fragments can beat the pure feeling of power that has just entered my veins. With my all-seeing eye and mana manipulation simultaneously active, it feels like I can see, touch, move, and absorb everything atop this mountain. Number. In this whole dungeon, a faint pink glow, similar to my mana manipulation, adds itself to the mixture of blended colors in my dark red and golden aura. The real battle begins now. I start launching off 3,000 MP attacks at the monster one after another, like it is nothing. Every twist and turn through the air we make into new portions of mana. Filled air allows me to charge up my blades almost instantly. Sure, they'll take a toll on me once I hit my daily MP consumption limit, but I have a few hundred shots at this power level left in me, so it is time to get to work. The first shot I fire off is blocked by the mutant boss's blade. The second one right after hits its left side. White and blue light appears, followed by the explosion of flames as I watch its barrier crack over at the point of impact. 2 more shots erupt from my blade one after another and fly off in its direction. One heads straight for its outreached dual blades, while the other curves around to slip right through the cracked opening in its blue mana barrier. Another loud twang and cracking noise follows. A loud roar confirms I made a direct hit. As the residue clears and its shielding starts to reform, the crimson glint of blood dripping from a small cut catches my eye. I smirk as Ember dives downwards, and we fly to its opposite side. Another hit! To make things easier, I take out my dagger. It allows me to force the barrier open with one attack and send another strike in right after to do the actual damage. I let out more shots of mana as Ember spins and dives to avoid the rage-filled attacks of the boss. Fire begins to burn dark red on the ground below us. Every attack Ember and I send lets out large plumes of dark flames that spread from mutant to mutant, slowly burning them alive. Even if they're not hit head-on with a direct attack, they're killed moments after they spawn. The only thing immune to the flames is the merciless boss. Its suit of blue armor wades through the thick flames and puts them out on contact. A line of untouched rock floor trails behind it. We circle the beast as it lunges towards us again and again. It may be fast and powerful, but our speed and agility in the air are far above the boss monster's capabilities. The fallen mobs leave shards behind. They're starting to pile up and give off a visible glimmer of white and blue light even from here. Everything is going as planned. The only problem is, as many shots as I fire off, it is getting harder and harder to hit this crafty creature. I've landed 5 more successful blows, but the shielding in its place is getting harder to hit. It is also predicting my attacks and dodging over half of them now. I'll have to try something else. Dungeon Walker. I jump off of Ember's back, now having more than enough teleport points plotted in the air to handle myself. With the element of surprise on my side, I can much more effectively send attacks into the monster's bright blue armor. It takes 1 wind slash to break it, and 1 fiery attack to damage the beast. I can send off 2 before narrowly blipping away to avoid its counterattacks. There is some damage, but it is not nearly enough. If only I could land 1 more hit per time I attack. A wind and fire combo attack would complement each other and do much more damage. Gritting my teeth, I land another 3 total hits while blipping around 7 more times. Small gashes appear on its arms, legs, and torso. But all I've done is it angry? Every time I break through its mana shielding, the blue barrier just grows back stronger. I open my link with Ember as he continues to weaken the boss's mana armor while eradicating the mutants in the crossfire. I need to take out its source. I look up at the dark blue stream of mana that has been continuously flowing down into the battlefield this entire time. There is far too much mana for me to consume. I can sense millions of MP flowing out from the Dunagon and around the body of this monster. Ember replies while sending off a final fireball to destroy a wave of approaching ogres. Understood. I'll block it from the sky. To absorb this much mana, I'll need to concentrate. I trust you'll finish the battle. While gripping my sword, I turn back to the boss. If it can't regenerate its shielding any further, I can handle it. With that, Ember takes to the sky and I air step downward to let out another attack before blipping away to its blind spot. The monster is becoming frustrated, but keeps its composure with dark blue eyes locked on me for the full time we fight. The more attacks I land, the better it learns my movements too. Not only can the humming blue mass of mana dodge me more often than not, it is also letting out its own attacks faster, and with more precision as well. Sometimes, I even have to move out of the way before releasing an attack of my own. It is predicting my Dungeon Walker teleports. Finally, Ember's voice echoes in my inner ear. It is done. I feel a familiar feeling crawl over my skin, and my vision is tinted red. The ambient mana in the air drastically decreases for a fraction of a second, while it feels like time slows down. I turn my head to see Ember high in the sky above the mountain, radiating a dark red-crimson aura. The blue mana clouds are reacting and glowing bright white. An incredible light fills the sky, and the flight path of a praising foreign dungeon mass is successfully blocked. My perception of time speeds back up as a wide grin crosses my face. The boss monster is distracted by the sight as well. Taking advantage of the moment, I release another 2 attacks to land a devastating blow on its left side. I let out a laugh and blip away while watching the monster heal its broken shielding. It is not by much, but the dense shield shrinks ever so slightly to mend the hole. After a few more teleportation maneuvers, air step dodges, and near misses, I land another strike to the monster's back. With a loud cry, the boss's dark blue eyes tighten, looking even more angry than before as it heals the shielding's hole. It shrinks again. I've gained the upper hand. Chapter 245. I've gained the upper hand. Level up, level up, level up. To my surprise, the sound of level up notifications rings in my ears as more and more mutants die in the burning fires below. I am not that much higher of a level than them, so it would make sense that killing this many would continue to raise my own. With a bright red, white, and blue glow completely covering the sky overhead blocking. The energy that once added to this boss monster's barrier, I can face this beast on my own terms now. Without its constant energy renewal, it seems more on edge, but also more willing to fight. Its eyes glow darker and look more alert, fully aware of its situation. The last remaining visible wisps of blue swirling magical fog make their way into its buzzing armor made of blue light. Then the boss glares at me to let out its loudest ground-shaking roar. Dungeon Walker. I teleport to its opposite side and let off a dual attack straight into its back. With a swing of right-handed axe, it blocks one of my blades and the other collides with its shielding, dungeon walking away. I let off another attack to strike the monster's wide-open exposed flash. It predicts my movements, and I have to dodge an energy attack from its left blade. As expected, you won't be giving up easily. A wide smile stays on my face as we fight to the death. Another dozen shots each fly back and forth, and I've managed to fit the monster 4 more times. Each attack draws more blood and now shrinks its mana shielding more than twice as fast as before. I've consumed nearly 500,000 MP to launch my attacks, but it keeps enduring my blows. Luckily, there is an end in sight. Without the excess mana in the air, the shielding it is using as a defense forms back at a rate almost 5 times slower than before. Each attack I start letting out does more damage to its energy supplies, sending off larger white explosions and releasing more ambient mana into the air. Every shot that lands makes bigger breaks in its barrier, opening up much larger targets for my second strikes to land. Although the monster is adapting to my movements and becoming much more agile on the battlefield, the longer this fight lasts, the more hits damage the boss. Its blue eyes glow darker and darker as the shielding grows thinner and thinner. I can hardly even be spotted while teleporting and air-stepping around it in circles. With so much mana at my fingertips for use, the battle just gets more exhilarating every moment I am in it. Massive explosions of fire residue obliterate mutants that spawn from existing pools of blue light. Level up, easily another 100 are slaughtered as our battle continues on. Due to my speed and agility in the air thanks to wind summoning and dungeon walking, I am in no real danger of getting hit while focused on the battle. Mana flies, attacks are thrown, and the mutant's eyes glow brighter and brighter as its shielding slowly fails. Almost 15 minutes pass, and I've landed 36 more attacks. Sweating, breathing heavily, and nearing my limit, I stare down at the bloodied and beaten beast below. If I had to guess, this massive barrier of mana it was using isn't just its Tier 2 mana control at play. It must be part of its hidden ability Ultimate Defense of the Blue Ogre King. Without the availability of excess mana, it is not able to be used. Or maybe there is another hidden metric to its buff. Through my all-seeing eye skill, I can see it sucking in mana to create a base level of shielding, but the thick blue and white light that surrounds its body is so weak that I can see its torn-apart flesh, even without my perception abilities now. It lets our roars of anger and frustration. The mutants spawn less and less from its excess residue. It desperately defends as I mercilessly attack, pushing most of its mana reserves into its axes to block my incoming strikes. This allows it to block some, but the attacks that hit its wounded body just keep doing more and more damage. Every time it begins to cover up an area in defenses, I let out attacks with blinding speed to break the barriers down and eventually bring the monster to its knees. With a loud clang of metal axes hitting the stone floor, followed by the thud of its tired body hitting the ground, the mutant Ogre King bows its head in defeat. With hundreds of shards laid out in piles beneath its battered body, the monster begins to let its shielding drop. I tighten my gaze and whisper under my breath in a suspicious tone. Too easy. It doesn't seem like the type to give up, but it was clearly outmatched. Not wanting to give it another second to rethink its decision, I send dual attacks of wind and fire straight at the monster's midsection. Not making a sound, the blades glide through, and two half of the 10-meter-tall mutilated Ogre King fall to the boss room's floor. I gulp, darting my eyes back and forth, while waiting for the sweet sounds of even more level-ups to ring in my ears. But they never come. The crackle of black flames is all that fills my ears as the remainder of mutants perish all around me in the fire. I air-step down to the floor, landing on a thin layer of white and blue shards. The two halves of the Mutant King lay dormant as I slowly approach. Even the buzzing sound of mana ceases. The dungeon becomes eerily silent. I open my link with Ember. It is done. The moment I do, the light buzz of mana in the air returns, but oddly enough, it is coming from below me. The shards that cover the ground begin to glow much brighter than before. Then they all start vibrating at a similar frequency and move towards the mutant's body that lies lifeless on the stone floor. It begins to glow blue and white as well, giving off the same dull hum. This doesn't look like it is going to end well. I grit my teeth and teleport as far up into the air as I can, calling out to Ember through our link. Enough. We have to get back now. The black-scaled dragon swoops down at my words, and I manage to touch his glossy wing just in time to teleport us to the far side of the dungeon where we entered. The glowing stones rattle more and more, coming together on the fallen corpse of the Mutant King. The light animating from the top of the mountain grows until the buzzing can be heard from over a kilometer away at the far side of the boss room. Finally, it hits its peak, and there is an overwhelming white flash of light. Second later, I hear a loud crack, and the entire dungeon shakes. I watch the top half of the distant mountain explode, sending massive chunks of rock high into the air in all directions. Millions and millions of MP from the fallen ogres have consolidated and let out their energy all at once. A last-ditch effort by the boss to protect its lair. A shockwave of energy and debris comes flying our way. But all I can focus on is the constant ringing in my ears. Level up, 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 status open, underscore, 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 name. J Soju level. 495 horsepower, 2,480 divided by 2,480 MP. 2,050 divided by 2,480 strength, 1311, 1849. SID, 1481, 656, 656. Speed, 1433, 866, 717. Agility, 1538, 692, 1692, 760, 9, 7, 69 defense, 1102, 1223, 1014, 551 mental strength, 1230, 738, 738, 554, 1341, 1316, 16, 984, 615, 615 skills. Abs, Orption, Special Grade, Swordsmanship, Combat Magic, Advanced Fire Summoning, Inspect, Special Grade. Enemy Detection, Body Hardening, Special Grade, Self-Regeneration, Special Grade, Spatial Magic. Item Storage, Plunderer, Special Grade. Telekinesis, Appraisal, Special Grade. Conceal, Special Grade, Berserker Dungeon, Walker, Special Grade. Intimidation, Dagger Mastery, Stealth Blood. Lust Equivalent Exchange, Combat Magic. Wind Summoning, all. Seeing Eye, Extreme Strength, Dual Wielding, Special Grade, Telepathy. Legendary Grade. Final Breath, Special Grade. Combat Magic. Advanced Earthsum. Owning Combat Magic. Advanced Mana. Manipulation items equipped. High Ogre King's Ring. 60% Mental Strength. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet. 111% Defense. Dark Elf Boots. 60% Speed. Serpent King Scale. 45% Agility. C. 45% Magic Resistance. Desert Troll's Charm. 45% Mental Strength. The Flame Emperor's Sword. Fire Aspect. 141% Strength. 109% Mental Strength. The Wind Tyrant. Stagger. Set. Wind Aspect. 112% Strength. 110% Agility. 107% mental strength berserker King's armor set. Blood bonded, C 92% defense salamander King's cloak. C 80% mental strength. T 80% fire magic resistance, greater demon's core. C 50% all stats buffs, berserker plus 50% strength plus mental strength, bloodlust plus 50% speed plus agility plus mental strength, extreme strength plus 50% strength underscore underscore under score underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 246. I just need another 5 levels. Although a shockwave of excess magic and debris is flying my way at an alarming speed. All I can do is stare down at my status and smile. I've gained 4 levels from the hundreds of slain mutants and another 10 levels from defeating the boss itself. This brings me up to level 495. There are only 5 more until I hit B class as eligibility. I know there is an exam available to hunters that hit level 500, but it is not brought up in the news often. Not many make it this high. Without upgrading my plunderer skill to special grade, taking out this boss would have been near impossible. I have plenty of other skills. Yes, but the only thing that mattered in the end was my ability to wield mana at an accelerated rate. It seems this is the second large bottleneck in the hunter's natural rank-up process. There is one that occurs on the level 300 to 350 range. The introduction to mana control that allows only those with rare element aptitudes to progress at a quicker pace. The ones that are funded enough, whether that be government or private aid, can one day make it to the level of the elite status. The next pause in progression has to be focused around Tier 2 mana control. Monsters that near level 500, becoming ranked up beings, able to take an MP through advanced mana control, seem to be unbeatable opponents for a magic user that can't keep up with their endless shielding. Sure, not impossible to defeat, but very unlikely. This is why there are so few B-class hunters in the world. I wonder how much mana control would be necessary to achieve this rate of natural environmental mana absorption without a special skill like mine. I let out a sigh, then turned my focus back to the white and blue energy wave coming my way. Opening my link with Ember, I point to the sky. We'll fly above it. Before the dungeon collapses entirely, I'd like to see if the boss drops any loot. With a powerful flap of his wings, we soar up into the air. The body of this beast is gone, but it must have left something behind. Ember replies, "Very good." That was an impressive victory, Master. We're so close to ranking up. Maybe I'll finally get to evolve after our next big battle. I smirk. Maybe, even before. The shock wave of energy and flying rocks ripples beneath us as we travel higher into the air. Weaker energy makes it up to our altitude, but I teleport us into the zone of the obliterated mountain that has already weathered the shockwave. We avoid the blast entirely. Activating all my perception skills, 2 items pop up on my radar. One of them seems to be a ring the ogre was wearing with an incredible mental strength buff. The other item is one I've never seen before. The mana readings it is giving off are unbelievable. Not just their mana residue stands out to me, but also their information on my appraisal skill. This changes everything. We glide forward as I point Ember in the right direction, then start digging through the piles of rubble and half-melted boulders. Using mana manipulation, I easily part the stone and find exactly what I am looking for. The first item drop, underscore 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 under score underscore 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 platinum ring of the blue ogre king 100% mental strength underscore 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 and color. I toss the ring up and down in my palm a few times. It feels even heavier than gold. I take off my Desert Troll's charm, only giving me a 45% metal strength boost, and put on this ring with 100%. Immediately, I feel a small shift in my power as the buffs are recalibrated. Next, I turn toward the real treasure, peeking out of another large rock pile. The bright blue glow of another item calls to me. I move all the surrounding rock out of the way with ease, revealing what is underneath in all its glory. A palm-sized dark blue crystal gives off a loud, low-frequency hum, rests on the rocky floor. Wisps of blue and white mana trail off of it as I pick the crystal up from a distance using telekinesis. It floats in the air as I appraise it. Underscore, 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 Blue Ogre King's essence. Core info. The accumulated essence of the Blue Ogre King. Excess mana from a Blue Ogre King's dungeon break has been contained in crystal form. Class, BB type, consumable durability, imp output, 100, 1.4 MA, 100, 1.4 M, underscore. Underscore, 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 100 million. The crystal floats toward me as I grasp it between my fingertips, sitting firmly on Ember's back. The rings on my finger clink against the crystal's hard structure. The deeper I look inside this gem, the more endless the swirling mana within seems to become. Before I can get out another thought, a flash of light engulfs me on all sides. The dungeon collapses, consuming both Ember and me in the blinding whiteness of transfer magic. I feel Ember's feet thud against the sandy yet rocky floor where we entered this dungeon. Opening my item storage, I throw the blue vibrating gem inside and immediately open my link with Ember. To the sky. It is nearly pitch black out, and I can barely see a thing. A sliver of sunlight escapes the horizon, telling me the approximate time. But I already knew that I slept all day before this raid began. My only worry and reason for being so quick to the sky is the off chance that someone were to see me with a dragon come out of the break. It wouldn't be good. Thankfully, after a quick enemy detection scan finding not a single soul around, I am put more at ease. Ember flaps his wings and carries us high up into the fly above the cloud line. To my surprise, the sunlight gets brighter the higher we travel upwards. The sun has really just gone down. But I'll have the opportunity to see the sunset again. I let out a laugh while opening my link with Ember as the cool air passes through my hair. We have to head north, about an 18-hour ride by camel, and my team should be over halfway there by now. It'd be best to slow time the flight speed down so we arrive just as they do. We're off to Solara. Understood. The sun sets again, leaving us in the cool darkness of night. As I begin to relax, the built-up battle fatigue hits me all at once. The aching bones, tired muscles, and tingling skin start to take a toll on me, making my eyes close yet again. I make sure to drink water and eat enough to satisfy my hunger, but drift off to sleep within the hour. A few questions race around in my mind as I fade away into dreamland on Ember's back. How can I use this new item to my advantage? 100 million mana will surely do irreversible damage if I try to consume it all at once. However, I could use Plunderer at its new special grade rank to absorb the mana while Abby constantly restores my MP. This is a possibility. I also have almost 60 million MP worth of mutant fragments from Ember's farming escapades too. My teammates will most likely be able to handle 100k MP at a time if they push themselves. That dungeon is gone. But we've made some serious gains in a short time. Once I meet back up with them after a long sleep, We'll have a final upgrade session before facing off against the labyrinth in the capital. I am feeling a lot more confident in our abilities as a team than I did just a few days ago. Chapter 247. Leaving the setting sun behind, I drift off to sleep as Ember gracefully glides above the desert. The cool breeze and the dark night sky slowly calm the adrenaline pumping through my blood post-battle. All I can dream about are the new power-ups coming soon, and the labyrinth break in Solara that is giving people so much trouble. The only logical explanation is that the two elites sent to take care of it were not strong enough to face off against a ranked-up boss alone. Maybe they're facing a similar problem. They can't keep up with the higher levels of mana control. With that being said, one of them is Fisher. I am at a higher overall level than him now, but in my current state, I believe our mana control is nearly even. I'm going to have to make use of this ogre's core in order to make it to the next level. Master Ember's voice wakes me from my thought-filled sleep. My body feels exhausted still, and my head aches. I think I might have overdone it again. My skin tingles and my bones feel weak. This is exactly how I felt after using up too much mana in my floor boss fight. Just nowhere near as bad. Rubbing my eyes, I look out into the distance of the night sky. Still, there is only darkness in all directions. Ember speaks again to ease my confusion. I believe we're getting close. In response, I scan the wide-open desert in all directions as far as my radars will let me. A few things all begin to hit me all at once. Below us, no more than 5 kilometers ahead, I sense 3 enemies all between levels 460 and 470. There is a very high chance these are my teammates. After a quick appraisal, I confirm without a doubt it is them. How long was I out? Another 6 hours, Master. I nod, sensing thousands of other data points off in the distance about 7 to 8 kilometers north. There are too many to count. Hundreds of thee are over level 200, and thousands under 100. It is the same leveling distribution as back in Vice City. It must be a very well-developed area, unlike the towns we visited so far. This must be Solara. There is a very odd reading coming from further out into the desert behind the city. Either my perception skill doesn't reach far enough in my fatigued state, or there is some interference in the readings. It is like there is an outer edge to how far I can sense anything. Maybe there are just no more mana readings to sense out in this barren wasteland of a desert. Well, I hope at least. This void in my perception skills bugs me a bit. There isn't much I can do about it other than wait to see what the interference is myself. With all these questions racing through my head, I just shrug and focus on the more important data. My teammates are close. Ember, I'll be making my way down soon. Bring us right above the cloud line, then leave the rest to me. I believe our next meeting will be in the labyrinth, so get ready. I see a toothy grin form on the dragon's face as its glossy black wings tilt downward to change our flight direction. We soar toward the ground, and I feel the presence of my teammates getting closer and closer. Once we approach a perceivable range, I open up my item storage and hop off Ember's back. Thanks for the ride. We'll be back in battle soon. As I fly ahead, the white spatial magic appears behind me. Ember flies straight into my open white spinning portal and disappears. The fast-moving air flies by me as I begin to plummet toward the ground. It is pitch black in the cool of night, but I can tell how far away my teammates are and know just how much wind magic I'll need to stop myself from hitting the ground too fast. So, in the meantime, I relax. It is a calming sensation, the weightlessness of falling. Moving so fast through the air, feeling the wind push against my skin, but still feel like I don't even compare in weight to a feather. If I spin onto my back and let the air push me up, it is like I am resting on an invisible bed of clouds. Close to a full minute of enjoying the moment of bliss passes, then I finally activate my wind magic and slow to a halt hovering just 100 meters over the desert floor. I can see the dim glow of a white magic arrow illuminating 2 camels, slowly moving across the flat sandy ground. I approach with causation, igniting a small flame in my hand. After a few seconds, a wave of my telepathy skill is sent out to the online teammate awake right now. It is Jay. I've made it back. Glad to see you've made it so far. Immediately, I watch the archer turn and draw his bow in my direction. The arrow glows much brighter as I drift down to the desert floor. Once he sees my face, the arrow fades back to its dim glow, and I see a sigh of relief wash over his face. Good to see you too. You are just in time. Both Abby and Maria are asleep again. It seems like they took the day shift, and Ari is up again in the middle of the night. I put out my flames and come down to sit back on the rightmost camel, taking the reins from Ari with a firm nod. Maria turns in her sleep as I sit in front of her. Ari speaks up. You flew all the way here in the dark. I let out a sigh. Yeah, something like that. Then open up my item storage and let a handful of mutant shards fall out into my open palm. It was worth it. All 4 of us will be able to gain another 15 million in mana control, minimum. I let the gems clink around in my hands while the archer responds. How was the boss? Did you get any good loot? I smirk and show him my ring. 100% mental strength buff. It is a nice once, isn't it? He agrees, eyeing it curiously. After that, we continue north as I update him on the break, details of Tier 2 mana control, and the power difference between the boss I fought and the ones we faced prior. Of course, without revealing Ember or any sensitive information that I wouldn't like to share. Although I trust my team, I've run my mouth a bit too much about a few things lately. If I want something kept quiet, I better not speak of it at all. Information is no longer a secret once more than one person knows about its existence. One thing I don't mind showing off is the rest of the loot. I take out the core from my storage, but Ari hasn't seen anything like it either in his life. It is agreed that any loot from the boss is mine to keep. Well, more like it is agreed that no one here can even make use of that core but me. Finally, the topic of Ari's hometown comes up again. We're getting close to where he mentioned it was when we first entered the Dark Continent, so I thought I'd bring it up. What he tells me is a bit off-putting, and not what I was expecting. We can visit my hometown after the break is cleared. Ari points forward and off into the desert as the sun begins to rise. It is off that way. I am positive. It has been quite a while since I left, but it may be nice to see some familiar faces. I don't say a word, realizing when I scanned the desert earlier, that portion of desert was impossible to detect. Not a single soul or mana reading came up in my mind's eye. While thinking of an appropriate response, I hear Maria's voice from behind me, and 2 hands hug me from behind. Jay, you made it back. At the same moment, Abby begins to wake up as well, murmuring something while rubbing her eyes. The sunlight of day begins to flood in, ridding the desert of darkness. Our conversation comes to a halt, and all 4 of us stare forward at the sight before us. Shining silver towers glistening in the morning sun. I count 6 of them in total, each easily 30 stories tall, with long clear glass windows and the golden reflection of the rising sun showing the city in all its glory. I am left speechless. Hundreds of small buildings line the grid-like streets below. Workers from all walks of life are already starting their daily routines. The 4 of us will be entering the city soon. We made it to Solara. Chapter 248. We approach the silver towers as the morning sun reflects golden light onto our approaching camels. This city looks a lot more developed than any of the other smaller towns we've been through in the Dark Continent so far. If I had to guess, it looks like tens of thousands of people could easily be housed here, with high rises of apartments in residential areas, shops indoors and outdoors, selling hunters' gear, as well as basic necessities that unleveled villagers can use. Even this early in the morning, people are beginning to line the streets. Ari speaks up. This is it. Welcome to Solara. It is huge, but honestly, with all the hype, this is about what I expected. Where is the Tower of Dreams? That is where we need to meet up with those 2 elites, right? Ari points to a slim curved silver tower between a ridged rectangular one and a very light-colored one on its other side, each roughly the same height. Right this way. We have 2 or 3 hours until the raid begins. How is everyone feeling? Maria replies, still staring up at the beautiful shimmering city. I feel great. Abby stares up while rubbing her eyes, not saying a word as we enter the city streets and off of the sandy desert sand. They're made of tightly placed cobblestone, but in such a straight line and meticulously crafted. It seems some heavy machinery, or maybe magic kill was used to fit these streets together. The buildings, for as far as the eye can see, are made of very modern and most definitely imported steel and bricks, possibly from outside the walls. I don't see where all of this metal and building material could have come from otherwise, unless there are factories and power plants out here that I haven't seen. There must be more cooperation with the association than it seems on the surface. This reminds me. Hey, everyone, hoods up. We may have bounties in this city, too. Immediately, everyone follows my advice, and we cover our faces with the red hoods of our cloaks. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. Eri leads us into the city. The morning sun shines a yellow light on the street vendors setting up their shops while we walk further into town. Merchants begin shouting at us as we walk by. E and D class gear straight from the dungeons. Get 'em while you still can. A woman's voice comes from behind us next. Potions and mana crystals, 50% off until noon. I look around curiously, then speak to Eri. Is there a dungeon system out here? I don't sense any active portals at all. He slowly nods. Yeah, they box each dungeon up like back in Dry Rock to make sure if one breaks it won't destroy the city. A lot of them are closer to the center of town. I nod as the footsteps of camels echo against the street. Interesting. The 6 towers get closer and closer, and the shops that line the streets become more and more high-tech. It almost feels wrong to be walking through a city like this on 2 animals. Training rooms. Graded up to B-class shielding. 60 minutes for a room. Only 1 silver per H under. My head turns as I hear the sound of a young, energetic man's voice speak up. I bring my ride to a halt and whisper under my breath. This could be perfect. Maria speaks up from behind me. What is all this about? Why are we stopping for a training room? I nod. I think it'd be a good idea. I farmed a lot more of the shards last night. We need a place to absorb them before our mission, right? I agree. Abby speaks up next. I think this is a good idea too. We might as well use all the time we have left to get stronger. All of us jump off, and I take 8 silver coins out while speaking up to the tall, blonde-haired worker. We'd like a room. 2 full hours for all 4 of us. The man accepts my silver as Eri ties up the camels to a post outside. The store in front of us is about 3 stories high. Its first-floor walls to the entrance are made of glass to show the white walls of the elegant-looking shop inside. It is a long, rectangular storefront, possibly 7 meters wide and no more than 15 meters long. We all walk toward the stairs in the back that lead us up to a large metal door on the 2nd floor. The man speaks up. Here you all are. He is surprisingly easygoing. No ID needed, no name, nothing at all. I guess this is just how they do things out here. With a swift motion, he taps on a small square black plate attached to the door. It begins counting down from 121 minutes. I gave you an extra minute to get situated. The door will open if you push the handle or once the counter hits 0, so please don't continue your training after this time. The shielding won't be activated unless I enter the code. The door clicks open to reveal a bright white room similar to the flooring downstairs. It has stations of shielding fitted together that all seem to be carrying shades of white. It hums and creates a perfect barrier all the same. I step inside while replying. Sounds good. I appreciate it. On the inside of the door, there is an identical timer ticking down the minutes and seconds. 120 to 49. The moment we all walk inside, and the door closes behind us with a loud click. I open up my item storage and begin dumping out the glowing blue shards. Let's get started! The shards begin falling down onto the bussing white floor. There is over 500 of them. Every last one is from a mutant, so we'll have to be a lot more careful about absorbing them at first. I think we can all handle it just fine, though. I let out a laugh, but my 3 teammates stare down at the gems and then back up to me with wide eyes. Maria is the first to speak up. 500 mutants? There is a glimmer in Abby's eye as she prematurely glows green. Eri smirks and crosses his arms. Well, let's get to work. I pick up one of the blue stones in each hand and reply. Let's, over the next hour, we all take turns burning through the white and blue shards. As predicted, everyone manages to absorb them just fine. At first, Abby and Maria were in pretty bad condition after each run-through. But by the end of our session, everyone can handle them with ease. In just under an hour, we managed to finish them all. I can sense the differences in mana output from my teammates already. Their power has grown drastically. Abby and Maria by almost 100%, and Aerie has grown nearly 40% stronger in just a short period of time. I've grown too, but not nearly enough. Looking at the clock on the door, I see 59 to 32 remaining. Just under an hour left. Abby speaks up with sweat rolling down her forehead next to a pile of empty mana potions. Not bad, right? We made it through all of them with time to spare. I reach into my item storage and pull out the Ogre King's core. Not all of them. There is one more. I am going to need some extra help for this one. I also pull out every last MP potion I have on me. I have a feeling you may need these. I am going to need to be restored while simultaneously absorbing the MP from this final core to finish in time. Abby walks over while Maria and Aerie watch from afar. She stares down at the vibrating gem for a moment, then looks back up at me. Let's do it. Aerie knows exactly what is about to happen, so he speaks up before we actually begin. It may be a good idea for us to leave. This may get intense, won't it? Plus, it'd be best to let the association know we're in town. I think for a moment, then nod. Maybe it would be best if we meet you at the tower. He looks over to Maria and she shrugs, replying, That works for me. I'd like to have some time to talk with my elite trainer before the raid too. Maybe she has some helpful tips about my new mana control abilities. I raise an eyebrow at this, but no, it is not the time to ask. Her statement confirms my suspicions about the white-haired elite being Maria's guide. I'd like to meet her too. I turn to Abby, then back to Maria. We'll finish as fast as we can and meet you there. The archer and ice mage both open the heavy metal door and disappear with a click. They're leaving us with a camel and meeting in the lobby of the Tower of Dreams once we've finished. It is best to think about that later and focus on the important things now. I activate my Plunderer skill while simultaneously turning on all of my stat-boosting buffs and perception abilities at once. I won't be consuming this core like the other shards. I'll need to burn through the MP using active skills. This is going to be quite the challenge. Glowing bright gold, red, black, and now a hint of blue from the Ogre King's mana residue, I push my mind and body to the limits. As soon as I begin, the warm sensation of Abby's hands on my back tells me that her restore skill has been activated. With just 1 hour remaining, I'll attempt to absorb this entire core. Chapter 249. Black, red, pink, and golden aura fill the room. The green restoration magic blends with the blue swirling residue to combine with my own aura and make a light purple glow resonate through the entire training room. The entire facility shakes and trembles under the intense pressure of over 100 million MP flowing through it. But it holds together. An hour passes. I feel like the power coursing through my veins is on a level incomparable to my prior strength. Click! The door of the training room opens, and I walk out. Visible light purple mana residue floods out from the white-walled room and fills the stairway. Some rises up to the 3rd floor, while most sinks down the steps to invade the lobby of the shop. Abby and I make our way down through the dispersing purple. Tinted mana fog and I hear every footstep echo throughout my mind. The full outline of the man sitting in the lobby is so clear in my mind's eye. The minuscule vibrating particles of mana in his body are as clear as day. My all-seeing eye isn't even activated. I've started to develop a new understanding and control over my environment. I lift my hands through the air, letting the excess mana swirl around my fingertips. Then without my Plunderer skill, I am able to feel small amounts of the particles enter my skin. It is not nearly enough to use in combat. Only 3 to 5 MP can be absorbed, per M in ute at this rate. But still, it is a sensation I had no idea was impossible without my skills until now. I am on the cusp of Tier 2 mana control. This is an entirely new level. A shaky voice rings out from the shop's lobby. Hello? The now much more nervous store. Clerk's voice rings out through the fog. I can sense that the front door is open. Most of the residue is pouring out into the street and dispersing, but it is still very thick inside the room. He continues in a quick manner as I slowly walk through the shop with Abby behind me. I hope your session went well. Please stop by again anytime. I smile, looking up at the outline of the city through the glass windows as we approach them. Sure, thanks. We walk out the front door and the morning sun hits us in all its glory. I take in a breath of fresh air and slowly move my eyes back and forth over the busy street. It feels like everything and everyone is moving a lot slower. My ability to perceive reality has shifted immensely. In just a few hours, I've grown 3 times as strong. Solara has become much more lively now, too. The streets are filled with more vendors, as well as townspeople heading to and from their work. Just like in the Vice region, 50% of the people walking around are covered in good quality magic gear and look like hunters. The laughter, constant chatter, and vendors shouting fills my ears. Staring off into the endless streets, I am finally interrupted by Abby's voice as she unties the camel and brings it over to me. Ready! We'll be late if we don't head out now. Still staring out into the entire city. Lightly activating my perception skills, I can sense everything. And I mean everything. Every single person's average mana controls reading, level, magic items, and even the locations of the closed-off dungeon breaks. Everything becomes clear. I reply promptly, but still distracted. Right, let's go! We hop on and head through the bustling city toward the Tower of Dreams. Both of us put our hoods up like before, but I can't help looking around at every new market square or unique we pass. The world looks crystal clear. It is like I've been missing out on all of this information in front of my face this whole time. Nothing looks necessarily different. It just all has new meaning. I slowly begin to adjust to my newfound sensory abilities as we approach the shining silver towers. The one we stop under is curved on all sides, creating a long yet thin point nearing the top. There must only be a single narrow penthouse up on the 30th floor. As soon as we come to a halt in front of the blindingly silver and white entrance, Abby speaks in my ear. You should probably use that disguise skill. Your eyes are glowing pretty bright. She takes out her transmission tablet and flips the back side toward me. I see 2 glowing white reflections in it. Immediately, I activate my special grade conceal perk and calm down their glow, reverting my appearance back to its darker, dull state. Good call. Abby hands the camel to a vendor nearby with other similar rides. An old man is taking care of nearly a dozen of them for 20 bronze each a day. He smiles and thanks us. Then we walk near the building's entrance. Once close enough, the front sliding door opens, and I immediately see a few familiar faces. Ari, Maria, and Fisher. He smirks and waves to me from behind my teammates, speaking up in a loud, confident voice. Who would have guessed they sent you 4 after us? Good to see ya, Jay. Before I can respond, I am distracted by a tall, fair-skinned, white-haired woman who walks out with a light white and blue aura trailing behind her. The woman's eyes are the same as her aura. She puts on a thin smile, only making her presence more alluring. She wears black clothing with no armor. It contrasts with her skin and hair, making them pop even more. On her side, she carries 2 curved swords in light blue sheaths. From this distance, I can already sense her mana control is incredibly refined, possibly nearing mine in my recently upgraded state. I instantly appraise and inspect the woman to find her level and skills. Underscore, 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 LV 504. Active skills, combat, magic, advanced ice summoning, dual wielding, legendary grade. Underscore, 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 underscore. Then my eyes shift to those swords. Underscore, 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 underscore under score underscore 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 enchanted katana set ice aspect. Agility plus 131%. Speed plus 106%. Strength plus 105%. Underscore 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 underscore. She is an ice magic user with a legendary sword wielding skill. Interesting. Also, with a level this high, she'd technically a B-class hunter. My eyes shift back to the blue-haired swordsman, Fisher. He is still waving to me with a smug yet happy look on his face. I can sense his approximate mana control output too. As I assumed, it was just a bit higher than mine when I entered the training room. Now, I am at least 2 times more refined than him. He speaks up again. These 2 told me you were getting in a little extra training before the raid. Ha! Looks like you'll need it. I let out a sigh, walking over to the 4 of them and replying. Good to see you too. We all greet each other with smiles outside the tall silver building on the road's sidewalk. I introduce Abby to Fisher, and it seems like the others have already been acquainted in the hour we were gone. Maria is the first to introduce me to her trainer. Jay, meet Lydia. Lydia, meet Jay. The dual-wielding ice mage eyes me up and down for a solid 3 seconds. Her blue eyes pulse every so slightly. I doubt anyone else can pick up the mana readings. She puts out a hand while speaking in a smooth and steady voice. You are much stronger than I was expecting. Maybe the director hasn't lost it. It is nice to meet you, Jay. I take her hand and shake it. You are much stronger than I was expecting, too. This break must be much more difficult than I was led to believe. Everyone else in the party doesn't say a word. We all watch as she turns to the center of the city, beginning to glow much brighter white and blue. Yes, there is a lot to explain. We have a difficult mission ahead of us. Now, I am feeling much more confident about our odds of success. Chapter 250. Yes, there is a lot to explain. We have a difficult mission ahead of us. Now, I am feeling much more confident about our odds of success. The long white hair of the new mysterious ice mage blows back and forth in the weak breeze as she looks off into the city. It is in the exact same direction I've been probing out ever since I stepped out of that training chamber. The exact direction where I can feel a dense area of dungeon portals, all covered up by dense layers of mana shielding. It is less than a kilometer away, and some readings are up to 30 meters underground. Others are near or closer to the surface, but the majority of the energy readings are clearly coming from beneath the city. With my all-seeing eye on full blast, it is as plain as day where they're located. I am the first to reply. All right, let's head off then. I am sure there is not much time to waste. Explain the details on the way. She nods, and we're off. We leave our camels behind and begin walking through the city streets. It is getting too crowded and cluttered in town with everything now in full motion. Bringing them along would be a hassle. As we get further away from the towers, the streets open up even more into lively markets. Palm trees hand over the bright-colored shops and more towers can be seen off in the distance. This seems to be a much more casual restaurant and shopping district for locals. Both Fisher and Lydia walk with their faces fully uncovered without a care in the world. I am the first to ask about it. Hey, aren't the people around here not too fond of association hunters, especially elites? I saw bounty posters with our faces on them. Don't you two have prices on your heads too? Fisher smirks and turns around to comment on my claim. Yeah. We've had bounties out here for as long as I can remember. It is no big deal. No one's powerful enough to contain hunters like us. If they were, they'd have much better things to do than pick a fight with the association. I nod to myself as he continues. Most of the smaller towns and settlements deep in the desert tend to keep the anti-hunter traditions alive. There isn't much else to do out there. Hating on a government is all they can really do to pass the time. I open my mouth, but Lydia begins to speak from my left side, so I listen. In short, don't worry about it. The people here are just people. Like you and me, they have their own lives to worry about. We have a much more important mission to concentrate on. I nod, then take down my hood. I am not fully convinced we're in the clear here. There is always an exception to the rule, especially when money is involved. It makes sense, but to be honest, I am a bit distracted by a whole lot of other things. The bounties were never too much of a worry for me. The thought, still at the forefront of my mind, is the immense power difference between Fisher and Lydia. More like the power difference between Lydia and anyone I've ever met before. Although this is the first time I've truly ever been able to sense mana control levels, hers seems off the charts. Now that she is less than 3 meters away and practically leaking out pure ice-imbued energy, it is clear her mana control is definitely at least on par with mine. I'll have to see her in action to get a full idea of her abilities. Then again, I'll have to test myself in action to comprehend the full extent of my new power as well. I am itching to try them out, so I speak up. Is there any important information about this break we need to know? We've all been in labyrinths before. Is there something special about that one? The white-haired mage nods, replying to me without looking over at any of us. Her cool blue eyes stare off into the city. Yes, this one is a bit different than most. Everyone listens, interested in what she has to say as we walk straight toward the mana readings I've been tracking. Well, the labyrinth break has already begun. There are a few teams inside right now. The moment she says this, a pulse of energy comes from the dungeon zone and ripples through the entire city. With such a fine-tuned frequency, it is near impossible to see the wave move by. But with any level of mana perception, the gray shockwave is clear as day. Lydia speaks right on schedule, with a smile. Speaking of the break, did you feel that? I give a firm nod, and to my surprise, my teammates do too, Maria replies. Yeah, I feel all tingly. Abby speaks next. Is that the break, or just a coincidence? Ari stares straight ahead, focused, but not saying a word. Fisher does the same, Lydia explains. That was another floor collapse. I believe it is on floor 18 now. I raise an eyebrow, a floor collapse. So this break collapses floor by floor. We come into visible range of what I can only assume is the city of Solara's version of a dungeon hub. Lydia points forward. Correct. The break was up to floor 15 when Fisher and I arrived. Every floor from 1 to 14 has already completely collapsed and disappeared. This is the third pulse I felt since we explored the labyrinth ourselves, so it must be the 18th. If we entered the labyrinth now, that would be considered its first floor. All 6 of us walk toward the far side of the hub. There are large metal contraptions, similar to the one I was trapped in near Dry Rock, all over the open cobblestone square. I count 8 in total. They each have a solid silver metal door on the front of them, and using my perception skill, I can tell that half of them lead underground, with the same level of mana shedding built into the walls and stairs. One in particular, near the far side of the square, goes the deepest, has the most armed guards standing by it, and is giving off the most intense mana radiation from the ground below. I whisper under my breath, eyes it. That one's the break! Hunters crowd the square as we walk forward past the large metal crates with large black lettering hung on their front sides. They're labeled not by class, but by level. 0 to 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 300, 300 said. It seems like they have safety regulations out here too. Guards are checking each hunter's status before entering any dungeon. I watch as certain hunters cover up information with their hands or gear, and the guards don't seem to mind. All they're looking for is the level, and they aren't asking for any ID or payment either. As we approach the final break, the sign above it doesn't stay a level at all. It just reads out restricted in large black lettering, and 8 guards level 300 to 350 stand outside of it. Fisher speaks up as we approach. You know, Lydia and I made it to floor 19 no problem the other day. The director just wanted us to stay back and not take on the floor bow. He almost chokes on his words, then looks over his shoulders to make sure no one's listening in. The blue-haired swordsman leans in closer to us and talks in a much lower tone. He told us not to take on the final labyrinth boss alone. We reckon this one goes up over 25 floors, maybe more. Once we take out the floor boss, we'll all be stuck in the labyrinth until we finish the break. Lydia interrupts. That is true, and the breaks will continue to happen out here even while we climb. Solaran hunters will have to keep the floors at bay. starting with the 18th while we climb and race against the clock to take out the final boss. I nod. So, we have one try, and the boss has to be defeated before the entire labyrinth collapses. She responds while looking ahead as a guard waves us down with a friendly expression on his face, looking like he has been expecting us to come. That is right. The final boss could escape the confines of its prison if we don't defeat it in time. One shot, or else this entire city will succumb to a B-class level threat. If we can't stop it, no one here can. Chapter 251. A friendly-looking guard, just above level 300, with a body-hardening skill in a full suit of C-class grade armor, waves us down from almost 10 meters away. Lydia raises her gaze to meet his as the man yells out, "You all made it back just in time, and you've brought reinforcements. Even better." She crosses her arms as we all approach, and then comes to a halt right beneath the bold black lettering of the sign spelling out restricted. "Yes, we have made it back. How are things on your end?" "It seems like we're up to the 18th floor." The man gulps and his tone completely changes. If that is true, the collapses are only happening faster. It was less than 6 hours since the last one. He pauses. And 11 or 12 hours before that was the one before. And almost a full day. The white-haired mage cuts him off. So half the time between every collapse. At this rate, it should be completely break in 6 hours. The director sure does like to cut it close. He nods in response. It seems that way. We don't have any hunters eligible to defeat floor 20 and above right now. We'll have to leave the higher floors in your hands. His eyes move to me, then Abby, Fisher, Maria, and Eri. He looks back to Lydia before continuing. A team of 6 elites. I am happy to see all of you here, but are you sure you'll be able to make it up to floor 25? Even split up? That is well past your classification of a B-class threat. I raise an eyebrow and interject. What do you mean split up? Why would B have to do that? Fisher laughs and butts in. I mentioned this earlier to your teammates, but you weren't here to listen. Abby and I turn to each other, then back over to the smug blue-haired hunter as he takes the lead while we climb the labyrinth floors. The ones we venture through won't just disappear because we've passed it. The entire labyrinth will only collapse once the final boss is taken out. I nod slowly, piecing together this information. The water mage continues. So, while some of us continue to climb, others will have to wait behind on lower floors to protect the city from the dangers within. If we just abandon the lower floors before they fully break, monsters can easily run loose through that shielding. He points to the massive rectangular metal contraption in front of us. The guard closes his eyes and nods while turning to bang on the side of the silver wall 3 times. Yeah, this thing can hold back level 350 to 400 level threats at most. It is nearly impossible to craft shielding at a higher grade than that in mass qualities without spending a fortune. The surges have never been this bad. We never thought the labyrinth would break. I stay quiet as the chatter of my teammates and hundreds of hunters in the square all begin blending together. It seems this is really a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Labyrinth breaks are this rare that they never even know to prepare for it. There must be some incredible loot, and even stringer monsters in there. The face of that archdemon's body double flashes in my mind's eye as I grin and mutter to myself. Looks like I'll get to go all out. Fisher throws a friendly arm around my shoulder. Yeah, that is right. Let's see if you've improved this week. Maybe you can guard the 18th and 19th floor while Lydia and I finish the job up top, I reply, seeing my teammates get riled up behind me at this statement. Yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess. The B-class ice mage lets out a chuckle, then turns away back to the guard, handing him a tablet. He begins to sign off and write information down as I think to myself. Fisher can't sense my mana control at all. It makes sense why he'd think I am still rather weak in comparison to him. Just less than a week ago in real-world time, he trained me to finally defeat a monster on the 19th floor of a labyrinth. Those monsters were barely breaching level 400. Plus, I am the strongest of all my team members. If that was my power back then, he must still think even more poorly of them. In reality, all three of them are nearing his mana control level themselves. I am sure he'll come to his senses once we finally get onto the battlefield. The corners of my lips begin to curl. The now very stern and serious guard unlatches the thick silver door while speaking up. Mental on metal scrapes, and a blinding white light pours out of the contraption. The light hum of shielding fills all our ears mixed with his steady voice. All right, you six. On behalf of every Solaran here, I thank you for fighting. The average citizen may not ever know the magnitudes of evil you are about to face. The guard pauses as my foot touches the cool, hard white surface of the shielding room, then continues. I may not ever know myself, but we thank you. Best of luck in there. After that, there is silence. We all enter the metal box and see a white staircase heading down underground. Everything is white. The walls, the floor, the stairs, everything. It is just like the training room we left in the city, but shaped like a stairway downward with twists and turns having no apparent end in sight. The six of us head down about 10 meters, then make a sharp right turn, leaving us with flat white, slightly vibrating ground for another 5 meters or so. The footsteps of the 5 other team members around me are slowly drowned out by the increased humming noises in the tight white walls. Another staircase brings us 10 meters further underground. The small, flat hall leading to the next staircase glows a tint of red. Wisps of fog creep around the corner, and I can sense there is a portal very close by. As we turn the corner to head down the next staircase, it reveals itself before us. A violently spinning dungeon break comes into full view at the bottom of the next flight of stairs. The labyrinth break spins and vibrates, shaking the shielding all around us just slightly. I've seen worse breaks, but the edges of the spinning mass on its edges is dissolving into the air and beginning to slowly fill this white-walled hallway with dark red mana, imbued mist. In a meter of hours, it'll definitely be a completely different scenario here. I reach under my armor and cloak to pull out my sword. Everyone around me either begins to glow, draws their weapons, or both. The 6 of us all step down the last staircase and jump through without a word. This is our mission. We enter the labyrinth. Red swirling mist clouds my vision as I step through. The dark crimson fog slowly fades to white as transfer magic activates. Everyone is brought to a rugged mountain range covered in rocks without many trees in sight. The ground is hard and brown. For as far as the eye can see, it is littered with stones and occasional dark green shrubs. Looking ahead, the sky is gray and the mountains stretch out indefinitely. I whisper under my breath as we walk forward. The 18th floor. This should be a breeze. We'll be fighting the labyrinth boss in no time. Chapter 252. The 6 of us walk out into the rocky dungeon under the gray sky. Rolling brown hills and valleys fill our vision as far as the eye can see. About 3 kilometers away, I can sense a few groups of monsters clumped together. Some even occasionally disappear from my radar. The Solaran hunters must be here fending off monsters waiting for our labyrinth ascent. Lydia takes the lead and Fisher follows right behind her. I don't mind. This climb will be fast. The fighting won't get serious enough for me to want to join in until far past the 20th floor. I follow, continuing to scan the environment around me and testing the limits of my newly enhanced mana control. With Plunderer, I am able to instantly take MP from the ground beneath my feet and even the air around me. Mana is so abundant here that I almost feel invincible. My perception range has increased dramatically too. The entire dungeon is clear to me without overpowering my all-seeing eye one bit. It may be a smaller dungeon, but I still would have had to re-up my MP bar with this much skill strain if I tried using this much perception ability even yesterday. Each individual object is much clearer to me too. I can sense and track the swirling magic in every rock, monster, and mountain within the confines of these dungeon walls. The closer it is to me, obviously the more detail I can perceive. I see small traces of MP entering Lydia's body, just like when I attempted to absorb mana from the mist upon leaving the treating capsule in the city. It seems she is constantly working on her skills and pushing the limits as well. As for my combat skills, I won't have a chance to test them out anytime soon. Though my teammates might. Just 500 meters in, We come across a team of hunters fending off a group of mutant high orcs. They wear red robes, all have decent gear and solid combat skills. A team of 5 level 350 to 360s is taking on these level 370 to 380 orcs without much problem. One of them has a major team strength buff skill, so they're using it very strategically. He is the one that calls out to us as we pass by in range. The elites! Good to see you've made it. We have 2 other squads on this floor, and 1 more up on the 19th. Everything 20 and above is up to you power holders. I raise an eyebrow at the power holders line. I haven't heard that one used before. Maybe he is referring to mana control users? Fisher replies. Keep up the good work. We'll have this labyrinth cleared before you know it. The hunter smiles, pushing out another golden wave of energy for his teammates as the final mutant high orc is taken out. They wave us off and search for more. The further into the dungeon we travel, the more orcs show up. Without much effort at all, each of us is able to one-shot the creatures without batting an eye. We pick up the pace and begin to run. After 40 minutes and passing the 2 other groups keeping orcs at bay, we mark it to the boss room. It is a few shades darker gray than usual, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We enter immediately. Maria and Abby slice the boss into pieces, without a moment's hesitation. The High Orc King falls to the boss room's rocky ground, and we're all transported to the 19th floor. As we all materialize back onto a flat, glossy, hard black surface, Fisher turns to us and speaks. Now, I'll be the first to say that was pretty impressive, but let's see how all of you fare against a floor like this. He smirks and points out at the jagged crystal-like maze of a dungeon, then turns back to me. Looks familiar, doesn't it? I nod. It does. The crisp air of a berserker giant dungeon fills my lungs as we step forward into the mazes of glossy black crystal before us. I could easily fly over all of this and avoid every berserker with ease. Those green-eyed, muscle-covered, red-skinned fiends are rather annoying to deal with. It seems everyone else is thinking in a similar school of thought. Abby is quick to activate her earth magic and make stone steps above the floor, while both Maria and Lydia have the same idea to create waves of ice angles upwards to the sky at an angle. Easy to walk on. I follow on their leftover residue, using trace amounts of mana manipulation in my feet to mold the ice to my liking. It ensures I don't slip. Moving above the twisting black mazes and caverns will save us a lot of time. As we walk further into the sky, balancing on the archways of rock and stone, I watch Monster run around maniacally in the mazes below. We would have spent way too much time fighting if we stayed down there. The 6 of us almost make it halfway through the whole Dunagon before seeing anything too interesting. I spy a team of 2 hunters, a man with bright yellow hair using lighting magic, and a dark-skinned woman wielding daggers moving with incredible speed. They're facing off against a 4-meter-tall berserker giant alone, and winning. The lightning summoner continuously shocks the monster, while the dagger wielder with an extreme speed skill runs circles around the beast. In under a minute, the creature falls to the floor, busted armor, sword, and all. We're in quite a hurry, so Abby, Maria, and Lydia don't slow their pace as we continue to use elemental magic and travel through the sky above the dangers below. The lighting user notices as we pass in waves while yelling out, "Just in time! We'll hold down the 19th floor. Don't worry, one bit." With that, the 6 of us continue forward. My teammates are brimming with energy. I am sure they're all very confident they can take on the monsters down below. I am confident in them too, but one person here isn't. Fisher speaks up as we begin to near the end of the dungeon. The boss room portal comes into view. This is what sets him off. Hey, are you 4 going to do any fighting? Don't you think we should gauge your strength? I'd like to see you fight one of these mobs. Ari shrugs. Sure, I'd like to fight one too. Abby and Maria happily reply, showing their excitement and eagerness to fight one of the odd-looking creatures that we keep passing below. I speak up too. I'd rather wait to fight something more interesting. As all of the misshapen crystallized black mountain peaks and low maze-filled valleys pass, we finally make it to a wide-open area of flat ground with the boss room portal, just 100 meters away. It is a hard black floor that we can nearly see our selections in while looking down. To our left and right side, there are high, jagged walls of hexagonal crystals in all shapes and sizes. Granting our wish, two berserkers come running our way straight on. From the right side, I can sense a third slowly creeping in from behind a crystal structure. Abby and Maria run forward, charging their blades, and let out attacks before any of us can even blink. The berserker lurking off to our right, behind a small ledge, jumps out with its green eyes locked straight ahead. Ari releases a fully charged, glowing white arrow between Fisher and Lydia straight at the monster's forehead. Seconds later, the three creatures that attacked are blown to pieces on the spot. I let out a laugh, walking forward like nothing happened. My teammates basically do the same, powering down their skills and not bothering to check for loot, fully focused on the boss room portal ahead. The white-haired mage speaks to Maria before we enter. Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we trained together? How interesting. She carries her gaze over all of us, stopping on me, then turning her head to the boss room portal. Well, that is good. The more availability of mana control users, the better. We'll need it. Fisher is left speechless. He just follows after that display and glows a dull blue. Like that, we all step forward into the swirling gray portal to see the massive Berserker King waiting for us. I remember facing this boss vividly. Its final breath skill is a deadly buff. One that I have now, but would rather never use or face again if I didn't have to. I murmur under my breath as my three teammates approach it. 1. Hit kill that monster. It has a nasty buff on low health. Harry smirks, charging an arrow as the blue and green mages run ahead with their weapons drawn. I was planning on it. A flash of white light along with flying ice, and rock erupts from the scene as the monster lets out a single roar. The boss is defeated in an instant. I grip my sword and stare straight ahead, eagerly awaiting the transfer magic to take us to the next floor. After a small celebration, it does. Everyone is looking forward to fighting the stronger monsters that we came here to face. We're all brought to a narrow black passageway, just like the two others I've been in before. It is no more than 20 meters long, and the walls are lined with dark stone. This small area is a floor connector that only spawns for very special events. The lower floor boss and the final boss are the only times I've ever seen it before. As I grin and move forward while igniting my sword, the white-haired mage's voice rings out in my ears. So you've been in one of these before, haven't you? I pause, but she continues before. I can think of a reply. Every labyrinth has very different lower floor bosses. So if you face the one in the capital and think this one will be the same, you are mistaken. I turn with tightened lips full of curiosity. She speaks again, moving forward at the same pace as me. It should be at similar strength, but every special boss is unique to its labyrinth. We've never found one that matches another. Unlike the dungeon floors, even if you are strong enough, it is still best to be cautious. Anything can happen on a floor like this. We all stand in silence, staring at the slowly spinning dark gray portal at the end of the black stone hall. It vibrates and lets off a low humming waiting for us to enter. There are wisps of jet black energy trailing off its edges, slowly filling the small hallway with white, gray, and black mana. It is just like the mana coming off of the break portal when we entered. Not violent or unstable, but emanating power. I pause and observe the sight before me for a solid 10 seconds, then finally speak up. Understood. Let's do this. Chapter 253. We slowly walk forward while activating our skills. The white, green, blue, and red lights shine through the gray mana, imbued fog until we're completely engulfed. White transfer magic blinds me as I push my perception skills to their limits. What Lydia said stuck out to me. Special bosses are much more intelligent than most. It is best to stay on guard even if I am clearly strong enough to defeat it. If this is going to be a brand new floor boss, I'd like to find out everything there is to know about it before it gets a chance to make its move. The white light around me fades away, revealing the light purple tint of the lower floor boss's domain. 400 MLV, 440 LV, 440 LV, 440 LV, 440, 250 M, LV 435, LV 435, LV435, 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 100M, LV430, 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 LV430. Readings pop up all over my inspect and enemy detection skills. The floor boss's minions levels fill my mind's eye as my gaze tightens and focuses on the enormous tree at the back of the dungeon. Not what I was expecting at all. Its trunk is easily 100 meters in diameter and grows high into the dark purple sky, spreading green leaves in all directions. It is creating cover from above for over a kilometer high. The thick brown roots of the overgrown plant twist and turn all over the dungeon floor, creating mounds of rock and dirt hundreds of meters high, and opening up earth down below for presumably the same distance. They're ferociously searching for nutrients to support the massive tree to grow more. This creates a very odd landscape. Large red circular fruits hang from the branches that look big enough to crush a small town if they were to fall to the ground. They look like overgrown apples, but have a thin manna shielding around each of them. I whisper under my breath, "I've never seen anything like this." As these words leave my lips, a pair of crimson-red eyes appear from the backside of the tree in the darkness. Dense, invisible manna comes radiating from them. I feel a wave of intimidation hit me as I appraise and inspect the lurking creature in question. I shiver out of reflex and watch my teammates bear mind attack, but manage to stay on their feet. My attention turns back to the boss. Its dark black scales glimmer purple and green as it twists and slithers around the branches near the top of the tree's trunk. Still hidden in the dark purple fog and shadows, it lets out a loud hiss and shows off its white fangs, welcoming us to its lair. Another intense wave of energy hits all of us as the monster's status comes into my mind's eye. Underscore, 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 700 MLV, 483. Active items. The Ancient Serpent King Scales, plus 121% defense, plus 99%, speed plus 97%, agility, plus 55% magic resistance, lower floor boss identification core active skills, combat, magic, advanced earth, summoning, intimidation buff, poison breath, hidden ability underscore 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 underscore. It is a serpent, and it's enormous. The boss slowly moves its long body around the branches of the tree, eyeing us from almost a kilometer away. Normally, it'd be close to impossible to see a monster at this distance with the naked eye, but its sheer size is astounding. If I were to put a number on it, this creature is nearly 100 meters long. Another thing I notice is its lower floor boss identification core. I've seen one of these before, but it didn't drop last time, or at least I didn't have the chance to pick it up. Before I can think too deeply about this topic, I am interrupted by 6 level 430 serpents that come slithering into all of our field of view. Underscore, 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 LV 430 active items. The Ancient Serpent Scales, plus 81% defense, plus 79% speed, plus 77%. Agility plus 50% magic resistance active skills. Combat magic. Advanced earth summoning. Intimidation. Underscore. 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 They move their bodies back and forth to traverse the landscape, but also manipulate the rocky root covered floor beneath them to accelerate their movements. With glossy black scales, showing a hint of dark green as they slither closer, their glowing red eyes lock onto each of us. Loud hisses fill the air as they surround our team of 6 and go in for the kill just seconds. After we've entered, Fisher is the furthest up front. He takes the first one on. With a swift slice from his blade, a bright blue jet of mana, imbued water magic, comes rippling out of his sword. The 20-meter-long snake is decapitated in an instant, and its head rolls to the floor. Lydia is nearby, letting the serpent that has challenged her get up close and personal. She doesn't even bother to draw her swords. The mage just puts out a hand and begins glowing bright white and blue. Ice forms all around her, and once the monstrous snake dives into her 5-meter-wide aura, its glossy black and green scales begin to cover with crystal clear ice. In just fractions of a second, the monster is completely frozen solid. It falls to the floor and shatters into thousands of pieces as Lydia shows a thin smile for all of us to see. Abby and Maria jump up in the air, propelled by ice and earth magic, to take on 2 other snakes from behind us. These creatures are covered in thick shields of mana, but they're nowhere near as powerful as the blue ogres we recently faced. The 2 girls slice each snake in half the long way without a hint of resistance. Ari and I turn our backs to each other in the middle of the other 4 other battles and fire off our respective shots at the final 2 monsters waiting to attack from a distance. My blade of fire and his arrow of light hit both targets square in the forehead. The 6 serpents that attempted a sneak attack on us are all defeated in an instant. I can sense the excitement in the air as everyone keeps their skills fully charged. We move forward without saying a word or complimenting each other's kills. It is obvious we're all ready for the real fight to start. The purple fog from above in the tree at the back of the boss room grows much denser and starts to creep down the trunk. Running forward through and above the twisting roots of the massive tree, we come across the next 6 level 435 Sess. They're slaughtered in an instant, just like the snakes behind us in a glorious light show. The glowing red eyes of the ancient king lurk atop the tree waiting for us to approach. The closer we get, the denser the purple clouds above the tree become. The green leaves are starting to fade out of sight, and the fog drifts down to the boss room floor. This reminds me of the last lower floor boss I faced. It had minions slow me down on the way, but they were nowhere near as strong as the boss itself. It just waited for its prey to arrive. It seems this boss has a similar plan. Another few hundred meters pass, and the final 4 level 440 serpents are slain. We all stand on top of a large root near the base of the tree and look up at the lurking serpent's glowing eyes. As the purple fog passes over us, the low buzz of mana fills the air and the presence of the boss looms over us. Maria waves her sword in the air, pointing it up at the glowing red eyes in the darkness above. She speaks up in a cheerful tone despite the growing omnibus environment. "Come on down. We're ready to fight." Her voice echoes, and we're left with silence. Seconds pass, and nothing happens. Those crimson eyes just continue to stare down at us through the purple fog and wait. Then I feel my MP being drained. Not very much, but a noticeable amount. It feels similar to the effects of my self-regeneration skills perk when I drink alcohol. At this moment, I realize the battle has already begun. This fog, it is filled with poison. Chapter 254. As the thin layer of purple fog sweeps over us, I feel the special grade perk of my self-regeneration skill activate. Poison resistance. My MP is being actively drained as the poison from the fog seeps into my body and becomes instantly nullified before damaging my HP bar. The mana all around me is more than enough to counteract the slow drain. My only concern is my teammates. They don't all have easy ways to counteract an ability like this. I yell out, "Hold your breath for as long as possible. The fog is filled with poison. It is not strong, but I doubt it'll stay that way." Everyone around me begins covering their mouths and holding their breath. Abby starts glowing very brightly light green, putting out a restoration wave. I watch both Maria and Ari take their hand from their faces. Moments later, letting out sighs of relief as the green magic negates the poison's effects almost instantly. I murmur under my breath, "Never mind. It seems I don't have to worry." The archer turns to me. "Let us handle this boss. You'll get to have your fun later. This may be the hardest opponent we'll get to face today that we can actually handle." I want to see how tough a lower floor boss really is. I pause for a moment. looking up at the crimson, glowing eyes of the snake above, then nod and let my gaze hover over each of them. Sounds good. I'll be watching. Be safe and enjoy. Stairs of ice and rock form, leading up to the higher regions of the massive tree in the sky. My teammates disappear into the growing fog above. It is true. Based on the shielding that Snake possesses, I could most likely defeat it from here if I really put my all into a shot. My teammates may not get a chance like this again, to face a unique lower floor boss. It seems to be just about their mana control level too, so this will be an excellent training opportunity for them. I power down my skills, place my sword by my side, and cross my arms. Lydia speaks up from my right side. All of you are much stronger than any of the reports mentioned. I nod slowly and turn towards her. Surprised she hasn't powered down her mana shedding yet to conserve energy and start drinking HP potions to counteract the poison. The white-haired mage has actually turned hers up. A shimmering layer of mana covers her entire body. Nearly visible to the naked eye, it is so dense. Under the gaze of my perception skill, it reveals itself to be more mana, rich than any shielding I've ever witnessed. Looking past her, Fisher has his shielding up too. It is very powerful, and not wavering at all under the purple fog's growing presence. Lydia speaks up again in my confusion. Powerful enough shielding can block any magic effects, whether it is a skill or a hidden buff. Mana control is the only thing that truly matters for elites. She pauses, tightening her gaze on me. I am standing in the fog without a hint of shielding protecting my body, breathing in the poison without a care in the world, and using the ambient mana in the air to regenerate my MP bar. Her words echo through the heavy air. Then again, I guess there are some outliers. Fisher walks over as the mana-imbued mist repels from his body with every step. Now that we have a minute, I wanted to ask you alone. You got a lot stronger since we trained. All of your teammates too. I don't say a word. I thought he'd ask eventually. How'd you do it? There is no way you were holding back while we were in the labyrinth. You were definitely clueless. I let out a light laugh, remembering back to my training session with the blue-haired swordsman. If one could even call that a training session. He just showed me his attack once, and let me figure it out on my own. Either way, it helped, I reply. Yeah, we all got stronger, but it is a story I'd rather not tell. We promised to keep it a secret. He tightens his lips, shrugs, and lets out a bit of a grunt while turning to look up at the tree. Well, I assumed you'd say something like that. At least I know I am not going too crazy. The four of you are nearly as strong as me. Seems like I'll have to work a lot harder to keep up now. I nod, looking up at the tree's top as well. Looks like it. It sure does. My 3 teammates make it to the top of the tree and begin splitting up in the branches surrounding the enormous monster. Its shielding buzzes, loudly in flashes of light, fill the sky, making the clouds of purple fog glow brighter, and the monster releases more poison into the air. Arrows fly and blades are swung. Blue, white, and green flashes of light fill the sky. It looks and sounds like a rainbow-colored lightning storm form this distance. Through my perception skills, I watch the shielding of this beast begin to break and wear down more and more every time it reforms, slithering through the trees faster than I ever imagined it would. The monster puts up a fantastic fight. The archer and 2 mages have to re-up on MP potions half a dozen times each to continue the fight, and constantly regroup near Abby to restore their poison injuries. Hissing and battle cries echo down from the tree above. The outlines of their figures and the presence of mana allow me to sense each teammate's vitality and MP remainders almost perfectly. It'll be a long fight, but they've got this in the bag. The purple-tinted fog grows thicker and thicker, but Abby's restore skill negates its effects as they all begin landing hits on the snake's actual body, slashing deep holes through its armor and leaving wounds in its purple-armored body. Fragments of the snake's scales begin falling to the boss room floor, along with branch fragments and magic residue. Large rocks and showers of ice erupt from the light show above, littering the floor with debris. The trunk shakes as loud hisses continue to be interrupted by energy waves from the 3 hunters having the battle of their lives up in the canopy. Just 10 minutes pass before the battlefield above finally goes dark and silent. Cheers ring out through the ominous thick fog as an incredibly loud thud, just a few seconds later, shakes the entire boss room. The ground ripples and shakes as a battered ancient serpent king's corpse falls from the tree above. The three of us on the ground level jump into the air, propelling ourselves upwards with wind, water, and ice to avoid the shock waves and flying stone from the boss's fall. Once a safe distance in the air, Fisher yells out in a half-laughing tone. Looks like they really did it. They beat a lower floor boss. Congrats. Your team is really strong enough to call yourselves elites. I nod, showing him a smile and whispering to myself. Yeah. I knew that before stepping foot in this boss room. A glowing green light from above approaches. Abby is healing everyone as they make their descent. I already knew they were strong enough now, but this really confirms it in front of my eyes. Maria's voice calls out from the purple fog that begins to fade away from the top of the tree. I see her cheerful smile. Did you see that? I think this was my favorite fight yet. Our new power is awesome. As they glide down, the corpse of the enormous snake begins to dissolve. I curiously activate my appraisal skill to spy on their item drops. A few serpent scales or special items will most likely drop. As it fully dissolves, the blue text comes into view, revealing 4 items, 3 of which seem to be the scales I was expecting. Once separated into 3 parts, their stat boosts have fallen a bit, but are still very impressive. Great rewards for a battle like this. Underscore, 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 the ancient serpent king's scale, plus 91% defense, plus 82% speed, plus 67% agility, plus 55% magic resistance. The ancient serpent king's scale, plus 91% defense, plus 82% speed, plus 67% agility, plus 55% magic resistance. The ancient serpent king's scale, plus 91% defense, plus 82% speed, plus 67% agility, plus 55% magic resistance. Underscore, 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 underscore. Radar is one I can't say I was expecting, but definitely hoped it'd appear in the back of my mind. Underscore, 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 floor boss, identification core, underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. I wonder what this will be useful for. Chapter 255. The shockwave of the massive boss's corpse hitting the ground has blown most of the purple fog away, revealing my 3 teammates as they make their descent. Maria and Air are bloodied and bruised, but the green circle of light that encapsulates them all slowly makes every wound on their body disappear before they meet the ground. The serpent dropped 3 scales, but also an item I wasn't sure could even drop. The blue text in my mind's eye won't go away now that I've locked onto it. Lower floor boss identification core. All 6 of us begin to approach the long, narrow crater made by the snake creature's body after the fall. It is fully dissolved now and has left a 10-meter deep, 1,000-meter Lomenji ravine in the boss room floor. We hop down into it to get the loot and mana crystal drops. The items are giving off a white and purple glow, radiating with excess mana from the creature. Even after death, it is still exuding power. Maria is the first to run over and pick up one of the glossy black scales. It shimmers purple and green when light hits it. Like most item drops, it shrunk down to wearable size, and it is attached to a small black string. All 3 of them put in their new battle rewards. My eyes move back and forth around the boss room floor searching for this mysterious identification core. I've never seen one before, so I am not sure what exactly I am looking for, My teammates haven't found it, so it wasn't in the loot pile. Technically, it is their kill, so it is their loot. Though I am sure they won't object to some reasoning. My main concern is finding it before we're sent to the next floor. The blue text box hovers above the ground, just 10 meters away under a pile of small rubble. I walk over and start moving stones out of the way with my telekinesis skill. No excess mana is coming off of this pile, so all I can do is uncover the stone slowly. Pinpointing its exact location is oddly difficult. Eri walks over with his arms crossed. What are you looking for? My gaze tightens as I continue to move rubble. I am honestly not sure. There isn't even a hint of a mana signature coming off of this item. None at all. The only way I am able to locate or sense it is with my appraisal skill. The blue text just hovers over this pile of rubble in my mind's eye. Lydia and Fisher both eye me from afar, but decide to congratulate Abby and Maria instead. The girls are very happy about their victory and need someone to share it with. My focus is solely on finding this identification core. I must have missed my chance to obtain one in my last lower floor boss match. I did pass out after the fight. If it is this hard to locate every time, I can't blame Ember for leaving it behind. No one else is able to sense its presence, not even the experienced elites. So, it must be even rarer than I initially thought. Eri watches me sift through the rubble for a few minutes, then finally speaks up again. Whatever's under there, I can't sense it at all. If you find anything, it is all yours. He turns the black scale to glimmer around his neck. This is more than enough for me. I give him a nod, but stay focused on the rock pile ahead of me. The small blue name tag keeps shifting and changing exact locations as I throw rocks around. I am narrowing in on its location. Finally, all the debris moves out of the way and I am left standing in front of a small gray-colored stone. It has swirls of black color over it, creating a stripe-like pattern. Looking at it through my perception skill gives me a very weird feeling. It doesn't even show up at all. It is not made of mana. The blue label just floats above the floor over a tiny, smooth, oval-shaped rock. I lean down and pick it up. Underscore, 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 underscore. Floor boss identification core. Instant. Low floor boss room. Reactivation. Yes. No. Automatic timed reactivation. 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 11 seconds. Underscore. 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 Underscore 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 underscore. I turn around, and Eri is still staring at me with arms crossed and a satisfied look on his face from a battle well fought. Passing for a moment, the stone is the only thing I can think about. The countdown timer is 7 days long, the same as a boss room's cooldown timer. I let out a long sigh, then turned to Eri. Can you see anything unique about this stone? He raises an eyebrow and puts out a hand. Number. Let me see it up close. I blink a few times while staring at the stone in a confused state of mind. Then, tightening my lips, I drop the stone into Eri's hand. Just tell me if you can see any. The moment the stone touches the archer's hand, it passes right through and hits the hand boss room floor at our feet. It doesn't make a sound as it lands. Eri jumps back, cracking a smile but reacting in a surprised tone. What was that? That rock just passed right through my hand? What kind of item did you just find? After Eri's yell, this gets all of my other teammates interested. The 4 others walk over. One by one, I drop the rock through each of their hands, and it does exactly the same thing. Even Fisher and Lydia. After almost another minute passes, I choose no on the instant reactivation, and the timer continues to count down on its own. No one here has an appraisal skill, so it makes perfect sense why they couldn't see or sense the item. The one question that witches at the back of my mind is why I am able to touch the core and no one else can. Before I have too much time to question this more, a white flash of light begins to bring us to the next floor. I throw the identification core into my item storage. This will be explored later. While the whiteness of transfer magic surrounds me, my brain churns through ideas. But it is best to focus. I'll ask Ember about it once we have a moment of free time. He'll know more than I do about the inner workings of a labyrinth. In the meantime, I'll have to focus on clearing this break. We're about to enter the 21st floor. As my vision comes back to me, the sight before my eyes is oddly familiar. My feet stand steady on a very hard white marble-like surface, and in front of me, there is an eerie pale green sky. It is not exactly the same, but quite similar to a dungeon floor I've been to before. Fisher speaks up from behind me, reaffirming my suspicions. Hey, Lydia, this floor is exactly the same as the 21st back in the capital. Who would have guessed? He lets out a laugh, and it echoes through the endless white pillars that stretch down into the green abyss below and above. The blue-haired swordsman speaks up again, reaching down to pick up a green vine with healthy-looking leaves growing around the large pillar we stand on. Well, it is a little different. I don't remember there being so many plants back in the Vice Region's 21st. I nod slowly, still taking in the view, then activate my perception skills. The moment I do, a massive green creature approaches us from above. Its beady red eyes pierce through the misty sky. The creature's white talons match its sharp teeth, with a 5-meter wide wingspan, allowing it to glide around with great precision. The monster stares us down with an ugly, monstrous expression. Its status appears in my mind's eye. Underscore, 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 75M LV 461 active items. Gargoyle's Platinum Ring, plus 88% mental strength. Gargoyle's Platinum Amulet, plus 82% defense. Gargoyle's Heavy Armor Set, plus 2,000 defense active skills. Life Steal. Special grade, body hardening. Special grade underscore 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 score underscore 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 gargoyles.